I was going to say class. Yeah. I play video games. Yeah. Well, no, we're not so I'm guessing from there, but
That's the red level. Probably worth it.
normally I don't know. It's up to you. Or put in Twitch chat or YouTube chat. Worrying, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the European Dodgeball Championships 2023 here in Osijek, Croatia. My name's Greg Whitehouse. I'm joined by
Emily Busby.
Yeah. And this is the 12th European Dodgeball Championships held by EDF. Since 2010, when we started out all the way back in London,
Yes.
I believe, with only 6 nations. We've now got 19 nations here. We start with the opening ceremony in the hall. All 19 nations will make their way out, started by, I believe, the referees, Emily?
Yes, yeah, I believe the referees. So number of volunteer referees here today that will be rotating around. So we'll have a different referee on centre court at various times throughout the day. So we'll hopefully be able to introduce those referees prior to the games so that we know who we've got on court.
And that's it. 4 days of dodgeball separate us from 3 category winners, men's, women's and mixed. 164 games in total.
It's a lot of games.
It is a lot of games. The largest tournament it's ever been. And I'm sure it will only get larger.
Yes, I'm sure that in a few years' time we're going to have more than a 4-day tournament.
There's talks already, I believe, for next year. Well, Worlds obviously is next year. They are undecided, I believe, on sort of the format of Worlds in Europe and European Championships and how they will work.
Yes.
I believe, from what I've heard already, Worlds will be a 6-day tournament.
Wow. Yeah, and I know that there's potential for sort of foam European Championships and stuff in the future in terms of qualifications and such, because I think Worlds next year will be very large, and I think after that it's going to be difficult to fit all of those people into a sports hall and get all those games done.
I couldn't agree more, and I sort of know what you mean. Like you said, the tournament is only growing. First day already is 8 o'clock here in Osijek, Croatia. BST plus 2.
No, GMT plus 2, so British Summertime plus 1, because British Summertime is plus 1 on GMT.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're learning already. Time zones.
Yeah.
I can't imagine many people would be up. I can imagine some Australians would be up if they were watching.
Yes, potentially.
And some of the Canadians, I can't remember how sort of ahead or behind they are.
Canada will be sort of 7 hours behind, so be sort of...
So they're only just going to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. So as all these teams and referees come out, we will talk a little in terms of, I guess, where everyone comes from and the things. Look at this.
So yes, there we have the referees being led out by head referee Bruno.
From all different nations.
Yes, yeah, all across the nations.
Yeah, Austria, France, Italy, England.
Sweden.
Trying to think if we're missing any, but I believe that is all the nations from
Yes.
the referees category. So as each nation comes out, we'll try our best in terms of the information we have available and information we've sort of gathered from the European tournaments as before. The
Last referee coming out now.
Yeah. The Austrians head out to start. Federation established in 2013, although they did take part. Oh, so they weren't there from the first Euros?
No, they were not, yeah. So Chester in 2013 was the first one that Austria attended.
Yep. A huge team, a huge sort of club, I guess, as in total, a huge nation. Their women's result from last year is first, and their rank is first.
Yep.
Their men's came third last year, but they are ranked second. And the mixed came second last year, and they are ranked first.
Yeah, and the Austrians always bring a great atmosphere to the European Championships. They're usually quite easy to spot in the crowd. And for anybody that hasn't seen them before, their warm-up routine is sort of spectacular.
Belgium next out into Hall 1. First competed in 2018. Last year their women's placed 15th, they are 13th ranked. Their men's placed 16th, ranked 16, and their mixed placed 15th, and they are ranked 14th. A fairly new nation.
Yes. So they're definitely improving year on year, so it's really good to see them every single time they play, because every year they're getting better. And then this squad is much larger than the squad they had last year, which is always going to be helpful for them, because when you've got that bigger depth, you can definitely compete a lot better over the 4-day period.
And I think that's always a big thing, especially we've got a couple of new nations this year. And it's a lot about growing as a nation in terms of each European Championships. Next up into Pool 1 is the Czech Republic. As we scroll to their page, community playing since 2014, although their national federation was established in 2018. Their first Euros was in Vienna, Austria. Women's result from last year, 9th, ranking 7th. Their men's result from last year, 10th, and they are ranked 10th. Their mixed came 13th, but they're ranked 15th. I think their men's highest was actually 4th. And I think that might have been in Italy. Yeah. That was the year they pulled a lot of upsets. They upset Wales, I think, in their qualifier, right?
Yeah.
Next up is a new nation.
Yes.
Only established this year. It's Denmark. A couple of players that I guess some of the English might know from the English leagues. Coached by London Storm. Will still player? Does he still play there, or has he now moved to Denmark?
He's now moved to Denmark.
Okay,
yes.
so alumni, I guess, of London Storm. Will Robinson, and for anyone that knows him, does bring basic tactics to the nation. And I guess, like we said, it's sometimes when new nations do join, they don't quite understand the difference in club dodgeball to the international step up. But I think Will sort of does bring that.
Yeah, and Will's got a lot of experience, so that should help him out.
And if you are familiar with the European Dodgeball Championships, you, I guess, are very familiar with the nation here, England. They've been around the top and at the top tier of dodgeball for a very long time. They've been here since 2010. They were one of the opening nations in the first European Championships. Their women ranked second, their result last year, 2, and I'm sure we'll talk about that as the tournament goes on. Men ranked, finished second last year, they're ranked third. Their mix came third last year, and they are also ranked third.
So it's one again, very large squad from England, so they've got a nice depth that should definitely help them out over the 4-day period.
Next out onto court are the French. Been around since 2013. Their first tournament was 2013 in Chester. Their women's placed last year are 6th, and their women's rank is 8th. Their men's came 8th last year. They're ranked 9th. Their mix came 6th last year, and they are ranked 7th.
Yeah, it's quite a growing squad from France, so they're quite a young team. They've got a lot of new players in, particularly for the men's team this year. A lot of the women were new to Euros last year, so it'll be interesting to see how they perform this year.
And obviously, for a long time now, they haven't had a new kit, but the French are supporting a new kit along, I believe, with the Hungarians, who also have a new kit this time out. Last year, their women came 14th, ranked 15th. Their men came 12th, ranked 14th. And they're mixed. They've never had a mixed team. Last Euros, I don't know if you saw it, it wasn't obviously live streamed, but it did go out on social media. There was a proposal from the Hungarians at the end of sort of the award ceremony.
Yes.
And that was Anisi Salomon, who is one of the twins.
Yes. So yeah, coming out now we have Ireland. So they first competed in 2012 in Italy. So their women's result last year was 10th, and they're currently ranked 11th. Their men's result was 11th, and they're ranked 11th. And their mixed result was 14th, and they're currently ranked 12th.
A couple of new players amongst all of the nations. Ireland, obviously, with a fairly small league, I guess, in terms of the nation itself, and have been around the Euros for a long time. Next out, I guess one of the fan favourites of the European Championships, the Italians. Last year, their women's placed 4th, a team that has always been near the top, but always struggled to find, I guess, that gold medal.
Yes.
They came 4th last year. They're ranked 3rd. The men's placed 5th last year. Same sort of atmosphere amongst their men's. They are ranked 5th, and their mixed placed 5th last year, and they are ranked 4th in the European
rankings. Yeah. So, yep. So now we have the Netherlands coming out.
New kit also. Yep, they had, I think, all orange last year. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Been around, I guess, as a national team since 2017. They, I believe, used to have a different national organisation, but they've changed since that. Now fully established in 2019. They were 5th last year, ranked 6th, 15th in the men's, ranked 12th, and their mixed placed 8th, and they are ranked 9th. Another new kit, and a nice one at that. The double gold winners from last year. Of course, a couple of upsets along the way. Northern Ireland, yet again one of those fan favourites. I'm sure by day 4 you'll hear the chants that they sort of produce within the halls, and it's not quite one at that. Their women's placed 3rd last year. They're ranked 4th. Their men's obviously taken the gold. They're now ranked number 1 in Europe. Their mixed also came 1st, but they're only ranked in number 2. And as we talk about new nations, another one at that. Norway joined the European Federation this time around, although they did send a team to the World Championships in Edmonton, Canada last year.
Yeah, so that was foam that they played at the World Championships. So this is the first time playing cloth, so it'd be really interesting to see how they adapt to that.
And with a new nation, obviously no rankings.
Yes.
Next up, Scotland. They've had a couple of changes here, there and everywhere in terms of coaches. This time around, a couple of old faces rejoin the fray in the Scotland Highlanders lineup. Their women's last year placed 8th, ranking 9th. Their men's placed 4th, ranking 4th. And their mixed team ranked 7th, and their rank is 5th. And this European Championships is no enemy to new nations. Serbia this time around, only with a mixed team, I believe. No, they have a men's team as well. So a men's and a mixed, no women's team this time around. And as every new nation, no rankings. But it's always exciting to see how they line up against some of the giants of European dodgeball.
Yeah.
Next up is Spain. Spain with several kits across the tournament.
Yeah, here come the Swedish team. So again, one of those teams that brings a great atmosphere to the Euros. So they first competed in 2010 in London. So they were part of the first nations that competed at the European Championships. So their women's result last year was 11th, and they are ranked 10th. Their men's result was 9th, and they're ranked 7th. And their mixed result was 4th, and they were ranked 6th overall.
I'm not sure if that it's quite. I'm not sure if the Swedish have new kit, but they've definitely got new shorts.
Yes.
Switzerland, the next nation that comes out.
Yeah. So Switzerland have been competing since 2016 when they competed at the Paris European Championships. So their women were 12th last year and they're ranked 12th. Their men were 6th and they're ranked 8th, and their mixed came 12th and they're ranked 11th. So here come the Welsh team. So again, the team that's been around and competing at the Euros for quite some time. Yeah, so they've been around since 2013 when they competed at Chester. So their women's result was 7th and they're ranked 5th. Their men's result was 7th and they're ranked 6th. And their mixed result was 10th and they're ranked 8th.
And the home nation
yeah, so
and now obviously Croatia. Their women's ranked 16th, although they didn't participate in the last Euros. Their men's came 14th, ranked 13th, and their mixed came 13th, and they're ranked 15th.
yes.
So after some people talking, Max Golder, I believe Croatian president, all the teams separate from the court, and the first game on the court will be Northern Ireland and against Ireland. We've got a small break now, so make sure you are tuned in on both the YouTube and the Twitch.
Yes.
A big tournament ahead.
Yes.
Emily, plenty of games. Any upsets along the way? Any teams you see taking it sort of or making it the full distance?
I'm quite interested to see England women in their group because they've got a harder group than the Austrian women. And they've got particular France and Wales, who I think are looking quite good for this year. So I think those games are going to be really interesting to see. So I think those are the ones which are on today, England against Wales and England against France for the women. So I'm really excited to see those games.
A couple of injuries as far as I'm aware in the England setup.
Yeah.
They aren't fully confirmed, and we're obviously not full short on sort of who hasn't made it out and who is full injured and can play across the day. Sometimes with injuries you don't always see them on game one or especially not playing full game time on day one anyway. A big tournament, like I said, ahead of us. We spoke earlier about England-Austria. England, obviously, every year are sort of come out and a lot of people back home in England expect them to take the victory. Now they're unbeaten. Austria are now, I guess, unbeaten in European tournaments since 2015.
Yes.
Their first win, I guess, in the streak of things was 2015.
Yeah, so there was just one World Championships, the World Cup in New York, where England won, but otherwise it's been pretty much an Austrian clean sweep for the women since then. But yeah, I think again the men's is going to be very interesting. Obviously with Northern Ireland winning last year, it'll be interesting to see if they can get that win again. That'll be really interesting. So
So anyone that has just tuned in, you've missed the opening ceremony. The first game on this court will be Northern Ireland versus Republic of Ireland. We are here in Osijek, Croatia. Osijek with a population less than 100,000. Croatia, a population of 3.9 million.
Wow.
So I guess Osijek, a small place in Croatia. But it has brought all these players to the European Championships here in Osijek. Like we said, this is our 12th tournament since 2010. We obviously had a couple years out, COVID and whatnot. That 2010, all the way back in London, had 6 nations: England, Scotland, Wales, Italy, Sweden and NI. We're now here in Osijek with 19 nations. In 2023, 19 in the men's category, 18 in the mix, 17 in the women. 164 games across 4 days separates now to the end of this 4-day tournament, where we'll have one winner in the men's, one winner in the women's, and one winner in the mixed category. So we've got 20 minutes now to the first game, so we'll take a short break. Then we will return play on court 1. Like we said, this first game will be in the men's division. Northern Ireland, previous gold winners from 2022 in the Netherlands.
Yes, in the Netherlands, yes.
Against Republic of Ireland.
Yeah, should be a good matchup. They know each other quite well.
Yeah. A lot of them play, I guess, across the country and within each the sport.
Yeah.
But a good game to start the day off.
Yes.
So like we've said, back in 20 minutes for the start of the game. We'll see you then.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game of a 4-day tournament here in Osijek, Croatia. My name is Greg Whitehouse. I'm joined by the wonderful Jonathan Wilkie.
Hello, and welcome to everyone watching from around the world. Welcome to our first game of the European Dodgeball Championship. Hopefully you watched the amazing opening ceremony, and we have a lovely game for you here on Court 1. We have the Republic of Ireland versus Northern Ireland, the Island Derby, and it's looking to be a very good game. We've got a new look Republic of Ireland team against a stereotypically newer looking Northern Ireland team. They're fielding a couple of players that they wouldn't. They're not the team that won the gold last year. There's a lot younger team. We have a different look.
That team is still there.
Oh, you can definitely see the players around, but the players lining up on court certainly aren't the ones you'd expect to be their starting six. Focusing on that far side. For any English-based players, we have Sam Laverty lining up from London Storm, and we're ready to go.
And there you go, the whistle is underway. 20-minute halves this time around, 3-minute sets.
3 balls for Northern Ireland, and they come forward with a 3-ball attack. Single there in the middle, some good dodging across the court from Coombs. Republic of Ireland coming forward with 3.
Now, as the game goes on, we'll talk about a couple of rule changes, I guess, from either last year or rule changes from if you're watching back in England or sort of, I guess, the home nations. You'll notice sort of several changes throughout. That larger court from Wales has now progressed into the European side of things. That neutral zone is as big as it was last year. 5 balls make up this discipline of cloth dodgeball.
Good dodging there in the middle. Comfortable block there by Wilcock on that wing from Kareem. Oh, and the first hit of the game coming forward with a great single by Ladiri.
Yeah, and what you'll see is sort of that opening minute will always just be single ball, especially with double back net.
Oh, and a great catch by Darwish. But a great return there from Republic of Ireland, hitting out Laverty. Not called a catch, must have bounced. It's our angle there.
I am not sure if Laverty then hit him, but I think that was a bit of the confusion that when he came forward and was hit. I don't know if he's then released his ball anyway.
Great single, standing counter there. But another lovely single coming across from Northern Ireland. 5 players on the Republic of Ireland side and 3 remaining from Northern Ireland.
Yeah, and what you'll see is when these players are hit out, if they do possess a ball in their hand, but what a catch.
What a catch.
Yeah, and it turns it round. There we go. 5 against 3 now returns to 4v4. And like we said, Murphy doesn't pick up the catch there, but if a player does have a ball in their hand and they drop that ball or they're hit out, they do have to then place the ball down on the ground stationary.
Yeah. One of the biggest differences between the British Dodgeball rule set and the EDF rule set, and historically we have seen a few English, Irish and Welsh and Scottish-based players all being subject to blue cards because of that rule change, that rule difference. 3v3 now after some great singles and a lovely 2-ball attack there from the Republic of Ireland players. Hit there called, not being able to make that block. Wilcock and McAvoy left on the side of Republic of Ireland, and a great 2-ball attack.
Yeah, really good. One high, one low, just making sure that if Woody is going low to get that block in that mid-ball, that the ball from that left side.
They only has 2 or 3 seconds left. And there's the set, that last 2-ball attack, clinching it for Northern Ireland. What a set.
What a good set to start us off here on Court 1.
Yeah, that's what you like to see from dodgeball. You love to see the catches, the hits, the strategy, it waxing and waning. Just changing, and the refs have come in for a little chat. We do have 30 seconds between each set. You can just see on the screen, on the left of your screen here, there is a television that shows everything from the time, the score, and that syncs up with our clock here.
Yeah.
I think the British dodgeball-based players will find it weird having to wait 30 seconds. Normally in the UK it's line up as quick as possible.
That time does continue to tick down as well. So like we said, if teams are looking for that quick reset, and as we come to the end of the half, we can sort of explain how that will work, that you'd step off court for that 30 seconds. But a good catch. Laverty's arm caught by Coombs there, number 32, that inside wing player.
Well, that's just what happens when a very good standing counter comes across. Laverty had to dodge the standing counter, but was put off from his throw, and it was catchable. So very good play there from Republic of Ireland. They've really come out swinging in this set. And another massive hit in the middle.
Like you said at the start of the game, Wilkie, that there was a couple of newer faces starting for this Northern Ireland squad. How long really before you start seeing these more experienced players coming in and sort of starting to control the game a little more? Not that the current players aren't controlling the game, it's maybe they're not quite securing the catches, making sure that they are being as aggressive as possible.
I think there's a bounce there called by the refs. Almost a very good cross court. I think with this team, it is the first game of Euros. It's the first game of the day. There's probably a bit of nerves. You need to warm into the games. So, personally, I'd give them a few sets. They are 2-0 up at this time. Yes, this set has gone down quite quickly, but giving them a bit of time to warm into it. And if things really start going wrong, then maybe. So that shows how wide these courts are and these neutral zones, that there was a bit of a chase around there in the middle.
Yeah.
Darwish coming out with the hit though. Oh, and a massive hit and
catch! The rebound comes in.
Bringing in Sam Laverty.
So that 1v6 has already now changed to a 2v4, the two-ball attack.
Great dodge, but doesn't manage to get the second.
But Lav is there to just hold back the Republic of Ireland team, and that's a good bit of pressure. That single ball can do so much damage.
Labdiri just flipping, the ball just slipping out of his hand, but it does not go over that neutral zone, so it's not counted as an invalid. McAvoy burns the ball there, but great cover.
Yeah,
from Cardoso.
2v3 now, about 30 seconds left on the clock. Ball bounces just before.
Takes the hit, and what a set from Darwish there, turning it round from a 5v1 or a 5v1 to bring it back to a 2v1. What a set.
So, I think it was a 6v1 because he takes out Murphy in the intersection.
He does, yeah.
So 1v6, there it is, second set of the day on court one.
A brilliant swing as well. The momentum all with Northern Ireland after that. Let's hope they can keep it up and apply some pressure. Middle line infringement there from the Republic of Ireland. Good dodging there in the middle.
Yeah, and it really just does show you how long those 3 minutes are. You know, it was a minute and a half down. It was a 1v6 at that point, and you can see how much, you know, one big play can change that game around. You know, 1v6, he gets the first player out, he gets the rebound catch on the hit.
Oh, what a take in the middle there.
Yeah, McAvoy with a big catch in and around that neutral zone. If players aren't using that full...
Rushes there.
McAvoy thinks he gets the hit, but personal opinion on that one, and the rest decision is always final. But I think he's thrown the ball after he's already been hit.
Yeah, it looked a bit too tight. It's one of those 50-50 calls where you wouldn't be upset if it was called. And I would say you wouldn't be upset if it wasn't called, but...
Yeah. When you are hit, you are an out player until you retake your catch,
yes.
that ball.
Well, this is a difference between the cloth and foam rule set.
Well, even the cloth at Worlds was that rule set.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So you were still classed as an in player until that ball had become dead. Yeah.
3v3 now. It's seeming like Northern Ireland are losing a couple of players very quickly in the beginning of these sets. But once they're settling, they're really able to bring it back. And you see Darwish and Laverty still on court as their kind of calmer players. Wilcock giving away that fourth ball. Northern Lions can only throw 3 of them. So it's not as risky as a release as it would be. Laverty blocking that ball.
Yeah.
Cardoso being hit out by the 3-ball release.
I think he's a little confused there because I'm not sure if he actually thinks he hits Laverty.
Oh, and a lovely catch off of Darwish.
And just as you say,
by Coombs.
Just as you say, one play goes from one side and back in the other player for the Republic of Ireland there. That hit there, the ball pops up, Ireland take the catch.
A play there from Darwish to basically sacrifice his own life to take out the opposing player, trusting the 2 players left on court to be able to end the set. Just unfortunate with that ricochet. Good dodging there from Laverty off of strong 2-ball attack. Goes forwards. And the set is called, it's 2-2.
So both teams take a set point from that. So if that 3 minutes timer ends, that is the end of the set. Whichever team takes the point will be distinguished by what team has more players on court. If both teams are equal, both team takes a set point.
Just going to clarify something for you at home. There are a couple of poles just off of, you can see them around, and we do have a microphone catching court audio. If you hear something that you think might have been a hit, it's probably hit one of the poles. There was a throw at the end there that obviously had missed the player but had connected with one of the poles on the side just off of camera. We could hear it from here, so just in case you think things have been hit. The refs are doing a stellar job at the moment, and they will continue to hopefully do a stellar job. So 2 balls here on the side of the Republic of Ireland. Northern Ireland coming forward with 3 balls. Strong single down the middle. Good dodging there from the Republic of Ireland middle players. I believe we've had a substitution. O'Malley on here on the left wing.
Yeah, a player that has been around the Republic of Ireland set up for a long time now. Now, one thing with this tournament, obviously you have 3 retrievers, but as you can see, 1 retriever this side, you have 3 retrievers on the court parameters itself. You can have 1 retriever outside of the net.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great cross-court single there from Wilcock. Hitting out Sam Lav, who had set for the catch. Some high pressure there. They've released the 4th ball against 5 of the Northern Ireland players. Let's see what they can do with a 4-ball attack. A good 2-ball attack as Cardoso goes low. Unsure if that bounced or not. He asked the referee clarification. Two-ball attack there as they themselves, the Republic of Ireland players, release 4 balls. Northern Ireland coming forward with 3.
Single ball, followed by a single ball.
Strong blocks.
Yeah, very good blocks. And you know, when you're blocking like that, it's a lot easier because both balls have come in at separate timings. Maybe the timing of those Northern Ireland balls could have been a bit cleaner.
Clean dodge there. 4 balls given away again by the Republic of Ireland players. Too strong. See, I know you've just mentioned that they're delaying a bit, but do we think that they're doing that a bit intentionally, drawing out the big dodge? Because with these larger neutral zones, the bigger dodges are, a great catch there.
Yeah, takes out the
Good
Deary.
single catch. Do we think they're using this delayed tactic a bit? You can see they've delayed a bit there to draw the dodge out.
I would say delayed if you're backcourt, but if you're that close, if you're just firing both at the same time, I think you don't need to draw out a big dodge because you should be hitting at that close target.
I think that's very true. As we've just seen, the delayed attack from Northern Ireland didn't quite work, but the strong 2-ball attack from Republic of Ireland hit out Bruce on that left side. So you've just missed a standing counter there in the middle, a double standing counter there in the middle. Republic of Ireland now have 2 players left against the 3 of Northern Ireland as the set closes. Republic of Ireland not able to get those last dying hits.
Yeah.
But
the score being 7-1, I don't think fully shows, if you just tuned in now, sort of how close Ireland are actually in within this game.
yes,
Now, a new thing this year, the timeouts.
yes. So there's 1 timeout per team per half.
But if you don't use it in the first half, it doesn't carry over.
No.
Yeah, you haven't got a bank of timeouts that you can use on day 3.
So if that had been the case, some of the finals might be very long. So we are just checking the chat, see what's going on.
As far as we're aware, there is no sort of connection issues. Maybe just refresh your stream.
We are monitoring the streams and monitoring the chats.
So any suggestions you do have, I guess?
Yeah. So a timeout called here. As Greg said earlier, it's not reflective. The first set, I think a turnaround by Northern Ireland won by 1 player. The second set, a 6v1 turnaround from Darwish there. The third set, a draw. And then the fourth set ending 3 players on the Northern Ireland side and 2 players on the Republic of Ireland side. Very fine margins in this game.
Indeed.
The substitutions will play a massive part here. We've seen there's been a couple of substitutions already from the Republic of Ireland side, with Libdiri coming off for Glennon Gilmore.
A fairly new player, I guess, in terms of British dodgeball standard, but I believe he's been around in sort of community dodgeball for quite a while.
Yeah. But
it's a big step up from sort of national to international.
Yes, it is a massive step. But then looking at that Northern Ireland side, if you are a rugby fan, and you might know about the South African bomb squad, that's certainly a subs bench that a lot of teams would like to have, being the reigning men's gold medalists. Unsure if they'll play or not. Oh, strong hit. Something I did want to mention earlier, after that 6v1, when your caller brings back a set like that, that instills them with such confidence. And this game is such a confidence-based game. Having your caller firing as well as Darwish is playing at the moment is always a very, very beneficial thing.
Yeah, and he's not afraid to play that high risk and that high reward, high up court every time. Even if he's not throwing, he's high up in that neutral zone. And I will tell you now, the winners of this tournament will use every inch and every centimetre of that neutral zone.
Very true. I think this set, very dominant by NI here. Lots of singles, lots of aggressive hits. As we were saying, a hit through the block there. Maybe Roy have just slowed down a bit on the pressure they were putting and the time, not the timing, but they're being caught a couple of times, trying to take trades that aren't coming off. Hands just dragging as they dodge.
Cardoso now given the chance to turn the 1v5 around. A minute left on the clock.
Oh.
But there's one.
Manages to make the hit and the dodge. We had a lovely angle from that down in the commentator's box.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect angle, and he's done everything right. He's fired aggressive to start. The catch isn't made. He's then played the high risk, high up court. He takes out Darwish, dodges out the way of the 2 others.
So this will be really interesting to see. Do Northern Ireland? No. Northern Ireland are going for ending the set. As you can see, there's only 30 seconds left. They're not going to risk it. They're expecting the standing counters. Clean blocks. Another great dodge there from Cardoso.
And he is dancing round that back line every single time. And he's got to play aggressive, and he is, but Laverty is sat behind that ball, blocking for his life.
They're looking at the timer and they're looking at the refs. All they have to do is block, and that's the set. Very well. Very cleanly dealt with by Northern Ireland. Cardoso did a massive job in that split-second play to take out two of the Northern Irish players, but just didn't have the time left to really make an impact. So it's just under 2 minutes left of this half. Northern Ireland coming forward with the quick start. They've been cleanly getting that third ball, not really instigating a start like that. It's a clean block there from Wilcock on the wing. Yeah, Darwish with a great reply there. Wilcock just leaving himself exposed after an unsuccessful standing counter.
And he gets that ball back as well. He's played high, he's played aggressive. It's an aggressive throw off the chest.
It's what you want from a good winger, is in a situation where you're coming forward with a three-ball attack. If the winger opposite you releases that standing counter, you really want to either pop a massive fake or pop a hard shot, because it's kind of a preventative measure. You don't want them throwing standing counters with kind of free reign. There you go. Standing counter release there, and Sam Laverty releases at the winger. You don't want them thinking that they get free standing counters. Hit there called on Glennon Gilmore, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he thinks it's bounced just before. Refs have obviously called that. And although that says second on the top right, it is only the first half.
Oh. Sometimes overconfidence does affect you. A very central shot there and a great pickup by McAvoy. Yeah, as we were saying, a standing counter there, connected, but the shot was popped.
And it's those aggressive throws that you've got to look for. And I think, like you said, where Darwish is firing aggressive into the chest of the opponent, it's sometimes then picked up. Maybe you take a little off it.
Refs have been called in. I believe that's the set.
That is
although
the set plays off, yeah, at the end of the half.
So there will be sometimes discrepancies between the timing system. As much as possible is quite automatic, using a lot of new tech that's been brought in for this Euros. So as you can see, the screens play a timer, but that was using the half timer as opposed to the set timer. So that is the end of the half.
As far as the scoreboard is concerned, Ireland take the set.
Republic of Ireland take the set.
Republic of Ireland.
We all need to clarify that as we go on. Yes. I think that set won, really, by the catch there off of McAvoy. Darwish, as you said, a very central shot. Regardless of the power, some catchers can just take them. And it was a lovely, clean catch there. 9-3 in the half. As we did say earlier, not really reflective of those first couple of sets. But that final set and the set beforehand, I think, maybe showing that the experience and the pace that Northern Ireland like playing at will come through. So I think they're just deciding what the final score of that last set was before they switch over and they switch sides. Then we'll have Northern Ireland with their backs to us facing onto the Republic of Ireland players.
It looks already, although they're only coming in for that half-time talk, that there will be a couple of substitutions here in this second half.
Just fiddling with the scoreboard. I think that is the refs doing that. So from what we understand, we do have a direct feed into whatever the refs uploads. Just connects automatically to the scoreboard here for you. But we do like talking about the players, and we will carry on doing that. First half performers, Darwish bringing back that 6'1". Sam Laverty having quite a good game from the Northern Ireland side. And then from the Republic of Ireland side, I think Wilcock has injected a very big difference into that team. And McAvoy has made some very clutch catches, bringing back a couple of sets and putting them in some very advantageous positions. So it's nice to see new names, younger players. Darwish is one of the newer players in the Northern Irish setup. Sam Laverty, well known to people in England as he plays for London Storm, but a debutant in this Northern Ireland setup. And then on the other side, exactly the same with Woody Wilcock being a debutant in this Republic of Ireland set. And McAvoy, I believe, been there for quite a while. One of their kind of old guard, experienced players. So it's been a great game so far. The scoreboard, I believe that's the score. I think they just figured out
so I think NI Northern Ireland pulled that last set.
We're up in that set.
So I think that was the clarification. So going into the second half, Northern Ireland up 11-1. The first game of the day, 163 games left after this. A long 4 days separate us from 3 different categories of a gold, silver and a bronze.
We have a lovely setup here in Croatia. As you can see, the massive space around the centre court is shared amongst the 3 courts in this room. And then to our right, we have another hall with another 3 courts, a warm-up court and 2 other playing courts. And court 4, which is also being commentated on, I believe it is Sam Warville and
Sam Ward,
2 Sams. We'll try and give you some updates from the other courts.
Now, what you can do is after the game finishes, there will be small breaks and videos and trailers played through the game breaks. But there is also a QR code that you can scan on the screen. That will take you to the Tournify app, in which you will be able to track scores through the day. So, as you can see, the side of the courts, each team has its
England historically have always brought a large team. But we'll jump back into the game.
Second half now gets underway, and it does say second half now. Top right, Glennon Gilmore jumps over the first ball of the half.
No connection there, but a very good quick start. No substitutions on this Northern Ireland side. And there is a substitution on the Republic of Ireland side. Michael Nunn being brought on that 3 position of Berkshire Royals. My local team.
Nice.
Based out of Reading.
Got a good start.
Hit there on Thompson.
Yeah. And it's that in-swinging sort of arm from
Woody
on that left side, and it's the one that cuts in because you think it's always coming straight from that wing player, but there it is.
And another hit from Glennon Gilmore. Sorry, I was just watching as he turned around to his team and gave a bit of a woo. Look at that.
And when you're hitting,
love it.
It's sort of when you're hitting behind that sort of blocking stance, and you hit the knee or you hit sort of that foot underneath. They're the clean shots that you're after.
Watts looking for the catch, being given an opportunity. I think a lot of the middle players in the Northern Irish side haven't really been given the opportunity to not play, but kind of hit out very early on with that first minute, and you want them to last the whole set. You want to end the set with 6 players on court. Good dodge there.
Yeah.
The wing.
Darwish with that back line. He's after, obviously, that survival rate, and when he's at that survival rate from low, it's...
We really see Watts is looking for, setting himself very strongly, but the Republic of Ireland players aren't going to give him an easy catch here. Oh, and the standing counter comes in. What a start of the second half from the Republic of Ireland. Big swing there at the beginning with 3 players walking off from Northern Ireland.
We would have liked to see if Darwish hadn't stood on the back line, would the set have been turned around?
He's done it. He's done it before.
Well, that's
We've
it.
just seen him do it. So the time has just been paused briefly, I believe. The refs are conferring about something.
Yep, and obviously, like we said, you do have to wait that 30 seconds. There is no quick reset. Now, what has happened in the past, and something that does happen quite a lot in European and sort of throughout the world, is stepping off.
Yes.
And you get that 90-second set. Now, you only get that 90-second set now if it's under a minute and a half, you don't get the 90-second set. It has to be within 1 minute 30.
Yeah.
Or it has to be over 2 minutes. It's quite confusing because you take that 30 seconds off the timer.
Big shot there from Wilcock, knocking out the block of Bruce, who hasn't really had the opportunity to stamp his mark on this match. Big single in the middle there from Watts. A bit of a sidearm release there, hiding his target. Lots of aggressive faking there from the Republic of Ireland.
Really nice. And that is what I think the nations that are separated, I guess, in the top half and the bottom half of sort of where people rank, is all these micromanagement things. It's not just about how hard can you throw the ball, can you catch, can you dodge out of the way. It's these micromanagements, it's the fakes, it's the management of time. Discipline there. Woody holds that third. They'd rather come forward with a 3. You don't want to be facing that 3 balls.
Thompson dropping that catch. Yeah, clean block there. It's what, as you said, makes the difference between the good teams and the great teams. Dodgeball is such a tough sport because you're constantly doing things. 2 massive hits there from the Republic of Ireland.
Yeah, and Glennon Gilmore, he's tried to cover, but when you're almost 6'5", I guess, it's quite hard to protect yourself with a small ball.
Yeah.
Against sort of your whole body.
That delayed 2-ball attack coming forward for Northern Ireland. Just working to hit out. Second to last player in the Republic of Ireland. Side. Oh, fish dodge by Watts. And a great dodge there. 4 balls for
Ireland, and that's it. 1v4.
30 seconds remaining.
And Northern Ireland are going to be disciplined. They do not need a push for anything. They just play the timeout. They play this timeout and they win the set. That's always the good thing when you're up 4 players to 1.
Yeah. They're just taking the blocks, taking the pressure.
Yeah, now don't need to throw. Darwish knows that end of the set
There
is
you
near.
go.
They won't be called on a play ball, and it's, like we said, micromanagement from every single player.
Great, absolutely great control there. And our first substitution from the side of Northern Ireland, with Morrison coming on for Watts. A question, Northern Ireland have a mixed game right after this.
So is that maybe why they hold the players?
I do know that some of the players on court at the moment are exclusively men's players.
Yep.
So that would make sense. There's been another substitution on the side of Republic of Ireland with Chua coming on, I believe.
And that is always the thing in terms of when you're playing those multiple divisions, it's a lot about sort of holding your energy. Laverty not quite taking that single ball catch. He sets himself perfectly. He knows it's coming in that direction, but he can't get his hands on it.
The 3 people on the side of Republic of Ireland.
Is it the ball type?
Given away.
Are the balls maybe a little bit more pumped up than we're used to?
We do know they were pretty pumped this morning, but
air has now been let out of them.
The refs have let some air out, yes. So a very quick set here for Northern Ireland. There was a middle line infringement from Chua on the side of Republic of Ireland. A quick start hit on Glennon Gilmore. A couple of quick singles, leaving none in on his own. Darwish looking to leap to get that.
He wanted it. You could see his eyes looking up.
Yeah.
Is it a risk that you're after?
And a hit called there by none. Northern Ireland have really settled into these games. Another substitution with Bruce coming off for Cousins. Cousins known from Manchester Bees fame.
Been around that Northern Ireland squad for a very long time.
Emily just to our left giving us a curt nod. Just fact checking us as we go.
So, second starts, 3 minutes, like we said, on the clock. Laverty with a single ball from the start, not finding the target.
Strong dodge there from Nunn in the middle.
To some people, do you feel like early on in the tournament, don't put their whole arm through it? The sole reason is because you don't want to be, if you're getting caught first ball, it's not great for the confidence on the tournament,
I disagree. I think confidence-based, a lovely hit there from Wallace to hit through the block. Personally, if there's 6-on-6 on court, I don't really mind getting caught because it doesn't really mean anything. It's just the same as getting hit. So I'll happily put my arm through it and
aggressive.
Send kind of a centre of mass shot, because if it comes off, it's on the other side of things. Are they warmed up? Are they ready to take a catch like that? And if you have a strong arm, then you may, as we've seen from a couple of the hits today, just ricochet off them. But that's my personal preference from playing. I think early on it's all about how you like playing and what your style is. And there are benefits to both. As David Allen is saying in the chat, Sam Laverty at 57, he does have a cannon. I've played against him before. I think, Greg, you've played against him before?
Laverty does have a good arm behind him.
He does have a very strong arm.
Yep.
And Emma Belcher, very proud mum of Sam Laverty, smashing the first game. I think he's had a brilliant introduction to European Dodgeball. This game going to 5v5. Morrison maybe not as warmed into these sets as his compatriots are across the Northern Irish side.
But they have released multiple balls there. Now only with a one. Woody gets hit out on that top left side. Murphy hit out on the top right. That two-ball attack is a great one, and obviously Woody's looked for that standing counter, but Darwish has pushed him out of it.
A block there called. Darwish not managing to make that hit, and a good response there from Nunn in the middle. So now even in this set with possession on the Republic of Ireland, who released two. Some strong blocks there from Wallace on the side of Northern Ireland.
Yeah, that timing for Republic of Ireland not been sort of always the finest, and I think where you see it just then, maybe the easier block comes in. Well, that's a great timing as we talk about timing from the Northern Irish Knights. That one higher, one low split.
Not wanting to go for that risky catch in the middle. Cousins covering it quite comfortably.
Yeah, and it's not even just a stand back and look for the hit on it. He's actually full pressed up, making sure the catch can't be made.
And that's the set.
And they close out the set.
Something that is really punishing Republic of Ireland here is they're losing players just towards the end of the sets. So they don't have the opportunity to play it. I think they've been up quite a lot at the beginning of these sets, punishing kind of, not laziness, but maybe the slow play that Northern Ireland have been doing. Maybe the beginning of the game not really warmed into it. However, Northern Ireland have been giving themselves the time to reset and bring it back. Republic of Ireland haven't been given that opportunity. No longer running for that middle ball. There you go.
And there's a couple of hits out.
Yeah, 2 for 1 there. Oh, not even a 2 for 1, sorry. A 2 for 0 with the quick start coming in from Laverty. The reply that's been popped.
And now Northern Ireland obviously looking to close out that set, playing aggressive. playing aggressive. They're looking at taking all the sets they can, and although it might not matter against some teams, all teams are looking to take set points. All it takes is one loss in the group stages, and it's set points that you're after.
They're really aggressively taking. So there's 2-ball attack on the new substitution of Milo Whelan. And then a line fault, unfortunately, on the other side, a timeout called by Republic of Ireland. Interesting there how Northern Ireland ended that set. You always see there's two kind of schools of thought here. Do you aggressively kill the sets to go for the points with the aggressive running counters there? Or do you kind of block, allow the other player to tire themselves out? And I think it all depends on where you are in the game. Do you want to kill the time? Northern Ireland are looking like they're carrying through a lot of momentum here.
Darwish has backed his arm every second of the way. So, when you're coming up with him in terms of that running counter, you're both very wide in terms of sort of on the court. Darwish is always going to push in, and he's looking for that throw every single time. Like you said, in certain instances, you are looking at the slower play out of it. You're looking at closing out the set. When you're that one player up and you've got majority balls, always look at that slower play. Is what most teams will always look for. NI Knights, obviously a 5-on-1 at that point, so you're always looking to close the set out. You back your arms at that point, and you're looking for the easy finish.
Yeah, I always think a player should back their arm. Personally, if you give away a catch, you give away a catch. I think if you lose confidence in your throwing ability, that's a really tough thing to come back from. But always backing your arm, personally, is the way to go. And Darwish has been doing that, as we said, every step of the way. Now, I'm not sure if we're doing MVPs or on a vote
We can
system.
do personal MVPs, I guess.
And if you have any suggestions in the chat, we're more than happy. We are actively reading both chats here on the European Dodgeball Federation YouTube and the co-stream on Twitch on Dodgeball TTV. So if you have any suggestions who you think's been playing really well, give us a shout.
Yeah. Whelan obviously goes for the catch low down on that first one, and sometimes it's so hard. You've come into the game, you're 34 minutes in.
Oh, and a lovely cross-court there.
Yeah, that cross-court from Cousins was nice.
Yeah.
Like I said, you're coming into that set, you're looking for the catch early on, and it's always hard because sometimes you come in with, you'd like to think as much confidence as possible. You're out early in the first set you play in, and it's hard to sort of progress into that.
One of the best things about that cross-court there from Cousins, in my opinion, was his positioning on court. He pushed all the way to the right and then released that big cross-court to hit the player standing at 2. Darwish just being hit by that ricochet. Comes off with a bit of a smile on his face. He knows that was a silly one. Oh, what a shot! And Morrison kills the set, takes the great hit, and the reply, he sinks the catch.
Yeah,
I think Morrison has warmed up into this game.
Yeah, I think he knows what he's doing. He's on that back left side there. He sets low into it. He knows that cross court is going to come, and when you're taking a cross court, that ball was slowed down so much further.
Answering one of the questions in the chat from Singapore Dodgeball, there is no foam in this European Dodgeball Championship.
But it's something they are looking into for next year, I believe.
As worlds have been combined, I think it's only a matter of time until, I think we saw the Pacific, the API, the Asian Pacific International, potentially. No, that was just foam, wasn't it?
That was just
foam. Ignore me.
No.
I think it was just foam.
No, there was cloth there.
Oh, there was cloth.
Yeah, there was cloth there.
Yeah, no problem. But, yes. So, hopefully in the future there will be a foam. The foam will be running alongside the cloth, but at the moment this is cloth, and it is our biggest cloth tournament to date, I believe, with 3 debutant nations.
Murphy tries to sort of run forward, but as he gets caught in his own feet as he sort of jumps over those 2 balls.
A lot of love for Sam Laverty in the YouTube chat. Rinaldi hit out there in the middle. Thank you very much. So for anyone that didn't see, the Asian Dodgeball Championship 2023 will be the first to have foam and fabric, or cloth as we call it here in Europe. Lovely catch there.
I guess
by
that's
Lavity.
the first tournament outside of Worlds. I guess
Yes.
sort of in terms of regional tournaments.
Yeah. So that's
Continents.
what's being changed in the global dodgeball scene. Is there will be a Worlds every other year.
Yep.
And then in the off year that there isn't a Worlds, there is an international, as you said, regional or continental. So for us, it'll be Euros. There'll be an Americas and an Asian Dodgeball Championship. How many teams this year? I think there's 19
nations.
19 nations, and each team has a maximum of 3 teams, but not every team has brought one for each code.
So 54 separate teams.
54 separate teams.
I guess if you work it out like that.
And 163 games?
164. After this one,
games.
160.
Well, after these 5.
Oh, that's
There are
it.
5 games on at the
Oh,
moment.
that's right, yeah.
It's not just the one on camera. Well, they're all on camera.
They're all on camera. They are all being streamed on the EDF YouTube.
Yes.
You can find both commentated courts on Dodgeball TTV and Dodgeball TTV 2.
Yes. And the Croatian games are being streamed
On the
Croatian Dodgeball YouTube channel.
They are indeed.
They are. Thank you very much for the kind words from Singapore Dodgeball. It's massive. This is a lovely tournament, and it is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. I think next year, Worlds in Austria is going to be
it's
massive.
It's a 6-day tournament, from what I've heard already.
A 6-day tournament, nations from all over the world, 6 different codes, cloth, foam, men's, women's, mixed. And this is about half that. It is half that.
It is half,
and
yeah.
this is half that. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it. A timeout called by the refs. At the end there was a bit of kind of confusion about the hits and what happened.
So if you don't know who Sam Lavity is, Sam Lavity is the gentleman from the ESPN clip.
Yes.
He is.
Where he fakes out Ryan Neal, who's the England men's captain, and Ryan Neal flicks the ball up and hits him out.
Yeah.
Personally, not a hit.
But that is a whole discussion for a whole nother time. Back to the game at hand after the timeout and the rest discussions. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Northern Ireland currently up this game 23-3, and it hasn't been. The scoreline does not show the storyline of this game.
I think the second half has been a fairly dominant, controlled display from Northern Ireland, but that first half was a lot closer than the scoreline reflected. And it was a very good start. Those first 4 sets gave you everything a dodgeball match could have wanted, a close dodgeball match as well. Wilcock now playing on the other wing, switching out. No changes. Bit of a slower start here.
And I think that's maybe what Republic of Ireland have struggled with in that second half, that when Northern Ireland pick up that pace, Republic of Ireland can't always sort of face it head on.
Yes.
I feel like the sets that they've been a lot closer in, they've played a lot slower, they've sort of adapted the game a lot easier. Obviously, big shouts from the ROI squad there to hold the 4 balls. When you've got the 4, Whelan lets go, and obviously he probably shouldn't be releasing because he's been told to hold in that call. He thinks he can take the hit on Wallace. Wallace in a great position there, sucks in that catch.
Yeah. The thing I've been seeing from the 2 Northern Irish players in the middle of Thompson and Watts, and now Lavity, is they've been setting themselves low for those catches, and you can see their hands kind of trailing a bit, and they've just been pulling out. So they're looking for it. But a shot there, dead on. Lavity taking it. Kind of, you can hear the impact of these balls here. There was a shot earlier from Lavity on Nunn. It's quite the shot.
Oh, and a
Ricochet hit there from Wallace onto Watts.
So when that ball is still in the air and it's still live, it can still take out players. But Lavity warming into his arm now, that arm in the in-swing position.
The Lavity classic of the standing counter and setting himself for a catch.
Yeah.
Lovely dodging there from Cousins on the back line.
Yeah, Laverty takes the standing as well.
A bit overzealous there, but it's the end of the set. And the end of the half, the match goes to Northern Ireland, our reigning gold medalists. A valiant display there from Republic of Ireland, but just didn't manage to capitalise on some of their great play in that first half. And Northern Ireland showing their experience and a bit of their depth.
Yeah.
But we shall see.
Still plenty to come from these teams. 5 games now finished, or not quite finished. We still have games still slightly playing on from in the other courts. But a good first game on court 1 to start this tournament. Like we said, Northern Ireland taking the win 25-3. Stay tuned, I guess. Plenty more games to come.
Plenty more games to come. Our next game, mixed. We have Northern Ireland again, and they are playing someone.
Do you have the Tournify app to hand? Now, if you don't have the Tournify app, or I guess following on, you'll be able to scan the QR code in between games to find that out. From that Tournify app, you can also find out who's reffing the game and what nation is sort of reffing the game.
Yeah.
Also, next up on this court, Wilkie.
Is the Northern Ireland mixed against the Netherlands mixed. Netherlands are just right to our right.
And there we go.
We're going to sign off for this game, and we shall see you. Oh, we're on camera. Oh,
We are.
We're off camera. I didn't notice that.
Always be aware that you might be on camera.
Yes, there's an amazing setup this year. It's
Yeah.
absolutely stellar and makes our jobs as commentators so simple.
Yeah.
So easy. Everything looks massive. Yeah, so we're going to sign off. I will be sticking around for the next game.
And I'll be taking a break.
Yeah, you get your little break. So thank you very much for watching this match. Score ended 25-3 to Northern Ireland. We shall see you later.
Yeah, bye from me.
Bye from Greg. Hello, and welcome to our second game of the day here on centre court number 1. I am back again for another game. Jonathan Wilkie, joined here by
Emily Busby.
Emily Busby.
Here for my first game of the day now.
Yes.
So this is exciting.
Yes, so this will be a lovely game. We've got Northern Ireland, who just featured in the men's game against the Netherlands. Big mixed game. You have the reigning champions in Northern Ireland against the Netherlands, who have historically done pretty well in the mixed.
Yeah. So we've got, so in terms of rankings, Northern Ireland currently ranks second, and Netherlands ranked 9th at the moment. So a bit of difference in terms of the rankings there. So really here, this is a good start for Northern Ireland. They've rested a lot of the men that were playing in the mix now in the previous game. So obviously they're fresh rather than playing them in that men's game. And really, they're looking to solidify the team tactics at Northern Ireland, mesh the team, start off well so they can really build on it for the rest of the tournament. Whereas for the Netherlands, it's a really good opportunity for them to build on what they started last year, because obviously they did really well, particularly the women, at the European Championships last year. So it'll be good to see how they get on, because obviously they're going to be playing one of the best teams here, so they want to learn as much as possible to then impact those games where they're a lot closer in their rankings.
With Northern Ireland as well, they are kind of shrugging off that underdog status that they've had for the past couple of years, and they've really cemented themselves as a dominant force in European dodgeball. So now they're the ones to watch. They're the reigning mixed champions, they're the reigning men's champions, and they came second. No, they did not come second. They came third.
Yes.
In the women's.
Yes.
So they are meddling in every code.
Yeah.
And we'll see where they go from here, and can they continue to be a dominant player as the players on top, as opposed to the plucky underdogs.
Yeah, because it's a lot more difficult when you're the team to watch. Everybody's then going to be looking at their tactics, really dissecting them to be able to beat them for this year. And they've got to be really adaptable to that. Or they've got to still keep with those same tactics, but just make them work. So it will be interesting to see how they do it.
Yes. And they're just getting ready and warming up now. They've had their warm-up time. The game should start right on dead on 10. We've seen a couple of their players, as Emily said earlier, they have rested a few players. Darwish and Morrison are returning in the subs box, I believe. Mm-hmm. And the starting lineup from the Northern Ireland side of Johnny Hill, Adam Hill, Aaron Murphy on the men's side of things. Or Kelvin Lee. There are 4 men walking around court.
Yeah, and then we've got Kirsty Key, Hannah Turkington and Shannon Hill for the women lining up. So that's obviously the Northern Ireland side. So
Kelvin's wandered off.
Okay.
So we've got the Hill brothers and Murphy there.
Yeah.
So we've got 3 Hills on court. We will try our best to differentiate them as we go.
So yeah, so
starting on the Netherlands side of a lineup of Elga Smar, Octobrow, Visser
for the men, and then for the women we've got Lanting, Potoff, and number 16 Van Hulgist.
We're learning as we go. We're both UK-based players, so we are trying.
Yeah. Anybody that wants to help us out with our pronunciations as we go along, we're very grateful for
please do
that assistance. So
very much please do. Special shout out to the Crossfire Dodgeball Club from the chat. One of the clubs in Northern Ireland that play out of Belfast, I believe.
Yeah, so we've got 2 Crossfire players that are playing in the mix today, which is Hannah Turkington and Hannah Lowrich.
Yes. So we're just warming up now. This may be a bit of a loud hall today, as you can see on the stream. That is a impressive Denmark flag.
Yes.
But as the as the Austrians are playing to our right, they normally bring some noise. But we'll focus on the court in front of us and see where the game takes us. So 20-minute halves. We were chatting about this during the break. The scorelines will be a lot bigger now. Mm-hmm. 10 minutes added extra time, which is a minimum of kind of 4 sets. Yes, the split between each set is 30 seconds. However, some of the discrepancies in the teams, that extra 10 minutes can be quite a few sets.
Yeah, it's one of those things, if we think to Worlds where we had this 20-minute format, you kind of had scores in terms of GB occasionally against some of the fresher teams, sort of 14-0 and stuff like that. So the scores can get quite high. Hoping for the Netherlands that they can kind of hold their own a little bit and get some points on the board.
Just addressing the chat, Dutch names are fun, yes. Yes, they are. It'll be lovely to see kind of not a similar scoreline to the last game in the men's, but a nice, where the first few sets were very close. We love seeing close dodgeball. We love seeing it where a game ends kind of 4-3 or it's a 1v1. Those kind of very, very close games, because it just shows how flexible and how kind of waxing and waning the sport can be.
Yes.
And especially teams like the Netherlands, who have been building and building and building on their past successes in their past years, where they have come into Euros as a new team, as all teams do, especially against Northern Ireland, who have been around since the beginning.
Yes.
It's always great to see the newer teams work and build.
Yeah, because, one of those things that they are kind of the development of dodgeball. It's just starting out in the Netherlands. Their clubs are only going to get bigger. It spreads around, Northern Ireland, again, is still growing really comparatively to sort of English dodgeball, because they're still quite small, very centred around Belfast. But it's nice to see with Netherlands that they've got Amsterdam and they've got Drachten. Definitely not pronouncing that right, I don't think. And 3 clubs there.
And HGV.
Yes, so you've got 4 clubs there represented, which is actually the same as Northern Ireland, who also have 4 clubs represented. So, yeah.
Normally kind of a split between Ballyhack and Kapow, but we've also got a Queen and the Crossfire pair that we mentioned earlier. And off we go. Aaron Murphy not managing to make that middle ball. Netherlands coming forward with a
nice
great hit there. As the Northern Irish players couldn't get the ball to Hill on the wing, he was caught lacking a bit, and that strong arm of Murphy comes across, making the single hit.
So nice and even so far in this first set.
Yeah, that deceptive ball from Murphy. Doesn't throw in the stereotypical fashion. A block there called on Johnny Hill there on the right wing.
So 4 balls to Northern Ireland now.
Strong block there from Visser on the wing. Yeah, lovely dodging there from both sides of the court.
Yeah, so obviously the captain for the Netherlands playing in the middle. So far giving a good shout for his team, making that first hit and some good dodging so far.
You can see that they're looking for the reply, and a great post throw from Johnny Hill there.
Yeah, he was really patient with that. He waited. He could have gone for number 13 high up court, but really went for kind of got the fakes in, got him to retreat, and then took out a player that wasn't necessarily paying that much attention at the back. So,
and it shows that you don't always have to be playing at 100 miles an hour. That sometimes you just take that little bit, you get full focus. Oh, a solid catch in the middle there. And a great post throw. And Northern Ireland now, with 2 players walking off court, are down in this set.
Yeah. So, yeah, great start from the Netherlands here. Showing that the Netherlands really aren't put off by the fact that they're playing last year's champions.
Yeah. Aaron Murphy with the standing counter there, reducing the deficit to an even 3-on-3. The communication there coming on. Aaron shouted you across court.
So yeah, here come 3 Netherlands players coming up. 3-ball attack.
Standing counter not working. That 2-ball attack almost colliding, but...
Yeah, that was really nice and accurate at Murphy there.
Murphy going to catch the low one, but it was, as Emily said, very, very well placed. 2 players hit out there from the Netherlands.
So we've got Lanting left in for the Netherlands now. Nice dodge and stays on court.
2 balls on the side of the Netherlands. The set timer ends, and NI come in with a win from a deficit of 1 player, I think.
Yes.
But very well controlled there at the end. It shows the experience of the Northern Irish players across the board, both men and women.
Yeah, so no panic there from the Northern Irish teams. Just calmly played it out, played their game. So it's good to see, you know, they're going for that strategy and that calmness to start with. I think that was good from the Netherlands as well. Obviously, getting up is just they need to build on that now. Try and get some points on the board. So Murphy winning that middle ball this time. So 5 quick fire attacks there, back and forth between the North Ireland and the Netherlands, but no hits made either side. So a lot of quick balls now, a lot of post throws and quick attacks, but so far failing to make a hit. So yeah, nice dodge from Optenbrough in the middle there.
So the difference, I think, between casting our minds back to last year in the Netherlands, the difference between the Northern Irish mixed team and the Austrian mixed team, I believe, personally, was the women in the Northern Ireland side, their ability to stay alive throughout the sets.
Yeah, they're great movers. They've got great lateral dodging in there, and you could just see then from Hannah Turkington, whilst jumping, which a lot of people would say it's difficult to change what you've done as soon as you've taken to the air, actually managed to actually move whilst in the air to stay out of the way of the ball.
Yes. And I think in a lot of these mixed games, the women certainly are the difference, because obviously your men have the big arms, they can make the big plays, but there are still 3 other spaces on court that are taken by players. And if your women aren't as strong as your opponent's women, then on average, your team isn't as good.
Well, it's one of those things, if you think from the role of like generally the women on a mixed team, is that they tend to be more aggressive because you're reliant on your bigger arms for the throwing power, that you kind of want to keep them on court. So it's the women that are tending to look for those opportunities, to be the cover, to take the revenge hits and stuff like that. So having the women that have the court awareness really does make the difference.
Yes. Yeah, and you can see that Northern Ireland are playing quite a heavy 2-ball game here. Johnny Hill opting to go for a couple of post throws, a couple of standing counters. So they're coming forward here, releasing one, and a huge shot from Murphy there.
Yeah. Van Ulglist, went for the catch, but perfectly clipped on the shoulder there. So so we've got Lanting in again.
Very strong hit from Hill.
Yeah.
So as opposed to the first game where Northern Ireland in the men's couldn't really find their footing, it looks like they're quite confident here.
Yes.
Moving forwards. Got some noise coming across from court 2, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, from the Austrian-Welsh game. With Wales just winning a set, so very happy about that.
Lots of passion. Anyway.
Back hit, so...
The Netherlands managing to claim that middle ball.
So it seems that Optenbrough and Murphy quite matched on that centre runoff, because they're taking it in turns now to win that ball. And despite the quick start, no hit from the Netherlands.
4 balls there, almost 5, but Hill is hit out there. A good shot from Visser, as he's not paying that much attention. But they...
go back, throwing all 4 balls, but they do make a hit. And it does look now that the Netherlands have all 5 balls?
I believe so, but a 5th ball is not on court.
Yes.
It's just on the other court, just out of eyeshot, as you can see the ball retriever just claim it.
Yeah.
They don't manage to get a hit off that 4-ball attack.
No.
Great post throw there by Hill on the left wing.
Yeah, it's one of those things that when you've got that that ball majority, you've got the 5 balls. You've really got to try and capitalise on that at the time so you can get that hit. Oh.
That slow, delayed ball coming in.
Yeah.
Hill not managing to make the block. And I think he half tried to make a block and then half tried to catch it.
Yes.
It was in 2 minds there. Lovely dodging there.
It's one of those things that about a ball that comes slower in dodgeball is that there's so often that you're just reacting and you're just going for the catch because you've not necessarily thought about it. It's just what you're doing at the time. But when you've got the time to think about what you want to do, often that's when the mistakes come in.
Yes, thinking sometimes is an issue in this sport. Northern Ireland being given the opportunity with 5 balls. Obviously, they can only throw 4 as there are 4 on court.
Yeah,
a
so
4-ball attack.
Yeah, so up to Bruce trying to jump and make a catch there in the air, but unfortunately unable to pull it off.
Good post. As we were saying in the men's game, if a player does make a standing counter, you really want that other winger either faking or popping a shot just to give them that bit of worry that they can't do it for free. As
Kirsty Key goes up and gets the 4th ball there. So 1 player left in for the Netherlands.
And there's the hit.
Yeah. Just trying to go for the catch to try and get somebody back in, but just can't make it. So, yeah.
6-0 down. No timeout called yet.
Yeah.
I think Northern Ireland definitely with the momentum here.
Yes.
And kind of instigating their game plan on this match.
Yeah.
I think it's up to the Netherlands to kind of disrupt that style and try and disrupt Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Johnny Hill now running for the middle ball.
See how he makes it. So 3-ball attack coming up.
Adam trying the cross court.
Yeah.
2 post throws coming across, giving away 4 balls.
Yeah.
Bit of a lack of communication there. With that 4th ball coming in quite slowly from the ball retrievers. This a hit out as they throw 3.
Yeah. Oh, lovely throw there from...
And the push pass. In the middle there from Turkington, I believe.
Yeah, obviously one of those things, there's a variety of ways to throw a dodgeball. And often if you're in a bit of a situation high up court and there's a ball on the floor, push pass generally a good way to get around it.
The Hills coming forwards now.
Yes.
The standing counter not managing to connect.
Yeah.
They've reset with 4. Play 3, I believe, has been called. A great catch there.
Yeah, so great catch from Lanting there. Yeah, so obviously Lanting being one of the players that's been left in the end of the first 2 sets, now making a catch, taking it to 2 players in hand for the Netherlands.
So that's always the issue when you release on a player that's released the standing counter is a lot of the time they've set themselves for the catch and he sucked it in.
Yeah, I don't know if it was one of those situations there where obviously they had the play 3 on Northern Ireland and they looked like they did a 2-ball attack and then it was a late ball that went. So it was either the free throw that put them off or a last-minute decision. Oh, we've got another ball we need to get rid of. So Kirsty Key left in now against 5 Netherlands players. So obviously here, the Netherlands looking to sit nicely. They've got 2 balls, keep a high line, and just really wind this time down, or go for the attack.
And a backline called. Unfortunate from Key. I think the Netherlands winning that set quickly gives them a lot of momentum going into the next one. That's something that isn't often spoken about, but momentum is huge. As dodgeball is such a confidence game, having momentum is why we have timeouts, why we have tactical timeouts, as opposed to just when you're tired.
It's one of those things I find that in a way it's kind of similar to tennis, where you've got that change in momentum across a tennis game, and it's one of those things that becomes a real mental game, which is quite interesting for a team sport, but you do have a team mentality, and just getting that confidence, getting those sets in, it's a lot better. You know, you're looking at it now 6-2, it could have been 8-0. That's a lot harder to deal with mentally than this scoreline is. Here, you feel like now, with 7.5 minutes left, if you continue with that momentum, it could be 6-6 at half-time.
Yeah, lovely single shot there on Aaron Murphy. Hill manages to get the reply. I think there's a potential wet spot in the middle there where a player has gone down and probably sweated on court.
Yeah.
Visser hit out there. They've given away 5 balls again in
Yes.
this match.
Yeah, ball retention's really key, particularly when you're against such a good team as Northern Ireland, because they're going to capitalise on it. So really looking for ball retention. But
Lovely standing
that was a
counter
lovely
there.
standing counter there from Potoff.
As you can see on the stream, it is net to net. So if you throw a ball, chances are it's not coming back.
Yes.
You do have the potential if you hit a player up court, it could ricochet, but those percentages are quite low.
Yes.
So if you throw, you lose the ball. Not
Yeah.
you lose the set, but
Yeah.
you lose. So you do want to be smart. That's what we saw very, very well done in the last game between the Irish men and the Northern Irish men. That there was a lot of restraint. It seems here the Netherlands are throwing a bit more loosely than some other teams. A great 1-for-1 there
Yes.
from Hillside, really leaving 3 players in on the Northern Irish side against the 2 Netherlands players.
Yeah. So yeah, you've got Potoff and Lansing here.
Oh! And the catch and out.
Lovely, yeah. So looks like a simultaneous play there. So
A catch has been called.
yes,
And Turkington in the middle there has called herself out.
yeah. It's one of those things with dodgeball.
Oh!
Lovely, lovely catch there from Shannon Hill. Absolutely sets herself and just takes it.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. Regardless of the power of your throwing at, some people just get to take the catches.
Yeah. It's one of those things like with a lot of these women, they're playing against the men constantly. So just throwing a hard ball, it's all about with the women where you throw it. You've got to get you've got to get the aim on it, because you throw it at the chest most of the time. If they're a catcher, they're going to take it.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, Lanting left in again now. So obviously we've seen her take a catch earlier, so it'd be really good here if she could take another one and she'd draw it out now.
So bounce there from Murphy. You can see there's only 30 seconds left, or 20.
Yes.
They are certainly going to take this slow. There's only enough time really for 2 or 3 plays. Every shot that Murphy is firing is going straight into the ground. He's leaving nothing up to chance here.
Yes, he's not going to make it easy to take a catch. Yeah.
There you go.
But yeah, that was lovely there. So Shannon throwing a ball that just bounced in front. Obviously Lanting looking for that first ball that came in, and then Murphy just gets the cross-court hit.
Yes.
So beautiful there.
Very well controlled set
Yes.
by Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
It's good to see players and teams kind of flex between that aggressive closing out sets,
Yes.
and then being able to use the clock, use
Yeah.
the timer, and be really intelligent about
Yes.
it. We do have 30 seconds, so I think the refs are...
Yeah, so I believe that for this tournament they're actually using the full 30 seconds between each of the sets. It kind of makes everything a bit more standardised, but it does mean that often, you know, in games previously, teams when they're down and they're trying to rack up points to get back into a game would try and set the balls up a lot quicker, which we did see the England-Austrian women's final last year. But obviously now with it setting as a 30-second set, there's nothing you can do to speed up that clock.
We've had some substitutions on the side of the Netherlands. 42 on, or as he leaves to the outbox, 42 on, who is Boma.
Yep.
And we also have Van Gool on for Lanting, who I think deserves a bit of a break after being left in
a couple of times.
Yes. But now this set going quite quickly with Northern Ireland with 6 players on court.
So yeah, you've got Ilaguna Smash left in now.
Yes. Good clip on Hill there. That first shot from Adam Hill, managing to make the hit. Hitting that shoulder is such... It's always not a bit risky, but it's such a hard thing to block. Because as you're bringing your ball up to block it, if you're not dodging, you're then putting your hands in a weaker position to block, and it's not as definite a block as you really want it.
Yeah.
Play there, not being able to bring the ball high enough, and it clipping his shoulder.
Yeah.
Lovely placement there from Adam Hill.
So yeah, looking at the schedule, the Netherlands play Spain next in the next mixed game, so it's good for them to get some of their other players on, because, you know, obviously this is going to be one of the hardest games that they play. So getting the experience and getting everybody warmed up, ready to play, is going to be good ahead of that next game that the Netherlands have.
Men's captain Josh McElroy is now on for Northern Ireland, subbing off for Aaron Murphy in that cooling position on the left wing.
Yeah, no change for the women yet.
the Hill brothers having a chat in the outbox after a few exchanges there.
Yes.
Bounce called there on McElroy from the delayed shot from Visser.
Yeah, so 4 balls now to Northern Ireland. It's one of those things about the Northern Ireland team, because they're so good at keeping out the way of the balls, is that often,
Hill not managing to make that backtrack catch.
Yeah. So yeah, often, teams have to throw more balls in order to get that hit, because they're dodging so well, but it does mean they're then just giving that majority, giving out those 4 or 5 balls to the other team, so.
The no-look standing counter coming from McElroy, easily blocked in the middle.
So yeah, so Northern Ireland obviously 2 players down, but they've got plenty of time in hand to try and turn this around. But obviously, the Netherlands, doing well. So yeah, lovely hit there from Visser on Hannah Turkington. So
Turkington kind of half committed to the trade and half committed to the hit, or the dodge, sorry.
Yeah.
Which would have been quite a beneficial trade.
Yes.
As you do say in the mixed game, where I know some clubs will ask their players or their women's players to trade with the men's players.
Yes.
But you would think that's a bit of a beneficial trade. Josh McElroy left in on his own. Lovely hit there.
Yeah, takes out Visser.
Very much back his arm here. And the ricochet catch, bringing back him Adam Hill.
So yeah, so suddenly we've gone from 5-1 down to 3-2 down, and another hit, 2-2.
Now Josh puts his hand up and he goes, yeah, let's slow this down. We don't need to play 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
We've got 40 seconds,
and
2 on 2.
That just shows their, how good they are, because they can switch it so quickly. You get it with some players that they generally tend to have one style. They might be an aggressive player or a defensive player, but being able to switch from aggressive to defensive is just absolutely key in these kind of games.
Yeah, precisely. And that's the set.
Yeah.
The half clock, sorry.
Yes.
But that's what we talk about. We talk about momentum. And the best players can switch momentum and figure out that switch of momentum during the sets.
Yes.
Josh did a massively good job there to bring back with some brilliant hits. And as we were talking about Darwish in the last game, he's a caller that backs his arm.
Yes.
So that's really what you want to see.
Yeah, definitely.
I believe that's either the half
or a 90-second set.
Yes, which is the difference between the British dodgeball rule set, which is a minute set, you get a 90-second set. So you get a bit more time.
Yes.
But that is just the half.
Yes.
The half timer ran out.
Yeah.
And we are switching sides.
Yes. See, obviously the score sitting at 12-2 now to Northern Ireland. So obviously Northern Ireland just want to continue the momentum they've got. They're probably going to bring on a few more of their players that have been, in the sub box now, because they've got a nice lead. It's a good opportunity to get more people into the game ready for further games in the future. Whereas the Netherlands, they're really looking to try and build. They've had a few where they've been up, they've had the advantage, and I think that's what they really want to look in this second half, is when they've got up, is keeping that lead.
Just casting our eyes over to the Wales-Austria game, which looks like it's fairly evenly matched. Not that we'd want you to click off our lovely tones. That is being streamed on the EDF YouTube channel.
Yes.
Same with the other commentated stream at Court 4. That's on Dodgeball TTV2. If you're on Twitch, if you're joining us from Twitch, we are being co-streamed. Just to cast our minds back onto this game, certainly in Northern Ireland's hands.
Yes.
They've not necessarily played their strongest lineup.
Yes.
Not seeing their incubant cooler of Kelvin Lee playing on the other wing. You've got the Hill brothers instead on either wing.
Yeah.
And Aaron Murphy in the middle. Their women's side of things, I'm fairly certain that would be their strongest lineup for women.
Yes, I would say so, yeah.
And they do have quite a lot of depth in both sides. One of the things that people have always spoken about with Northern Ireland is that they might not have that depth, but in the mixed, when they have 8 exceptionally good players on both sides of the men's and the women's, the depth isn't that much of an issue, and it's showing kind of now that they've had a back-to-back game with their men's and their mixed.
Yes.
And the Netherlands side, Personally, I think they need to just derail Northern Ireland as much as possible. The momentum is strongly with Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
I think they've had a couple of sets where they've had quite a good couple of trades.
Yes.
But once they're up in sets, they can't
hold it. Yeah.
They can't lose the eye. They can't lose their eye off.
Get their eye
whatever the idiom is. Not that we should
be off the ball.
take their eye. Not that we should be using idioms because we are aware that there are people listening that English may not be their first language.
Yes.
But yes, take their eye off the ball.
Yeah. So they're just looking for that. Once they've got those numbers in hand, they're one or two players up. 2 players up is better. Looking to get their dodging, absolutely. They've done a lot of jumping of the Netherlands. They're getting hit in the air quite a lot. And it's one of those things like you can move, but it takes quite a player to be able to move in the air. So lateral dodging is so good in the mixed game. So if they could get some better movement, I think that when they've got that player advantage and they could dodge maybe side to side, I think that would really help them with actually keeping up in the games.
Certainly, I think just variance is always good because these Northern Irish players, are so experienced that they are going to be watching out for those kind of things. They're going to be looking at, is this player jumping, is this player going low? And if you're not varying your style of dodging, then people pick up on it.
Yes.
And it's something that I've noticed watching them. We are, just to let you know, we're kind of sat just back away so we can see the court right in front of us, but we are watching on the stream because we're talking about what you can see. There's no point of us commentating a different game or a different angle at least. But a couple of times I've been watching the court and you can see a couple of their more experienced players, Josh there in that set that he brought back, he's always looking across different players. You can see his eyes, you can see where he's looking, and it's those little things and those little characteristics that the more experienced players do that can prove and kind of shows why they're such good players.
Yeah.
And they are watching out for it. There has been a substitution on the Netherlands side with a lovely mullet, I must say. We can't quite see the number, but personally, potentially the best haircut here, I would say. We were having a conversation earlier about a skullet.
Yes.
One of the Welsh, not one of the Welsh players, but we were saying if one of the Welsh players had shaved their head and left the mullet part down as the flames and shaved a dragon into their head. Maybe if one of the Welsh players listens back to this, you can do it. If you make a final.
So we've got Peter Morrison's now come on for Northern Ireland.
Running for the middle ball against number 9 for the Netherlands. I'd say pot off.
Yeah.
3 balls now for the Netherlands.
So I believe we've got 2 pot-offs now on for the Netherlands. Yes, so we've got Marek and Suzanne.
No, Lucas.
Oh, Lucas.
And Marek.
Yes, sorry.
So that's Lucas that has just come on.
Yeah.
So 2 pot-offs, 3 hills. Oh, just 2 hills now.
Yes.
And 2 very quick hits.
Yeah.
Against the Northern Irish men.
So this is what we're looking for the Netherlands. They've got a player advantage. We really need them to hold it now, just so they can get more sets in the second half.
Yes, it's all about playing in a style that really they're confident enough with. Good honesty there from Potov.
Yeah.
As the ball just skims him.
Yeah.
Big standing counter coming in from Josh McElroy.
Oh! Yeah.
What a catch.
Yeah. You could really see there that he'd already set himself for that catch, ready to go, so...
Clean block there.
Yeah.
A safe shot from Hill on the wing. Lovely 2-ball attack. And an advantageous attack to hit out Turkington as she walks across court.
Yeah.
McElroy left in on his own.
Yes.
Once again with 3 balls here.
Yeah.
4 balls, as the other one pings across court.
So he's got 1 minute now, so obviously he's going to be looking to go aggressive. But Baumer there, whilst he got the catch early off Kirski, did not make it there, so he went for it. It's one of those things, he didn't necessarily need it because they've got that player advantage. Potentially could have been done to get a dodge, but brilliant dodge there. That's what I was talking about earlier, getting those laterals in. You know, it's once you've released the ball, it can't go anywhere else.
Yes. Fairly certain these courts aren't slippery, but they are advantageous to players that like moving around court.
Yes. Lovely fake there. Lovely fake. That's one of those things that was perfect. You didn't really want the release there with him on the floor, ready to take a catch. Yeah. So 3-ball attack together. Oh, yeah, lovely.
A bit of a lazy commitment there from Josh there. I think he'd set himself, maybe wasn't expecting it to come that low.
Yes. But yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about at halftime with the Netherlands team. That's what we need from them when they've got to get that player advantage, to just hold it, keep the player advantage, and then capitalise on it.
Very, very well worked there from the Netherlands. Sometimes all these sets come down to are those tiny little clutch moments. For example, in that last set, the 2 Northern Irish men's players being hit out very quickly. And then all they did was grind out the set. They made the hits where they needed to make them. They made the catches when they were there.
Yes.
And they come away with 2 points.
Yeah, so we've got Lanting is back on now for the Netherlands. And we've now got Kiss on as well for the Netherlands.
Solid dodging there by Morrison in the middle. Good post throw there from Hill.
So yeah, Hill asking for that ball to get the balls to the wings, make the Netherlands come up to get that 3rd ball.
Smart play there, knowing that the ball was on the other side of the neutral zone, so not their concern. Strong 2-ball attack there.
Yeah.
And this is where the experience of Northern Ireland comes in. They know when to throw 2 balls. They know when it's advantageous. They know when they can kind of get, not the certain hits, but when your plus percentage maybe like 60, 70% of making a hit, they execute it quite well. And if you don't make the hit, it's not that detrimental to the next play and the next couple of plays, because they don't make that hit. It's 4 on 6 there.
So yeah, again, Northern Ireland dropping back, making sure that the Netherlands have to come up to get that 3rd ball. Oh, and then a trade
Another brilliant play.
Yeah. So yeah, you had a trade on the right-hand side with Hill, and then a catch on that left-hand side. So the Netherlands just 2 players down now. So
yeah, that was Visser making that play.
Yeah, Visser's taken a few catches now, so clearly very happy with that.
And Morrison doesn't manage to make the fumble.
Oh man, that was a very long time that he tried to catch that ball. I thought he had it there for a second. But
almost a carbon copy of a catch he made in the previous game. I think Turkington being nearby might have distracted him there, because it kind of fumbled out of his hands and it looked like she was going to go for it.
And then obviously it's one of those things, and then, Shannon Hill getting hit and trying to catch the ball for a win off court, but unfortunately can't. So we're down so it's 2-2. So the Netherlands have really managed to bring this back. Yeah,
really solid play. A couple of a lovely shot there. And that's the set.
Wow, that was very impressive. I'm very impressed by that. That was absolutely great play there.
The Netherlands are really getting into their stride. Northern Ireland, maybe with a couple of substitutions. They're calling a timeout here. Maybe with a couple of substitutions.
It did feel a little bit there that calmness that Northern Ireland have had for the rest of the game, that they lost it a little bit. It seemed a bit panicked, like the stuff they were going for was stuff they've not really gone for a little bit. So bringing this timeout is great for them, because they're then looking to get rid of them, slow the Netherlands down, take off their momentum, and also calm themselves down. Because obviously it can get away from you the game sometimes. You start making a few little silly errors. So if they can just tighten that up, that's great. But yeah, for the Netherlands, they're looking to try and keep that momentum. So you can see that, that I think their coach is like looking quite pumped. He's trying to keep his team, together, because it's, it is only a minute, but you can really lose a lot of momentum in that 1 minute. So you've really got to keep your players on that mindset during that time.
Certainly. And as we've seen in those past 2 sets, back to these kind of clutch moments that I mentioned earlier, in that previous set, Visser made the hit and then made the catch, taking out Hill and McElroy. In the previous set, Hill and Morrison went off for a couple of silly maybe not silly things, but things that they could probably have just taken a step back and not committed as much and slowed it down, and the scoreline has gone against them.
Well, that's the thing is, Northern Ireland don't need those trades. They can rely on their sort of general play to win the game, whereas the Netherlands, the trades are really working out for them, and they're looking to be more aggressive, whereas Northern Ireland looking to take a little bit of a step back now.
Yeah, and we have a substitution, I believe.
Yes.
Helen Cunningham on.
Yes, for
Shannon Hill. 4 balls now from the side of Northern Ireland.
So Northern Ireland now looking a lot more clinical. They've not lost people early in the set as they have done for the last couple of sets. So
interesting there that they're opting to throw 3 balls on that 4-ball attack.
So Visser there with a stand-in, takes out
Morrison.
Yes, but fails to make the catch then off McIlroy. So
I think they're focusing on a post-game essentially here. I would say a safe single-out ball, but there are only 2 players on the side of the Netherlands, so any throw is at ball.
Yes. So you've got Lanting left in on the left.
Van Gool
on the right-hand side.
Yeah, we're just pausing for a moment to see the numbers, so that we do have all of the players in front of us. We're just trying to see which name correlates to which number. Van Gool hit out on the cross-court by McIlroy.
Yeah.
One of the things that I find that McIlroy is very good at is his no-looks.
Yes.
He throws in quite a stereotypical wind-up.
Yes.
And uses a lot of his arms, so his body doesn't always tell you where he's throwing.
Yeah, that's one of those things if you can perfect a no-look throw, it's great. For people that aren't paying attention, like if you're watching the body language of the player, there's some people that you're going to miss out on. Sometimes you've got to just keep an eye on the ball and try and ignore the signals that you're getting off that player.
Yes. Yeah, the Northern Irish men here putting themselves as a target. They're stepping a couple of times off court so that Lanting has to throw at them, or doesn't have to throw at them, but
she
doesn't
feels
throw
like
at
she
them.
wants to, because
either a hit there or she called herself out for an invalid, but either way that is the set to Northern Ireland.
Yes.
Very well timed time out there to kind of cut down the momentum of the Netherlands players.
Yeah, Northern Ireland have really used that time out well. They've got their momentum back. They've calmed down. They're being a lot more clinical about it, which for this game is what they need. It's one of those things that depends on your opponents, that sometimes being a bit more chaotic and taking those risks sometimes works out better, particularly if you're against the clinical team. Or if you're against a team that's doing more of the chaos, it's better to calm that down and go against them.
Big dodges there from the Netherlands players. One thing I do enjoy hearing is when teams count down in their own languages.
Yes.
I remember the first Euros I ever attended was 2019, and listening to the Austrians as they won the triple that year, screaming 1-2 or 3-2 or 1-2-3, and then shouting 4, which is fear in German, and then it's quite scary for somebody that it was my second year of playing dodgeball at that stage. A toe pinger there and the catch to bring Adam back in. Kind of set himself up for that one.
Yeah.
Made the hit as it went straight up.
Yeah.
Morrison took the catch. As easy as you like.
So a bit disjointed there, the 3-ball attack on Visser on the left from Northern Ireland there. So kind of like 3 singles as opposed to, is it Visser? Oh, it's Baumer. Yes, that's it.
Big dodging there from the Northern Irish players, but that delayed shot just hitting Morrison on the back. Netherlands now even in this set, but with 2 balls, or 1 ball, sorry.
So lovely catch there from Baumer, but then hit afterwards.
Yeah, he's really sinking those catches towards his kind of gut area. They're sitting lovely for him.
So Netherlands now with the one-player advantage. Oh, yeah. So that's
Cunningham there with the catch in the middle of court, bringing back in Morrison.
So yeah, it was one of those things. It was slightly unlucky for Potov there because obviously she didn't quite have it straight away, almost dropped it, but yeah, managed to grab it. So yeah, cross court there, but Adam Hill completely aware of it. Doesn't bother him in the slightest. Yeah. Lovely, lovely dodging there from Morrison. You know, gets high and then immediately drops straight to the ground.
Really varies that. And another thing that Northern Ireland are doing so well at is that when there are those hits in the middle of court, all of their players are rushing forward to collect those balls.
Yes.
You can see the energy from them.
Yeah.
They are all trying to get those balls in hand as quick as possible so they can move on to the next play.
So yeah, we've got Lanting and Van Ploegist for the Netherlands. So Lanting out. So number 16 left in for the Netherlands. So against 5 players. Oh, yeah, looks for the catch, but the one she goes for just a little bit to the side of her, and then fortunately, the one that actually perfectly went at her, she was already trying to catch a different ball and gets hit out.
Some big substitutions coming on now. McElroy off for Kelvin Lee and Adam Hill off for Abdul Karim Darwish. Those are some aggressive players to bring on with 7 minutes left in this game.
Yes.
So they're really rotating their squads here. The women not so much. I think we've only seen the one substitution of Cunningham on for Hill.
Yes, for Hill, yeah. It's one of those things that obviously a lot of these players are playing both mixed and the women's / the men's. So it might be that depending on the game that's coming for the women, that these Turkington and Kirsty Key potentially not playing in those women, so they're resting the players that are going to play more later.
Yeah, Morrison not being able to get out of the way of that. He kind of half jumped and half stuck his hands out for the catch and unfortunately clipped on the fingers. Good standing counter there from Lee.
Yeah.
But Darwish hit out on the other side by the single. Or no, the 2-ball attack, sorry. And that standing counter being retrieved by...
Yeah, Potov there making his best effort to try and get that catch. But
yeah, really committed for it. 5 balls now for Northern Ireland.
Yeah, so 4-ball attack, but failed to make a hit there.
I believe this is Gerritsen. Yeah, number 44.
Oh, no.
Substitution.
Yeah.
Maybe a miscommunication there.
Yeah.
As they had 4 balls and they only threw 1.
Oh,
good. Yeah. You may not have seen that, but that was a lovely no-look shot on the outside of Lee, where if he wanted to commit to that catch, he would have had to go off court.
Yeah.
Great placement there. Lovely shot.
So the Netherlands managing to keep their lead at the moment. So 1-player advantage.
Lovely lateral dodging there from Key. And the 2-ball attack coming through.
Oh, but yeah.
44 goes low.
Yeah, Gerritsen, keeping low. He also, he put off both Key and Turkington there by holding that high, aggressive line at court. So you can see the Netherlands are doing that quite well, holding their ground in that neutral zone to really put off that running counter.
A tactic that we have seen doesn't manage to get out of the way of that last one.
Yeah, so that's a lovely delayed shot there from Cunningham. So he's committed to blocking the first 2, great, but that last ball just comes in when he's not expecting it.
Good dodge there from Turkington on the delayed ball. As I was saying, a little tactic that we've seen a bit more in the British scene at least is players biting in and taking kind of the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
Because on a running counter, it's so hard to survive if the balls are so well timed.
Yeah.
That a lot of players just stand their ground and they say, okay, if I'm getting hit out, I'll take one of you with me.
Yeah. So yeah, we just had a trade and a catch there. So Northern Ireland now down to just Cunningham against 3 Netherlands players.
2 seconds left.
Oh.
That post row confirming the hit, but the time was out. Anyway, Netherlands making another set.
Yeah. And that was a nice turnaround there at the end, getting that trade and a catch. So
I think the potentially the issue with Northern Ireland resting their players and kind of rotating their players is they're not being given enough time to really warm into these games. We did see in the men's game that they had, I think they went a good halfway into the second half before they made a substitution. And they really allowed their players to warm up into these games.
And it's one of those things that also for the players that are coming on, they've been stood on the side cold for quite some time. You do all that warm-up, but there's not really any space here for you to warm back up. You can do a few stretches, a few squats and stuff like that, but you're not getting that high-intensity warm-up that the players that started got. So sometimes it's a bit difficult. You basically got to take a couple of sets to actually warm into the game.
So what I believe Northern Ireland do is that their ball retrievers were the ones that had just come on, because both Lee and Darwish were ball retrieving before they were subbed back on. So that's a way to do it.
Yeah.
But then also, if depending on, so for example, if you have players wanting to kind of come on, you don't want them to play half a set or play half a game, then ball retrieve and carry on using energy and then come back on. You may want to give them a bit of a second.
Yeah.
Lee managing to make the trade there, but being hit out on the counter. He's taken 2 players before he was hit out. Bounce there from a substitution on the women's side of things. Luffridge coming in for Key, I believe.
Yes.
So Northern Ireland are loving that kind of push all the way to the neutral zone on the post throw. And then crack a shot. Lovely tracking there.
Yeah.
Stellar shot from Darwish there.
Yeah.
But Lanting tracked Cunningham and still left it on the outside of her so that the catch was not possible.
Yeah.
Very, very well done by the number 22 from the Netherlands.
Yeah. Oh. But yeah, unfortunately, carrying quite a few balls then up to the neutral zone. And it's one of those things that if you're carrying 2 balls, it automatically makes you a target because it's a lot harder to keep a hold of both of the balls.
Yeah, lovely laterals there from the Netherlands players. She made the throw, make sure she moved. Not quite there when they were throwing at her.
Yeah.
But that's the set. Northern Ireland take it. We do have just under 3 minutes, not 3 minutes, sorry, just under 90 seconds left for this half.
Yeah.
So this will be the last set.
Yes.
I think an 18-8 is quite a fair reflection of the match.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, I think that the Netherlands have done really well in this game and I've been impressed with them. They've got some really good moments. I think if they can just work on some of their sort of like the iffiness, like occasionally it drops, if they could get the best moments and really capitalise on those and bring them to the next games. So I think it'd be quite interesting to see what the score is, the Netherlands against Spain next.
Yes. Lovely hit there from Darwish.
Yeah.
Kelvin opts in for the standing counter.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, you got Lee there taking a nice block when he's been pre-thrown, but then you've got Darwish just absolutely hammering that ball home.
Time pause for a second. Unsure why. We can't quite see.
Yeah, I think there was a player that went off and he did put his hand up because I believe he was confused about what had happened. I don't know if it was...
Fairly certain the time was paused just because of something wrong with the scoreboard.
Okay. Yes, it's gone off on the left-hand side, so...
The TV has been hit by a ball. And it's been cracked.
Oh.
That's frustrating.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, it does look a bit... that's annoying.
Yes. Yeah. So obviously, the referees do have this on their phone, so we'll still have the time, but obviously it means that on court now, they don't have that timing.
Yes. The time is up for the half, I believe. It wasn't paused for the time stoppage there.
Yes.
So I believe there's about 40 seconds or so left. But the set's over, and that is the game. 20 to the Northern Irish mixed team and 8 to the Netherlands mixed team. I think well done to the Netherlands to kind of bring it back a bit. They had a couple of kind of capitalising on their strong sets.
Yes.
But nonetheless, are the reigning champions.
Yes.
And with their depth,
Yeah.
it's quite hard to play against those fresh players.
Yeah. You know, it's one of those things for Northern Ireland. They did really well with that timeout where they started to get some mistakes in there, and that's really good to see that they had the foresight to see it and slow it down. It's one of those things that it works here against the Netherlands, but they might need to be able to switch that a lot better when they come against the harder teams later on in this competition.
Yeah, and it's all about kind of adapting to who the team opposite you is and how well they're playing. The great teams play. The good teams play their own style very well, but the great teams can adapt to what's happening on court. In that case, I will be leaving you. Emily will be around for the next game, which is a women's game.
Yes, so the next game is Croatia against Sweden.
Yes, we've got the Swedish women just warming up.
Yes.
But I will be leaving you, and yeah, stick around. If you have some time, go and flick through some of the other games and see the scores. We're going to catch up on the other games. The Tournify will be updated soon.
Yeah.
With the scores. But yes.
Yeah, so the next game starts at 11:10.
So see you in about 17 minutes.
Yes.
See you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Court 1, the third game of the day.
Yes.
Here on Court 1, here in Osijek, Croatia. My name is Greg Whitehouse and I'm joined by Emily Busby.
Yes. Yep, so Croatia against Sweden. So Croatia did not come to the last European Championship, so we haven't actually seen them since 2019, where they came 12th. So interesting to see how they've progressed since that last tournament that they were in. And then obviously Sweden, currently ranked 10th, came 11th last year. They've seen a little bit of a drop in the rankings over the last few Euros, so they'll obviously be looking to try and build back up the rankings now. So it'll be interesting to see how they do against the Croatians. Obviously a team they won't have much knowledge of, because I imagine since their last showing in 2019, most likely going to have quite a different lineup.
Yeah, there's a couple of players that you've seen from sort of years previous. Nero on that wing there, Werner and that Vilkutin on the left wing there for Sweden. Like we said, Croatia weren't in years previous, so a lot of these women's players are new to the Croatian setup. A lot of the Central European teams, and you'll find it, I guess, across a lot of dodgeball, is you get a lot of players from handball that sort of transition over. It's that same throwing motion. Ball probably slightly lighter with a cloth exterior, but apart from that, same throwing motion in terms of how the ball moves. In this game, obviously, you're not trying to score goals, you're trying to eliminate the opponents by throwing the balls at them. 5 balls.
So yeah, the Croatians there looking, I don't know if they didn't hear the whistle or they were a bit confused there. So unfortunately didn't run for the balls, which allowed Sweden to take all 5.
So what they have to do in this is take that reset. Even after this set, take a reset now. That first set, put it behind you and get focused on the game as a whole. Two-ball attack does not find Werner.
So yeah, we've settled a little bit now. Obviously, Croatia losing 2 players early on. But now a little bit cagey. Obviously, for Sweden, with being 2 players up, they don't need to force it. So they'll be looking to play nice, sort of simple dodgeball.
And that's all you really need to do in terms of getting that game underway. It's a long 40-minute games, 2 20-minute halves each half, containing those 3-minute sets. Croatia now, they've eliminated that, obviously that one player, but just start relaxing into the game. Take your single balls.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there from number 55.
Yeah.
Kind of thought about a catch, didn't really want it, and ended up just sticking a hand out into the ball.
That's it. It's that split decision that you're always making. Croatia then don't make that catch. It's going to be a slow start for the Croatians. Sablio there. Oh, and a loose control of the ball. When you lose the control of the ball, when you let go of it.
The ref's not called out. Potentially Sweden picking up that ball before it crossed the neutral line. Obviously, it has to roll over into the opposition side for that to be an invalid attempt. But a nice little dodge there. Keep the 2 Croatian players in.
But separate targets. The running counter comes in, no hit.
Oh, and a nice block there.
Croatia, I still think, trying to find their feet in this game. It's early on in the 40-minute game, but this first set, obviously, they're throwing at different targets. One does find a hit.
Yeah, and then you've got number 5 taking the advantage to try and hit a player not paying attention, but unfortunately does miss.
Yeah, Bulja Bassett on that left side there. Block from Vilkutin.
Yeah, lovely hit there.
Yeah, she's looking for the trade, because when you're 4-1 up, you're always looking for that positive trade. Ball comes up high and wide.
So yeah, 10 seconds left. Really needs to... Yeah, the only thing really there was she needed a catch to try and to settle things there in the last 10 seconds. But yeah, one of those things, hopefully the Croatians this time get the start. I think that was confidence knocking there, not doing the run and getting 2 players out in the first sort of 10 seconds. So
Yeah, so that time is paused.
Yeah, I think potential issues with the TV setup, or it might be that it wasn't set up at the start. I didn't actually see.
I think it was set up at the start. Yep, it's mirrored to our screen.
Okay, yeah.
There'll still be a 15-minute sort of continuous time anyway, because you play that 30 seconds is a set time in between sets. It's for the set to be reviewed by media. The teams take the break within that set. So it's a lot easier in terms of that.
Yeah, it is one of those things that sometimes we have issues with the technology, but it's one of those things for the players on court, having those TVs with the score and the timings is really helpful to them.
We are obviously one TV down after game 2.
Yes. So yeah, there's always the option to go back to the old-fashioned way and using pen and paper, but obviously they won't have the live timings, and it depends upon whether they've got a coach in the box that can do timings for them as to whether they'll be able to keep track of the set as well. So.
So from what I can hear, the TV is trying to change to different channels rather than it staying on the setup of the screen mirroring, I guess. So I can imagine we'll probably start play into the normal stopwatch.
Yes. It's one of those things that the actual screen itself might be present on the referee's phone, so they might still be able to use that for the timing purposes, which will be used for our screen. Yeah. Great when everything works, but it is what it is. Yeah, so the referee there saying he's going to be using the stop clocks and just letting the teams know how long they've actually played of the set.
While technical try to fix the TV.
Yes. So yeah, I didn't quite catch it, but it was definitely 3 minutes and something has been played.
I can imagine. Yeah, so well, theoretically, we might not go to 16:30 here because the set ended before.
Yes.
You know, before the actual 3 minute timer was up.
It's one of those things that this break might have been finally a little bit helpful for Croatia just to settle them down a bit after that first game. But also does leave you time to dwell on it as well. So. So yeah, the Swedish coach now is getting a stop clock ready to sync with the referees. So there we go. Yeah, Croatia this time hearing the whistles setting off. So they've actually won 3 balls. So they can actually start with the majority this time.
Yeah, and obviously that mad rush at the start there, the Croatians get the hit, and I think Vilkudin is trying to get the ball that's been off court to try and sort of obtain it.
Yeah, so much better start. So they're 1 up now. So first time they've actually been up so far in this game.
Yeah, the scoreboard will still signify what is left in the game, top right. Just the players won't be able to see that on court. So that's why they've just been told that to make sure they're aware of the time between each set. So Sweden with a couple of plays now, that one-player advantage against Croatia.
So yeah, a hit called there on
Hulton.
On Hulton, yeah.
Croatia, see, they come together for that call this time around. The standing counter is made. The ball has been thrown up.
Yeah, but a trade there. Both teams getting a hit, so 3-3, all even.
One ball released does get the hit.
No, I think there was two, but the other, I think it came out the hand for a little bit of a...
There's a bit of a debate on that one because, you know, every ref will call that different.
Yes, yeah.
It's sort of in the adaptation, I guess, of referee by referee making a different decision.
Yes, yeah.
Some people would call that on an invalid throw.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things that there's only so much guidance you can give. You can, unless you want a 50-page rules document.
Yeah.
So yeah, so Croatia one player down at this point. So number 42, Varga, and number 2, Simonsic, left in for Croatia. Oh, but a nice hit there from Byrne. Oh no, not hit.
No, I think it's just bounced before a leg. It's a close one. Yeah, I think the refs looked at calling it centre ref, but I think it's his blind side. So I think the other refs have sort of overruled it as such as a decision.
Yeah.
And you'll find that with the refs situated at different points that they'll always have a different sort of angle of the play itself. But Croatia have now given away that 4th ball, so a 3-ball attack at max.
Oh. Yeah, so I think time ran out there, so
yeah.
Croatia losing that set by 1 player, so much better set from Croatia there than the first set. So, but yeah, I think Sweden were looking quite calm and collected there, looking nicely settled. So I imagine they'll probably continue to build from there.
Yeah. And I think the Croatian coaches there are just saying that, you know, I'm shouting play ball, let's get the ball rolling, because, you know, they're on that set timer of sort of playing down now.
Yeah. So yeah, Croatia winning that opening rush again, so have the 3-ball attack. Oh.
The Croatians, when they're up high, and they're certainly accurate at that, when they're throwing their single balls in close range.
Yeah. That was a great hit from Sestan, the captain.
Yeah.
And a catch there.
Yeah, ball in hand, it's popped up while she's sort of tried to block it.
It's one of those things, there's great catches, but half the time no one really intends to do them.
And that's always the way. It's sometimes, you know, as much as it is skill and tactics and micromanagement, there is always that sort of an aspect of luck that's going to be involved and everything. The single ball comes in and it's great from the Croatians. Like I said, the single balls are so clinical every time.
Yeah, so Varga taking that single hit.
And catches Tomasini as well.
Yeah. So yeah, much better from the Croatians in this set. Absolutely clinical from them.
And yeah, although she does make the catch still, but the player was also, I think, out for sort of a
line infringement. Yeah.
But because you've released that ball is still a live one.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we've just got.
I mean, if Giannini makes that catch there, and it changes the game entirely. So she's all in right to go for it, especially when you're high up into that neutral zone anyway. And finally, a good throw from the Croatians in terms of multiple balls being released. I think that's maybe slightly their weakness at the moment, their timing on the balls being thrown at the same time. When they're throwing single balls, every time it's clinical, it's on target, and it's powerful at that.
Yeah, and that's that handball strength coming through, is they've got the throws and whatnot. It's one of those things that building on that to get the dodging and the catching and stuff comes in later, but if you've got that power, that's really going to help you. So yeah, with that win, it's now 4-2, and it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah. Good bit of discipline from the Croatians there. Normally they've thrown that third ball away, and when Sweden are coming forward with multiple balls,
that was it. So the hit first before she released.
Yeah. I think she blocks it, but it rebounds onto her leg, and that ball is still a live one.
Yeah,
so.
And it's one of those things like sometimes in the moment players don't feel that. So you've got to have the referees for those calls. So 4 balls now to the Croatians. So obviously going for a multi-ball attack and make a hit, but a post throw there.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2 outs, 2 for 2. Not a bad trade, I guess, in terms of the side of the Sweden side. But then Croatia probably look at it the same way. The single ball, and it's a powerful one.
Yeah.
No catch again.
Yeah, and then a trade there.
It's always a positive trade when you're up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you continue to trade, you're always going to win because they're going to run out of players before you. So yeah, free throw there. And again, going for that catch. Sweden haven't really made any of the catches they've tried to go for so far. It's one of those things that maybe it's a good time to reset, keep themselves on court, get some more dodges in.
They are one of those teams that I think when they make that catch, it snowballs from there.
Yes.
It's the mentality thing. It's a huge thing in dodgeball that when you're making that single ball catch, or you're making the catch from a multiple ball attack, it's always about sort of just looking at progressing from there, and it is that sort of extra bit of momentum, extra bit of confidence that a player is after.
Yeah. And it's one of those things that can also go the opposite direction. If you're failing to make those catches you feel you should be able to make, it then knocks your confidence and you start to question it a little bit every single time you're going for that ball. So sometimes it's good to just take a little bit of a step back, have a break, get some good dodging in, and then go for the catches later. So an interesting attempt at a catch from Stralin there. Luckily goes straight over her shoulder. But
And there you go. Now sort of the Swedish side has now reset a little. They're 5-on-5 now. They've just got to relax. They've not got to sort of panic into it. Make sure they're throwing at the same target if they're multiple balls attacked.
So another line infringement there from Croatia. It's one of those things for teams that haven't played that much at this level. Sometimes at the club level, they're not as stringent with the rules on the line. So sometimes it's quite difficult then coming to these championships. Yeah, another Croatian there on a line fault in the middle. So it's one of those things that is, a line fault's almost the worst out because it's just kind of like a poor attention to detail.
Yeah, a bit of discipline on yourself. Yeah.
So another nice one ball from there. But yeah, unfortunately...
The good thing about this and how the Swedish side is responding is if the Croatians are coming up high into that neutral zone and they're throwing the one ball... That was nearly a double catch.
It was almost.
And when they're throwing that single ball from high up in the neutral zone, the Swedish are making sure they are being punished for that.
Yes.
Because if you're coming away scot-free, you're almost letting them just win the game.
Yeah.
But that line infringement there, I think he's right on the call. Obviously, the referees don't have video playback, but sort of I do here.
Yes.
On the screen. She does stand on the front line there, and that is obviously the out from that part when you're past that neutral zone.
Yeah. I mean, at least the hall's not slippy because we've had, you have issues at other tournaments sometimes when your floor's quite dusty of people just sliding straight over that line.
Yeah, we're in this hall for 4 days. By the 4th day, it might get a little bit humid in here. We've got 29 degrees coming on Friday.
Yes.
But aircon is great in here. It's a good ventilated hall. And although that sounds sort of weird to say, it's sort of quite a key thing, especially when you've got this many people playing sports in the hall. Oh, that's a great 2-ball attack. That last one from Nero in the middle gets delayed. It hits the Croatian on a come down.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's once you're in the air, there's very few places for you to go.
And yet again, it's that thing that I've said, the Croatians, when they're high up, it's great, and their single ball attacks are strong, but Sweden are just making sure that they're punished. That's what I want to see from the Croatians. That is perfect.
Yeah.
It's the cover, it's the come across from Sablia.
Oh, yeah. Just a bit of a non-block there, unfortunately. Catches her after she's blocked it as well.
Single ball from right side, just in swinging, but does not find the target.
Yeah. You know, Sweden can afford to kind of play a little bit back now. Oh! Yeah. Sagini going for another catch, but it's just not sticking.
And she's going for it, and it's there every time in the right place. It's just that sort of milliseconds of not securing it.
Yeah.
But she's got the right idea.
Yes.
When you're 6 on 3, I'd be looking for catches every day.
Yeah, so Hulton getting hit out there. Did have a nice lateral dodge, but yeah, great tracking there for the Croatians.
Good block up high.
Yeah, so Sestan, the captain, doing really well for the Croatians there. Blocking, dodging.
Hit on the standing counter.
Yeah. Oh, but great hit from Sestan. And another one.
Yeah, hits her on the no-look.
Yeah.
She looks like she's throwing right side, but ball gets released perfectly.
So yeah, so 2-2. Oh, but wait. So yeah, refs just having a discussion. Potentially one of the line refs has seen something, but couldn't call it to the referee's attention at the time. So yeah, obviously the Croatian player is trying to come up and get involved in the discussion, but that discussion is for the referees.
So I'm not sure if the ball has been handed back.
Ah, yes.
So her ball was not valid. I
Yes.
think that was passed on.
Ah, okay, yes.
Yeah.
So potentially passed on ahead of the attack line, so a dead ball. Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously when a ball is passed on from off court onto court, it has to be sort of on that ball return line. It's hard to distinguish because all the lines are sort of coloured the same, but where you've got that neutral zone in the middle, the further line past that is your ball activation line, I guess.
Yeah.
Single ball gets released after a couple of fakes and a good time fakes.
Yeah. So obviously, with that little bit of a discussion there, it's kind of dampened Croatians' momentum now. So, but nice dodging and blocking from Sestan.
Yeah, and Charlene this time around decides not to go for the catch.
Yes. So yeah, Sweden opting to not take that revenge hit and just set with 3, which is good. Oh, but yeah, Sestan taking out number 55, Anka. Yeah. She's really turned this game around for them in this set. Yeah, again, double hit, great, but time.
Yeah, just before the whistle, perfect timing.
Yeah.
She's done everything right.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But it's one of those things that, obviously with being such a big player, is that if Sweden now pick her out as the person that's making the plays, changing it for the team, is they'll be looking to take her out early.
Yeah, it's always a tough one, especially when you've got that sort of captain that brings so much to the squad.
Yeah.
That when that player is out, do they sort of lose the momentum? Do they lose sort of the order, I guess, of how they play as a team?
Yeah, because if you're always looking to that captain for your instruction and the play style and stuff, it's quite detrimental.
Yeah.
If you lose them. But it's also one of those things that sometimes players will choose to avoid throwing at that influential player as well. So, yeah. So we just had a timeout. Obviously, it's all square here, 6-6, Sweden, Croatia.
The timeout's now being called now.
I think they've both called one after another.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yes.
Which is a thing.
Yes, yeah. So obviously, if the other team's called a timeout, you still want to have time for discussion. You can obviously, the other team can call their timeout immediately after the previous timeout.
So that timeout, if it's not used, you don't then have a bank of timeouts. It's sort of...
Yeah, but you do get one per half. So
one per half,
yes.
which is a change.
Yes, yeah. So obviously, for UK viewers, we usually get one timeout across a whole match.
And those are the 30-minute games. If you play the 8-minute half, there's no
timeouts, yes. So yeah, interesting to see how both teams have used that timeout, what they're going to change to try and take that advantage now. So
last set, or could be the last set.
Could be last set, unless it finishes early.
Yeah, it definitely won't be a full 3-minute set. It'll be 2 minutes 48. So 2 minutes 48 left in this first half.
So yeah, the Swedish supporters there trying to gear them up for the game. So yeah, Croatia win the 3 balls. Sestan coming up, looking as if she's going to take the quick start, but then thinks better of it. Oh, and that block there from Croatia, so they've now got 4 balls.
A good punish there because Nero jumps over the 2 on that right side. And Croatia do not find the hit.
Oh, yeah, and then another great hit there from Sweden.
So Croatia looking at sort of their discipline throughout this game. Yet again, they've taken the 4. It's weird because they walk up and it's they get so much power behind the walk up. Normally a lot of teams will look for the run.
Yes.
To sort of build power.
Yeah. So it's one of those things, like a lot of teams in that situation would reset, kind of come back to sort the attack line and then go forwards. But they've got so much power in their throw, they don't need to. They can basically stay up high, retake the call with their 4 balls and just go for it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
So we've got
2 of the Croatians left in now.
Yeah.
Number 12? No, number 42.
Number 42, yeah. So Varga and number 5.
55, I think.
55, Sovasek. Oh, and they've made a catch, haven't they? Whilst we've been looking for their names. So Croatia's got a 3rd player back in.
I think that there was a hit that was made, but I think it was called not out.
Ah, okay, yeah. Rather opposed to a catch, yes.
Budjibasic makes her way back onto court now, and yet again it's the single ball hits that the Croatians have been looking for, which is so weird because so many European teams come forward as a pact and then throw multiple.
Yes.
Croatians happy to throw 1 every time.
And one of the again, with the run up is that with a lot of other teams, if they then stopped in that run up, wouldn't be looking to throw that ball afterwards, but they've got the power.
Yeah.
They're like, yep, cool, I can still throw it.
Small wind up, plenty of power.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the handball technique all over. It comes from that forearm. You see it just as they hold it up, and it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, Akna gets her hit on that right side. She makes the trade.
So yeah, 2-2. So yeah, nice dodge there. Oh.
Good timing, but...
Yeah, Hulton just about keeping out of the way of that. Oh, so yeah.
And yet again with the last second hit.
Yeah, Budjibasic there, getting that hit right at the end. And that's great. So then, yeah, so I think that might be the end of the half.
I think is end of the half, so it then goes to 8-6 to Croatia.
Yeah.
They were 6-2 down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good couple of sets. They sort of regained composure, I'd say, especially after losing that first set and losing 5 balls from the get-go.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is it's a really good team. You know, we haven't seen them. We didn't really know what to expect, but this actually, it makes it more interesting. It's good when you get that new team in there that nobody's really got that much experience of, and they do well because it just kind of livens up the whole tournament. So yeah, one of those things that obviously going into the second half now, looks like they're switching ends, is that Croatia they're doing quite well, and they're really looking to build on that. They've got a lot of good off their single ball throws, and that's really been to their advantage. And now they've kind of sorted out their dodging in the middle, so they'll be looking to keep on with that in that second half. But then for Sweden, it's kind of odd. They seem to be playing well, but they're not necessarily getting the hits and stuff out of it. I think there's a lot of catches that they've dropped.
I think both sides, there's been so many catches up for grabs, no team's really secured on them.
Yeah.
I think that will distinguish who takes the sort of second half and who takes the game. Like you said, it's so close, 8-6 to Croatia, only that one set up, and that one set could be the first set in that second half that changes the whole game. So.
I think it's one of those things that, you get into that second half, the 20 minutes, the fitness starts to come into it. If you look at Sweden, they've got a much bigger squad. So they've got option to bring on fresh players, whereas with the Croatians, they've only got 8 players. So they've only got 2 subs. And particularly if you're relying on a number of players, 2 or 3 of them that are making the majority of the plays, they've got to rest at some point, otherwise they're going to get tired. So it'll be interesting to see how Croatia do in the second half in terms of their fitness levels and stuff like that.
So Sweden, they start their favoured clap. I guess if you've seen other sports, Iceland from the football side of things use this chant.
Yeah, Sweden getting themselves in the mood, ready for the second game.
Yeah,
second half.
That half time, only 5 minutes, so words have to be spoken pretty quickly in terms of this game. Now, the question that we like to use behind the mics is, if you're in that Sweden huddle, what do you say? What needs to be said to turn this game around and to win the game?
Yeah, for me, it's going back to clinical dodgeball. I think that's the thing, is there's been a few things where they've maybe doubted themselves, kind of gone for stuff, it's not pulled off. They've got to forget what's happened in that first half. It's 6-8. It's almost like it's restarting. You're not that far behind, so they've got to really back themselves now. They've got to be confident in their play, and that's what I'd be saying to the players. Be saying, you guys can play dodgeball. You're great at this game. You need to be backing yourselves, taking those catches, because I think that's the difference. If Sweden made all those catches in the first half, that scoreline would be completely different. So I think if they can back themselves and take those catches in the second half, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Croatians now this side of the court. At half-time, obviously, both teams swap sides. Eight-6 up. Now it's time to keep that clinical dodgeball in their favour. And the game gets underway. 20 minutes now separates these teams from one winner.
Yeah, so Sweden winning that middle ball, opting not for the quick start. Yes.
Other way, yeah.
I was going to say, yes. Sestan not realising where the outbox is. Obviously, usually they'd be on opposite, like the other side of the court, so you're always going to the same side regardless of what side you're on. But just in terms of like having the screens and all the stuff for the referees, it makes sense for them to be on the same side. So, but yeah, it was a great hit on Sestan, but it just pops up, and then you just have Guljibasi taking that catch. So yeah.
And I think Sestan annoyed there that her left side hasn't sort of followed the call.
Yes.
That way, when you've given sort of Sweden 4, like you said earlier on, they'll look at taking Sestan out every time. She's the one that's holding the play. She's the one that's following the play and calling the team. She then obviously gets thrown out by multiple.
Yeah, so again, a bit timing off there for the Croatians. Obviously, they're very good at the singles, but it was a 2-ball throw and actually just one after the other, which meant it was a lot easier for Sweden to dodge out the way. Well, yeah, so
Doesn't.
Simoncic trying to take the catch
Yeah.
there. Doesn't. But yeah, so we've got Varga left in, so she's got 4 balls. But yeah, it looks like, fails to block.
Yeah, and when you lose control of that ball, you are classed as an out player unless you regain control of
Yes.
it before it becomes a fully dead ball.
Yes, before it hits the floor or anything else. Because even if it
hits another ball.
player, if it hits another ball, I think you might be okay. But I'm not entirely sure on that.
Yeah,
But
I'm pretty sure it is.
yeah.
If that ball's grounded, it's still then. Yeah, I guess it would still be fine.
Yeah. But yeah, if it hits another player, the floor, a wall, then no.
So quick start, but the Swedish side does not make use of it.
I think they lost one of the balls off the side
Yep.
of court, opted to just go for a normal start, but do get that hit, so that's a good start for Sweden. So obviously, yeah, with Sweden being a set down at half-time, they've already made that first set up, so looking to build on that now.
And like you said, Sweden clinical.
So yeah, great that. Again, Croatia, it's a 2-ball attack, but it's actually just 2 singles.
Yeah. Vilkulten on that right side, being aggressive. She's coming high into court. Sestan every time close to that back line.
So yeah, nice dodge there.
Only a single ball in return from Sweden. No team really wants that third ball at this point. They're all sort of favouring.
But yeah, great post throw there from Vilkulten. Like,
yeah, she's playing that right side so well, or the top right side of your screen, I guess.
Oh, but doesn't pay off that time.
Yeah.
So a catch taken there from Sabjo.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, Sestan, she's on that right side. They've not taken her out. They've kind of let go of her there. Double block on that. There you go. Good hold. Good. They've remained sort of good composure.
Yeah, and the 2-ball attack that time, great timing, get the hit.
Yep. Oh, the slow ball comes in. That's perfect. They're looking at Sestan on that right side.
Not even paying attention there to Sobasic at the other side. Oh, multiple attacks there, trade after trade. So both sides losing a player there.
Yeah, 55 seconds left on the clock. 3 balls in the hands of the Croatians. Do they look for a running counter, or is it only a single ball? It's only a single ball, a smart one.
But yeah, still doing the running counter on the ball holder there. Great dodge there.
Now they've got to get back. But a back line.
Yes, back line.
She knows herself as well. She tried to slide back, not quite remain on court.
So obviously Sestan now left in.
If any player's going to turn it around for the Croatians, it'll be captain Sestan.
Yeah.
And she throws from back court. Now she makes the charge. The block comes in.
Oh, and a nice catch. So yeah,
Nero makes the catch.
Yeah, saying earlier that they need to back themselves on those catches. Absolutely do. Wins the set. And now, second half, first 2 sets, both gone to Sweden. They've used that half-time very well. And they've, it's one of those things, going into the first half, they didn't necessarily know what to expect from Croatia, having not played them for a while. Whereas now, they're starting to be able to pick them apart. They know what their strengths are, they know what their weaknesses are, and they're capitalising on that. It's one of those things that now, Croatia, obviously they're new, but they're going to look to have to try and change what they're doing.
So quick start, but no ball thrown.
Yeah.
The ball does get picked up in hands, but I think they've decided to hold on it.
Yeah. Yes. Single from Sweden, post throw from Croatia from Sestan, but no hits. So yeah, Sweden going for Sestan every time, but nicely dodging out of the way that time.
Yeah, they know where that sort of responsibility comes from the Croatian side. 4 balls, 2 balls released on the left side. That's a nice call keeps Sestan with the single ball,
Yeah.
just shutting down Vic Houghton on that right side. Running counter. See, they run forward, but they slow down.
But yeah, and it's one of those things that at first I think it puts Sweden off because they're not expecting it, but now they know to expect it. It gives them time to set and then react. Oh, unlucky there.
Yeah, she knows that catch is coming. She knows the ball's coming into sort of her chest area.
Yeah.
But like you said, Sweden know when to set.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So again, setting for the catch, but not making it. So having taken a good catch in the previous set, just drop a few now in this second set.
2 balls thrown from the left, do not find the target.
But they've definitely improved the timing now, Croatia, in this set. They're getting their balls together nicely.
Yeah, 1 player up, 1:50 left on the clock.
So yeah, great attack there. Sweden taking out 2 players now, so they're 1 player up.
Yeah. A good flurry of attacks there from that Sweden side. A single ball.
Yeah, Sestan looking for that cross court, but good awareness from Sweden there. Oh,
yeah, those
lovely.
Sweden balls are low every time, but Sestan fires, and that's a good throw. She's just making sure that the Swedish girl's all right.
But yeah, that's the thing is she's looking for those unaware players on the other side of court. Oh, but the players run off court.
Yeah.
Oh. So yeah, again, Sestan left in.
Every time. It's either they're trying to take her out with the multiple balls or they leave her till last.
Yeah. So she's got 3 balls. So yeah, both balls bouncing there.
So 40 seconds
Oh,
left.
but a line fault there from Sweden, from Werner. So 1v1.
And the 2 powerhouses of both sides, I guess, in that one-on-one. Who will take the title? Who will take the 2 set points?
Or it's one of those things that Sweden might not need to win it. They're up in sets. They might just drag out the sets. Ooh.
So close there. It's only less than 10 on the clock. Sweden will take the draw because they'll keep those 2 set points ahead. And
Both
every time
there we go. Time. Yeah, so draw. So it does mean that Croatia are still only 1 set behind.
Yep. 10, just over 10 on the clock. 10:40 now.
Yeah. So yeah, all to play for still. But yeah, that was great dodgeball at the end. Both players trying to hit and both dodging out of the way multiple times. So, but it does look like, is Sestan going off or is she just having a break?
Might be taking a break at this point.
Yeah. Ah, yes, they might be taking timeouts. Yeah, because obviously they get a timeout in the second half as well, both teams. So
The timeout is called, like you said. Is Sestan looking for more backing from her team? Like you said, she's driving that right side forward every time, but it just feels that sometimes the left might be a little behind on it. They've been great on that left side. They've definitely got that power behind their throws on this left side. They're not afraid to throw just as much as Sestan on the right, but it's sometimes if Sestan is releasing her balls, she feels like her left side isn't covering her.
And you can see she looks very tired now. There's still 10 minutes to go, and that's a lot. That's a long time to go when you're the one that's pulling the team forwards with you. Sweden, on the other hand, you know, they've got very positive body language. They're all looking fairly happy. Well, but they just need to continue with what they're doing. They're doing really well in this second half. They're really controlling the games, and they just need to keep doing that. So it looks like we're getting back underway in a minute. There we go. Looks like the TV's back up and running now.
hoping it doesn't turn off, because I think that's been the problem. It keeps on heading to sleep, and that's why. But plenty more games to come via this weekend. We'll be commentating here on Court 1, but every court is being live streamed.
So Croatia are opting not to send a runner now for that middle ball, just letting Sweden win it. But it does mean that there's less players that can be quick started in the centre in that case. But you have there Sovasek taking a hit there, so taking the first hit of the game. So Croatia 1 player up.
And there you go, they slow down. They are set for the catch, but they don't take it. The single ball release from the centre there, Ujabazic.
Oh, but yeah, Sweden using their multi-ball attack there, getting a hit. So just 1 player down with 3 balls.
Single ball block.
Yeah.
That left side, now they'll come forward with a 3. Sestan on that right. Is she the one that's given the opportunity to throw? It's not. It comes from centre a lot from this side of the Croatians.
Yeah.
They feel like they can offer a lot more cover, and a lot of teams do. They feel like the cover can be gifted from that.
Oh, but lovely post throw there from Varga.
Yeah, takes out Nero, doesn't find the catch. He made the catch a couple of sets ago.
Yeah.
But this time not quite finding the secure hands around it.
Play 2 called for the Croatians. Nice in time, but doesn't find the target.
Yeah. And it's weird, they walk up, and I find it so bizarre, but it comes from, like you said, that handball side of things.
Yeah.
They've got all 5. Sestan gives the call. They've got to be clinical with these throws.
Yeah. So all 5 balls now, Croatia.
I can imagine a lot will go at Vilkhuten here.
Yeah.
They don't.
Oh no, and a catch. So yeah, 3 balls thrown, and Sweden take the catch. So it's all square again. Oh, the lovely hit there.
Yeah, and that's what the Swedish team has done every time.
Oh yeah, so Sestan going up, making an attack. Her teammate comes up to try and protect her, but instead gets targeted, and she just can't block.
Yeah, it's still a good 1-for-1, maybe a 2-for-1. I think there was a line call on that one, so it's Sestan to do it all
with
now.
All 5.
All 5 balls and a 1v3.
Yeah.
Takes 3 with her.
Yes. Interesting, yeah.
Oh, and a good catch.
That was a great catch on the shoulder there.
Yeah.
Quite difficult to keep those secure, but she manages it. So yeah, so it looked like Croatia were going to take that set early on, but Sweden just brought it back with a couple of clutch catches there. So
Sally makes the catch there. It's that she's set low. She's caught it on her shoulder well.
Yeah. So yeah, all of a sudden, we've got just under 7 minutes left, and Sweden 2 sets clear. So, Croatia really need to be winning that next set in order to stay in this game.
Yeah.
So Croatia sending a runner this time, but don't win the middle ball.
Couple of fakes come in from the side of Croatia, but only the single ball. She looks so close to making it. I think she tries to grip it with the ball that's in her hand. It pushes it further out.
And it's also one of those times. Sometimes you're not clear once you've dropped it which ball was the one you were trying to catch.
Croatians yet again, they charge forward, they stop in that neutral zone, they put a couple of fakes in, but Sweden I think have cottoned onto that, and they know where it's sort of coming from when the fakes come in.
Yeah. So Sestan coming up, but she's got no cover. And she gets caught. Yes, Sweden's catches are really starting to be pulled off now. And as I said at half time, as soon as they've got that cracked, it really makes that difference.
Yeah, and it's what you're after. It's the confidence you're after. You start making the single balls, and it's sort of progresses from there.
So obviously Croatia have lost Sestan at this point, who's been in to the end. And another great catch. So Sweden really backing themselves, and they're reading the plays now. Great double hit there.
Croatia looked so strong in that first half. They were up 8-6, but from where we are now, Sweden have taken control of every set in this second half. Even the one that they drew, they were still in control, and there
catch.
It is.
Yeah, another catch there, And it's one of the games, again, Croatia were doing really well at getting their balls in time, but there it's just 2 single balls. Dodges the first one, takes the second one, catch, right.
Simoncic left with us.
With three balls, but the double run in. No, single. No release there.
Good Houghton there, I think, is annoyed because I think they're coming up to throw 2, but only one gets released. And a drop in centre.
Yeah, so suddenly complete change, but, you know, we've got less than a minute left in the half. Croatia still 2 players down. Obviously, Sweden looking to reset. They don't need to do anything silly now.
Great 2-ball attack, and it's everything they've done right before.
So
don't need to panic, remain composed, making sure you're coming up, and when you're throwing multiple balls, those multiple balls are on time every single time.
Yeah, so Suksevic now left in.
Power from the standing release.
So 15 seconds left. So hit there, but she's still 2 players down. Really needs to be,
so close to the little comeback. She's done so well. She gets 2 hits, looks for the catch, but doesn't quite get hands on it. It's down by her side.
But there's things she had to go for it. There was no time left on the clock for her to do anything else, so she either had to make the catch or not. So, but great effort there. So with 3:15 left on the clock, it does look like it's Sweden's game at this point. But I have been very impressed with Croatia.
Yeah, played very well, considering they weren't here last year.
Yeah.
Not obviously in Aussie yet, but in Netherlands.
Yes.
They've played so well, and you can see the handball in background and how much it does actually transfer. So if you are after playing some dodgeball, head to EDF, and I believe they have a club finder there. If not, head to your local, your national organisation, and just ask them, because plenty of people have clubs, and it's such a new sport. And despite us now playing since 2010 as European, I think it's still progressing and still sort of changing it every year.
Oh, yeah. Lovely catch there.
Yeah, great catch.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you look at the growth from 2010 and it's just been miraculous. And, you know, there's still a lot of countries in that early phase.
Yeah, Sestan, I think, just gets the block on that left side. I think her left hand is slightly hurting from where she's blocked it out wide.
Yeah.
Catch and out. Yeah.
Yeah, catch and out called. No, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for a second she thought about, there's been a catch, I could go back in, but can't come back in off your own catch.
Yeah. Not quite. But a good catch at that, good catch and block, and you're always, when the two come across,
that's
great
beautiful
catch.
Play. Yeah,
catches left, right, and centre.
Yeah. So switch now, so Sweden 2 players up. It was a nice lateral dodge there, but just clips her on the toe, so great tracking there from Croatia. Yeah, great trade there.
Yeah. Sweden done everything right in those trades. And she's played so aggressive. She's done everything right to get the ball. She's made the dodge perfectly. But as much as you think your throw might be powerful, if someone is in a catching mindset, just like that,
and look at that, so should be a final 90-second set, 17-9. Sweden have really run away with it in the second half. And it's one of those things you can tell from the Croatians. They're hurting now. They've played a lot of dodgeball with not a lot of people. And this is the first game of the day for them.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to find it difficult to build on it for the rest of the day with the squad that they've got.
Yeah, I think it's always tough, and it's what we say year in, year out. If you're a new nation, that's a great running counter.
Yeah.
Good trade from the start. So Sally is called out. Sestan makes that running counter. Actually runs through it this time and puts everything behind it instead of standing still. Those arms are powerful from standing, but you'll get so much more power from a run.
Yeah. So yeah, 1 minute left in this final set and one player in hand for Croatia. Oh, but yeah, great double throw there. One ball blocked, other one gets on the side.
Sestan pulls out the standing. And to take this last set would be a good one.
Ooh.
Nero does not make the catch
No.
left side. She made him early on, but now she's struggled to kind of secure it.
And then Vic Colton just pulling out of that catch. Knows she's going to find it difficult and dodges instead. But yeah, 3 against 1. Single ball dodge, so she's got 3 balls and not a lot of time left.
20 seconds to be exact. Ball just falls short of Sestan. Doesn't use all of the neutral zone, just fires a simple ball just short, an easy block.
Yeah.
And all she wants to do is play that set out.
Yeah, Croatians showing great discipline there, knowing that they don't need to give anything away. They don't need to make the hit. They can just see time out. So, yeah, great game from them. Yeah, and then Sweden trying to get all the Croatian players in to do a nice celebration at the end.
And they do it every single game.
Yeah.
And it's a nice way. It includes all teams. They still shake hands after the game, but a great game. Croatia up in that first half. And we said, Emily, the question was at the half, what did Sweden need to do to win that game? And they did exactly what you said.
Yeah.
They played well. They made sure that every ball was clinical and making sure every throw was clinical at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's good for Sweden going forwards. You know, it looked a bit worrying at half-time, but the fact that they've managed to build on that really sets them up for the rest of the tournament. And yeah, just one of the things for the Croatians, if they can keep their fitness, they should do quite well for the returning Euros. But I think with a small squad, they're going to find it difficult.
Yeah, you'll struggle to find a lot of energy when it comes into later in the tournament, right? So next up on this court, Austria versus Wales in the men. So for now, it's a bye from me.
And a bye from me.
Hello and welcome to our next second men's game of the day. We have the third place team in Austria playing last year's sixth place team in Wales.
Yeah, tight game, and Wales have brought in a couple more players this time around. Rich Carr of Wales, I guess, royalty has returned back to...
Definitely Wales history. And the starting lineups, a strong Austrian starting lineup of Lukas Decker, Stefan Leitinger, Max Metz, Florian Leitinger, Sebastian Grill, and Javier Schmidt. Alongside them is Rhys Wiggins, Rich Carr, Marcus Briggs, Robert Clark, Tom Carlton, and the captain Lewis Diggins.
Yeah, both with stacked lineups. I'd probably say Austria probably have a little more depth. Wales definitely have some great subs to bring on.
Yeah,
but,
they do.
But Austria has that depth that we see a lot.
So two massive hits there, a hit by Leitinger through the block of Wiggins, and then Metz hitting Rich Carr at the back of court. I think Wales potentially might be resting some of their mixed players. A lot of the players who just played Austria in the mix 2 games ago, I think are on the bench. So your Liam Ryder, Dan Brown, and Matt Mans, I believe. Other players may be involved there. Sam Ward as well. And Austria just seem to have gone with their very strong lineup. As you can see, they're now 6-2 up.
Yeah, centre ball from Grill does not find his target. Briggs with the easy block, I guess, in centre.
Block there by Schmidt down as Diggins sends the post standing.
This is almost the 6, I guess, that we saw to take the triple, certainly in the men's division in 2019 in Newcastle.
Yes, I believe missing Andy Koch, who
was playing mixed, so I guess he's now being rested.
Yeah, sat on a table to our right,
yep,
next to Bastian Mitterauer. Basti.
Yeah. Briggs with the release there does actually give one ball to the side of Austria. And the 2 ball, no hit, does not find Decker.
The ref has called a hit. Decker questioning it, but still walking to the outbox regardless.
Yeah, Diggins also thinks it wasn't a hit also, so he does call him for it. He says no hit, but centre ref has made that decision. So
it was a matter of perspective between the refs and the players on court sometimes. Solid block there by Diggins. The Austrians opting to play a bit quicker, not waiting until their 4th ball is in hand, but just going with the 2. Single there from Diggins. Doesn't find the shoes of Schmidt.
But a 5-on-2, 15 seconds to go, so it will really be a lot of defensive play now from Austria.
5 balls on the side of Austria now. Good dodge by Briggs there. But not enough time, really. Leitinger standing at the front of court, stopping any aggressive play. Time's up. Well played by the Austrians there, getting a couple of aggressive hits early and just kind of riding out.
Yeah, no quick resets this time around. Obviously, those 30 seconds in between sets will fully be used.
I think you can pick up some of the conversation going up in front of us. If you speak German. We don't. I don't personally, so...
Nine.
I don't know what they're talking about. And we're off again. Grill with the ball. They come forward with a quick start.
Yeah.
Matt Mann's just been subbed on for somebody. Lewis Diggins.
Yep.
But hit out on that first volley of the game. We saw this a lot in the Scotland women's versus Austrian women's. When they're confidently getting that middle ball, their quick start isn't rapid, but they wait until all 3 balls are in hand, and then they go. And it's quite controlled. Austrians coming forward. Single at ball.
Yeah, and I think Wales are just looking, oh my what a shot from Stefan Leitinger on that left side. Rob Clark makes the dodge and he's set his feet, and it's when you've set your feet, there's not much movement after that. And Leitinger knows he's gone in for that, and he's hit the inside of his shoe.
Acrobatic dodge there by Metz in the middle, not sporting the long hair he had last year.
No, the perm on top this time around.
Yeah, a good look, in my opinion. Three balls released there by the side of Wales, giving 5. Schmidt hit out, but Austria coming forward with 5 balls in the hands of 5 players.
It's always the big question that you sort of ask yourself, you know, is taking the trade of sort of taking a player out, but you've also given them 5 balls. Is that a good trade or?
Well, in this situation, Austria went for 2 targets and they managed 2 hits. So I would say probably with that outcome. I was having a conversation with Josh Keys earlier. He was talking about how the Austrians like to invite that 4th ball being exposed, and it seems to be working quite well now. The Wales have released 5, released 4 quite a few times here, and Austria are just doing very well with the possession.
Yeah, Briggs actually looks for the first catch on that, sees the second one come in the same trajectory.
Florian now with the last ball. And an invalid called on Marcus Briggs as he released the ball, I believe.
I think what he's going to say is
the ball was already on the floor and he might have kicked it. Either way, the refs have called it an invalid.
Yeah, and it's not past the whole neutral zone. It has to just go past the halfway line.
Yes. You have the opportunity to receive it.
Yeah.
Once it's past the neutral zone, that's it gone.
Yeah.
But if it goes past the halfway line, and in this situation, an opposition player was nearby to be able to receive possession of the ball, I'm fairly certain that's the rule.
I believe so also.
I sound confident with that. Substitution by the Austrian side. Laher is on, and Hackle.
Yeah, so no further subs from the Wales side, but like you said, the two subs for the side of Austria. Single ball from Rich Carr, but Stefan pushes high into that neutral zone. It's what we spoke about earlier, that micromanagement, using every centimetre of that court to your advantage.
The Austrians are really dominating this neutral zone space. Very strong. Oh, solid catch.
Yeah.
Hackle sets himself there, takes the catch of Wiggins. 5 balls again for Austria. They go for 2 different targets.
Yeah, definitely takes out Matt Manns on that cross, and he's not had his chance to move about and try to dominate play in the centre there. Every time he's sort of looked at playing on court.
Yeah, the Austrian wingers here doing such a good job at taking those aggressive steps forward, forcing the throwers on the Welsh side to throw at them. And they're very competent blockers, so they get away with it.
And if they're not blocking, they're looking for the catch every single time. Clark jumps over 3, little leap.
And a catch by Grill. Timeout called from Wales. 6-0 down, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, early timeout. But like you said, needed. Because it's always that time is how late is too late and how early is too early. Especially if you've lost the first 3 sets in, less than 10 minutes?
In this moment, it looks like Austria have made another substitution. I believe it is Krenmüller coming on. I'm not sure for who. But this is a bit of a different approach. We've seen a lot of teams play a 6 and commit to them for a half. We've seen other teams kind of chop and change. The Austrians here seem to be chopping and changing every set, and those players who are just coming on are playing effectively. Hackle has just been subbed on, and he made a catch.
Yeah.
So it is quite interesting to see how quickly they can warm up. Lots of subs from the Welsh side. Mike Howell and Liam Ryder on. Lewis Diggins back on. Wiggins, Rich Carr, and Marcus Briggs, I believe, are off.
Yeah.
So a lot of subs in this game already.
Yeah, Matthias Grönmuller was a ref last year. He was injured. Did actually then play in foam as well, out in Worlds.
Did see that.
Yeah.
I recognised him from the foam. We were watching him warm up and he seems to have quite the arm on him.
Yeah, it's the sort of like long lever, what you say, is like the longer arms and you can get so much power behind it.
Good block. Good block there by Mans. Lightinger's calling it a block, but once again, the refs call it a hit. Once again, it is a matter of perspective. The refs have the better perspective.
They're in the centre of the court. They see almost everything.
Yes. Wales coming forward with 3 balls now. Grönmuller just hit out there by the switch from Liam Ryder, aiming at Lightinger but switching onto him.
But it's given Austria 5, so will they progress from that? Will they make their hits? They do.
Good dodge there by Diggins in the middle.
Yeah.
But Carlton doesn't seem to get high enough.
I think he's looking for the catch, but one grazes the side. It's in that area that Austria will learn very quickly that players that like to fish for catches will that's where you need to be looking. So that outside area, what we call it.
Rob Clark hit through the block there by a lovely shot by Lightinger. Liam Ryder not managing to find the toes of Max Metz. A sidearm there from Grill. The cross court comes in from Ryder. Metz for the return. Ryder steps himself for the catch. Metz decides not to throw. Oh, what a dodge there by Grill in the middle. He blocks Diggins and just goes beneath the ball of Ryder. Austria now with 4 again. Diggins goes low. Sidearm there from Metz.
Single ball.
And the catch there by Metz. Lightinger looked like he could have received that. I think he got a bit confused with some of the rules. Family catching is not a thing in cloth.
Is that what you call it? Family catching? Is that what they call it?
Foam thing,
yeah, I know what it is, but I didn't know if it had a name.
Yeah, family catchers.
Okay.
So to explain that, if it hits whoever it hits, the family stays in. I guess that's where it's from.
Yeah.
So makes them out.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Unfortunate
unlucky.
there from Diggins.
Yeah, he's looked for that one that's come centre, but the one that's hit him first is the one on the knee.
Yeah. This Austrian team has definitely come out firing. I believe it's their first game of the day. The Austrian men's, at least. Not sure about the Welsh team. But certainly a confident start in this game.
And it's always, you'll see that a lot through the tournament. You'll see these big gaps in scores, but in 40-minute halves, in 40-minute games, you're always going to see that sort of. We're at 8-0, but Wales haven't been blown out of every set. You know, they've certainly been in it in a couple.
Yeah. I think it's unfortunate because their ball possession has been very loose, and Austria are taking a lot of kind of opportunities. A no catch there from Metz. Not Metz, sorry, that was Matt Mans who dove off court. It's the double M syllable that got me. Hackle makes the catch. Lightinger out.
But won't come back in, I don't think.
I think the hit was after the catch.
Yeah.
Dave Ranner now on for Austria at 25.
It's something you'll see when you really look into it and review it. The catch was called after. So I think what is called there, and it probably is right, is although Lightinger was hit after the original catch, the ball popped up, and then the catch was made after he was then hit out.
Yes.
Does that make sense? That makes sense.
Lighting wrong. Grönmuller not managing to make the diving catch against Briggs. Briggs left in on his own again.
Yeah. He's gone for the 6v1. You're always going to look at taking the catch there, and Briggs, he looks for the one that's opposite him, but Hackle hits him on the wide sort of throw, and that's what is so good, especially on those wings, especially one is facing. That player is always going to be looking front.
Yeah, we've got another substitution. It feels like all we're talking about substitutions, these sets are going so quickly. Daniel Brown on for Tom Carlton.
And Mike Howe also, I believe, got subbed on last set.
It's been 2 sets ago.
2 sets ago.
Yeah. Keeping on top.
I don't know if you mentioned it. Sorry, okay.
Oh, a lovely take from Liam Ryder as Lahore just tries to hide where he's throwing, cross-courts it and straight into the gut. Now 4 balls as we get hit by one of the balls as it comes through the bottom of the net.
Good timing.
Good power,
good power, good timing. Same areas.
Lucas Deckeron for the Austrian Eagles. The first time in the match that Wales are up in players. Clean block there by Decker. It'll be interesting to see what Wales opt to do here. Do they play the time? Or Decker throws straight at Ryder, who sets himself early and sucks the catch in. Just as Krenmuller hit out Wiggins on the other wing, allowing him to come back in. It's 3-on-6 now. Austria coming forwards. Dodge low there by Mike Howell. Hackle, Grill and Krenmuller left in. Standing counter coming in from Hackle. Brown.
So I think there was stuff that happened on another court. We can update you at the half. We'll talk a little more into it in terms of another score line. We'll focus on this game for now.
Hackle makes the catch against Mans, bringing back in Lahore, who's a bit confused, but it was a clean catch.
Yeah.
Hackle drops his ball.
Krenmuller looks at taking the catch right side, but it bounces just before 2 targets. The Austrians have looked at doing that quite a bit. They've split up sort of where they're throwing at. It's also given the Wales side 4 balls now. So
Lahore out again by a lovely 2-ball attack from the side. From the side of Wales, using that 4-ball attack very well. That
ball pops up, but no one is in that area, or no one's in that region, or wants to risk it.
Now, Austria giving away 4 balls.
They're falling for it every time. They're looking at making the hit.
Hackle sets himself low, but the shot comes off his forehead.
Yeah. I think he's seen those first 2 balls come across, so he doesn't then think he's getting thrown at. Oh, and Krenmuller
with the 2-player swing, the standing catch. 3v3 now. And another hit onto Briggs.
Takes down Briggs on his run forward.
And the hit on Ryder as he goes for the catch.
And everything's got way too hectic. It was a 3-on-3. And I think Briggs is annoyed that he's been hit, but he's actually behind a player that's been thrown at.
Yeah, so he threw his hands up there in a bit of annoyance when he was on the floor after being hit and just didn't move. If you're unaware, if you've been hit out and you're no longer partaking in the game, you need to leave the court from the quickest exit possible.
Yeah.
So
what people are saying in terms of set timer, I think, is if it's under 30 seconds, you don't have a 90-second set because you're playing out your 30-second reset time.
Yes.
If it's between 30 seconds and a minute and a half, you play a 90-second set.
Yes.
If it's above 130 and 2 minutes, you play a 90-second set because you still play your 30 seconds down.
Yes.
So it's all quite confusing in terms of when you play a 90-second set and when you don't.
Yes. However, as long as the refs understand it, I think it's fine.
And that's it.
Another substitution here. Ertel Valent brought in
Yep, one of the new younger names in this Austrian side.
Dan Henshaw on the other side.
Who plays alongside a fair few of these Austrians.
He plays on the same team as Lucas Decker and Dave Ranner for the Dodgeball Ninjas.
Diggins just making sure he's slowing Henshaw down there, because I think Henshaw's trying to come too aggressive. But I think how Wales have been playing are sort of a lot slower up the court rather than running everything, because they know Austria will just strike standing counters.
You want to have a good middle ground between being too... Obviously, it's a kind of Goldilocks moment. You don't want to be too quick and you don't want to be too slow. You've got to figure out what works best for you as a team. Austria coming forward 3 now. Lewis throwing the standing counter. Krenmüller not being able to block. Krenmüller being able to block. Wales now with 3. Ryder with the single, hit by the 2-step of Lucas Decker. Austria now with 4 balls. Returning the other ball as it came from off court, we believe.
And Ranner there, I think what he's done very well in terms of Diggins has made the jump. He's dodged the first one that I don't think he's ever aimed at him anyway. But Ranner's seen that he's sort of up in the air, so he takes advantage of that.
Diggins kind of twisted his body around, and it's really hard to make a catch if you're not fronting up onto the ball.
Yeah.
So with the power that Ranner sent it, and the throw coming through from Dan Brown. Ranner returning the favour. Neither of them hitting.
Henshaw not sure if he's been hit, but it has been called out.
Showing
by
kind of the camaraderie between himself and Lucas Decker, because he did ask Lucas, did it hit? Decker kind of shrugged his shoulders and went, yeah, I think so. As you would.
As you would.
Being on the other
But
team.
I think the ref has also called it that far line ref. So.
On both sides. Let her hit out in the middle there.
Yeah, Mann's now on the wing for that side. Gets his trade, I guess. For
Krenmüller manages to hit. A good hit there from Brown. Krenmüller opts not to throw. And that's the time. Yeah. Good hold there by Krenmüller.
Some people would happily just throw that. Whether it's a big risk or not, I guess, is always a tough one. But
yeah, I think the only time I would throw that is if I was trying to prove a point in the game.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a close score and you want the momentum on your side. But with Austria being 12-0 up, they don't really need to take risks like that. And Brown is a very good catcher. Now some more substitutions. Davis on for his first stint of this match. Carlton back on and Carr on. There's a lot of rotation from this Welsh side. Leitinger, Florian Leitinger on now. And Falkenberg in the middle. So both of these teams rotating a lot.
I think when you're 12-0 up, first half, you're always going to look at making that rotation, whether you use that same squad in the second half or not, or everyone gets a rotation. So 3-ball attack, but only one gets released. Rich Carr caught in the crossfire there. I think he's trying to protect Liam Ryder, but Florian Leitinger happy to just charge him.
Yeah, he had set himself to block the first reply from Krenmüller, but at the time, Leitinger kind of used that to his advantage. Great single there by Carlton, hitting out Falkenberg. Giving away 4 balls again. Using them really well. Was that 2 singles?
I think.
Or was that a ricochet?
A ricochet that came off, yeah.
Krenmüller holding his ground in the middle. Yeah. Ryder just ending the set to end the half, kind of giving themselves a bit of a reset. Wales probably not too proud of this performance. I know that they were coming into the Euros with a lot of quiet confidence. They did have a stellar game against the mixed team earlier.
I know, so I don't know what's now then gone wrong. So in terms of other results, and I guess a result that some people were asking for if they hadn't seen it or that they'd heard it through the grapevine, is Wales women, maybe one of the underdogs of the tournament, lost to Hungary women after, I believe, a yellow card from a Wales coach, which then, despite your coach being carded, affects your team because your team then start with 5. They then lost that final set, so which gave Hungary the win. I've obviously not seen the game. I don't know sort of what the calls were, if sort of people stayed in without, I don't know sort of the scenarios. But back to the game at hand.
Yes. So this is, as you said, quite an interesting one. Obviously, Wales have kind of been around in the European space for a while. And Austria have been on the up and up and now been pretty dominant since 2018 onwards. So it's interesting to see this very different looking Welsh side play in the way that they're playing. If you can see Rhys Wiggins giving quite a hearted team talk. How would you address the boys? Or the men, sorry.
It's a tough one because, like you said, you're 16-0 down at this point, and obviously they always say if one team can put 16 past one, then you can do that in the second half. There's no reason why you couldn't. But the Austrian depth in that, if they started losing a couple of sets and they wanted to really put their strength out, then they would. At the moment, it's a lot about giving the chance of the players that, it's a big step up the international court. A lot of people talk about it, that it's a big difference in terms of the international side of things to club level. For me, Wales now have to sort of reset, making sure that you're taking sets, and if you are winning sets, you are closing out these sets. It's not about sort of the first game that you play. You're playing sort of previous world champions at this point. It's you've got to progress through the game. So it's a lot about, okay, let's take a reset. Let's make sure we can get sets now and making sure that we're playing together so that when we come up against other opponents and other group games, that you're going to win those, and you're going to win those sort of in the way that you're playing in this second half.
Yeah, very well put.
Thank you.
You also have to understand that so we're jumping back into this game. Both teams are lining up. Rob Clark now on for Wales. I think this will be a very interesting second half. This first set, I think, will tell us how the rest of the game is going to go.
Absolutely. It's not just about the momentum out of the second half. It's a lot about what can you take from this first set. That first set is always a precedent of how the rest of the game goes.
And then moving forwards, hopefully it will be seeing how Wales can kind of bounce back from this scoreline. 16-0 down is a huge deficit. We'll see how they can bounce back, see what they can do, and see how they can progress forwards.
I'm unsure of the Welsh women versus the Hungary women score. It will be updated on Tournify, but I believe it's just happened, so you'll have to sort of give a game sort of rake on that, and then the Tournify app does then get updated.
Yeah, we were here.
I think there is a clip that is going around. I don't know what has happened with the clip, but a lot of people are saying there's a clip.
Yeah.
We won't talk about it. We'll get on with the game.
Well, I think a closing statement on we trust the refs to do the best job possible.
Yeah.
So whatever the ref's decision on court was the decision that was best made. So now we've kind of sorted everything out. They're getting ready to start this second half. Wales with a new kit as well.
Do you like it?
I much prefer it to the old one.
Me too. And it's not just a singular kit, it's a multi-kit.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, they have different colours.
Yeah, you can
that's
see
what I like.
Hughes and Bennett down here in the green off kit. The away kit, so to speak.
Yeah. And the black one is the training kit.
Yes.
But a good start. Aaron Davies gets the hit.
Not sure what's been spoken about there. I think there was a line fault. Oh, Davis with a great catch on Metz.
Yeah, great catch there. Set himself so well, and Davies is one of those players that when he sets himself and he sort of gets in that momentum, but straight back at you, Diggins gets caught.
Falkenberg seems to just fold over that. Wales coming forwards now. Solid hit on Krenmuller.
I unfortunately don't have the link, but it's the game at hand that we'll focus on. We've just finished the first half. We're now into the second. Liam Ryder gets bonked on the nose as he tries to block.
Yeah, he goes low to set himself for a low shot, but it just comes in around his knees and he puts his face there. And when balls are coming directly at you, depth perception is very hard. They're very hard shots to save. Rob Clark surviving a 2-ball attack. Davis applying the pressure.
And I think that's what in certain areas Wales has lacked, because I think Austria have been given free rein of how to push it up court.
Yes. Austria did very well in that first half of just dominating that middle ground. Good two-step by Tom Carlton. Hackle being able to make that shot as the 2 balls are in the hands of the players behind him.
Yeah, so although Clark might have wanted to throw, I think he then probably would have been punished on the back. Oh, but he's now given the 4th ball away, the 5th ball away.
Although Hackle did have his back to him. But Clark has managed to dodge that attack to make up for it a bit. Dan Brown leaving court there. 2v2 now for Wales. Solid block by Rob Clark.
Tom Carlton with the one. They don't need to press anything. There's only 3 seconds left. Block comes in.
Hackle not managing to make the hits. The first set of the half goes to Wales.
I think Hackle just stood there because he probably thought Rob Clark was about to unleash his arm.
He hoped he was. We've seen Hackle take a couple of lovely catches today.
But a good set from the Welsh.
Very cleanly played, other than that little mishap with Clark releasing the 5th ball. But a lot, very well handled.
Yeah. And although sometimes you might think you've heard a clip, sometimes it hits the net, which almost sounds like the same sort of sound.
Yeah, the sound coming through the stream is deceptive.
Yeah. And you should never go off a sound on refereeing anyway.
I say that if you heard that hit, we could hear that hit.
So now 1 player down, but like we said, it was the first set that they wanted to take, and they did just that. Brown with the block in centre from the single ball release from Max Metz.
Yeah, with that whip of a throw that Metz has well known for. Hit there off of Valent. Earl Valent in the middle.
Good power from the side of the Welsh Dragons, and they're starting to use that neutral zone a lot better. You can see they're all trusting each other now that when they're coming up, they're using that whole neutral zone.
Great shot there by Carlton. And another one by Brown as Krenmuller takes a couple of steps a bit too aggressively there.
I think Krenmuller wants to sort of get revenge on Carlton there and make sure he's punished for the single ball.
Diggins hit out there on the delayed shot.
Yeah.
The first ball seemed to make him make that movement. Second one hit him as he came down. Austrian with 3 balls now. Clean block there by Falkenberg.
And Liam Ryder happily going to sit behind that ball this time around, obviously. Does not get hit in the face.
Shot there onto Dan Brown. Just clips his shoes as he tries to go high.
Yeah, now Liam Ryder's just given away that fourth. It obviously Austria won't be able to throw for, but it certainly gives a backup ball in the middle. Aaron Davies with a small side step. That's all that's needed.
Yeah, sometimes when some of these throws are so accurate, you just dodge by a little bit and you seem to make a massive amount.
Oh, Aaron Davies. Oh, he's unlucky there because he's looked like he's going to come forward.
Clean block there. About 5 seconds left. Austria wanting probably to take the draw here after that big turn of events. And Rob Clark goes for the catch. And Austria take the set.
I am in shock.
Yeah.
I think
maybe a bit of frustration.
I think that's frustration. You want the win. You were, 3-2 up, 4-2 up at one point. Obviously, Aaron Davies unlucky there. He's gone for the charge. He's gone for the first one. Krenmuller comes behind him and I think and throws.
It was Falkenberg who received the ball behind the backtracking Hackle and kind of just weaved around him.
Yeah.
It's so tough to, when you're zoned in on making a hit, it's so tough to see
To us, obviously.
the other side.
Yeah, but Tom Carlton certainly getting a couple of votes for MVP. Maybe something that we bring in the later days, especially for finals days, in terms of in the Twitch chat or in the YouTube chat, and we get votes in. But a couple of people saying Tom Carlton there, and he's made that left side his own.
Yeah, I think Davis has made a real impact in the second half. That's the commentator's curse.
You have cursed that so...
He's caught Metz out twice.
Yeah, he's played very well on that left side or centre side. He's taken the catches.
Made some good hits.
Yeah, and he has made good hits. Obviously unlucky on that one. He probably hasn't even seen Falkenberg on that left side. Schmidt gets the block in. Liam Ryder looks at it, but Krenmuller on that left side puts in the fake, and that's all that's needed. Catch this time around.
By Leher. Leher, a lazy dodge there. A good hit by McMahons.
Yeah.
Wales coming forward with 3 balls now.
Max Metz tries. It doesn't quite look impressive as when the ball's not quite near him, but it is what they call the flying squirrel.
Yeah. It's not as impressive when he forces it.
No, no. But I think it was something that happened sort of mid-dodge before, but has now sort of become a highlight of Max Metz or sort of his play style.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
A lot of the Asian players do it. The Asian region do the flying squirrel as well.
Yeah.
At Worlds, there was a beer that was available called the Flying Squirrel.
Did you try it?
I didn't.
Oh, that's a shame.
No.
Anyway.
On to more commanding matters.
Yes.
Like you said, Wales could have been taking that draw there, and that swing comes in from Dan Brown, takes off Schmidt. It's
Very
that wide
well done.
stance that a lot of players look for.
A lot of standing counters coming in from the Welsh side.
Yeah.
The Austrians seem to be kind of privy to it, doing quite well. Oh, a double hit from Dan Brown. Oh, and Liam Ryder drops the block against Metz.
That's unlucky there because he's blocked it so well.
Yeah.
It sort of slipped out his hand and he's coming up on it.
Dan Brown with the cross court. With 10 seconds left, I think Austria are just going to win the set. Just ride it out. Play 2 has been called. And a clip on his feet.
Yeah.
Dan Brown does call that. And the set goes to Austria. It's kind of fallen back into the rhythm of the first half again. Which is not what we wanted to see. We wanted to see Wales with the big comeback. But 18 scoreline difference is quite strong. Rich Carr on now and Marcus Briggs.
Yeah, a couple of changes. Looking for that scoreline after that first set that they probably want a couple more sets in their back pocket. Rich Carr moves that left hand. Otherwise, it would have been a great shot from the side of the Austrian Eagles.
Yep. Rich Carr playing in the middle a lot more as opposed to on the wing.
Is that where he plays at club?
Normally he plays that kind of 1-2 axes, but he's been playing in the middle now. Hit out there by Schmidt. Briggs being called back just to go for an attack. Oh, Matt Mans with a lovely catch. Bringing back on Rich Carr. Block there from Schmidt.
Game slowed down a lot more. Obviously, Wales in the first half were trying to play too aggressive, but it's almost like you're playing aggressive against the team that created it.
Yeah, lovely play there by Rich to get that kind of in-swinging hit onto Lucas Decker. A bit later in the half, the dodging may not be as dynamic as normal, as Falkenberg has just hit out there. A bit of a lazy dodge, not really kind of, does he want to catch, does he want to dodge?
I think Rich Carr's looked for that. Oh, and Rich Carr fires, but Schmidt goes low and catches on shoulder.
Yeah, he sets himself low there and takes it straight off the chest, which is a lovely, lovely catch. Bringing Grill back on. Good block there by Matt Mans on Laher.
So 3 balls now come forward from the side of Wales. Davies gets hands on it. I think he gives it a little shout.
But I'm unsure if that catch...
So I think the catch counts, but I think he's hit as well.
He was hit, but... Yeah.
But I don't know if... Okay, so the time is paused on that.
This is probably what they're about to discuss is, was it a catch? From my perspective, considering we're looking from your perspective, we can see, I think Davis might have been hit before the catch.
It's always tough because the refs that stand in the middle or at back see, like you said, a different perspective. The stream camera is always pictured to get the best sort of view. Yeah. So we're always going to see something. We always get a replay on it in terms of if we're watching from our phones. In finals day, we do have replays available. Yeah. Not for teams and not for refs, but sort of...
But for you at home.
Yeah.
So Wales up in this set. There are 20 seconds remaining on the clock. A 1-player deficit.
So Rich Carr called back in then because I don't think any ball was hit, so I think they're called on.
Matt Mans out, Marcus Briggs out. Tom needs to make a hit here. And there's no... It's 3-3 here. A bit of miscommunication there from the Welsh lot.
They could have pushed on. The Austrians were hanging around so long.
Yeah.
The Welsh could have pushed in on it. But a draw, and Wales should happily take any set point that comes their way.
Yeah. So a bit of a lull in the game at the moment.
Yeah, timeout called. Both teams get a timeout per half, but cannot be stored for a different half.
We're just going to bring up the table for you just to discuss, because Greg made a comment there about needing as many points as possible. We're just looking at the groups just to see the competition. I think Wales were...
Yep, and the standings, so if you go to standings, the groups update as well, which I didn't know. So if you don't
we'll
have
go
the
down to,
tournament...
this is Group C, sorry. Austria, Wales, Switzerland, Netherlands, Serbia.
So this is the first game in Group C.
Yes. So Wales, if you were to look at that, Wales are the second-ranked team in that. They're the second seed. So you would assume that they would come second, but with this kind of scoreline against Austria, they really will have to turn up against Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Serbia, because any loss there...
And even in those later games, those set points will count.
Yeah.
Obviously, only 2 progress into the quarter-final stage.
That's the set. We've got about 5.5 minutes left. Briggs hit out there by Leitinger, who has come on. Florian. And here's the table for you quickly. And gone again.
Very briefly. Oh, and that ball every time has gone high.
Yeah, Leher hit out there.
Yeah, Tom Carlton's got his number. Every time he's firing high because he knows Leher is not making that catch at chest and above.
Yeah. Austria coming forward. Decker with the single down the middle. Brown just dodging out the way. And Khan not managing to make the post throw.
And a block called on that one.
Yeah. And looking like quite an easy catch from Decker there as Carr sends it at about his hip height. Casual catch.
Yeah.
May not have been easy, but it looked casual.
It certainly made... Oh, and then there you go. He looks for the fish on that one, but Aaron Davies fires sort of slightly low into that area that Decker is not comfortable catching in.
Yeah.
Or any player, I guess, is comfortable catching in. It's in that like low sort of high thigh area.
Schmidt folding under himself.
Yeah. Matt Manns and Davies hit out in that volley of play.
We had one of the vice presidents of Warwick did a similar thing, and we called him a folding chair.
Nice.
Schmidt is quite a big guy, so his flexibility and movement is quite interesting.
I think they're all quite acrobatic, the Austrians. Well, they always seem it. They're always quite sort of agile in their play style.
I think with Sebastian Grill in the middle there, who's known for a split dodge. She hasn't pulled out this game yet. The aggression there from Leitinger kind of quelled by Brown, who dodges the first and sends the standing counter. With a no look there by Grill.
So 4 balls now on the side of Wales. They will... Oh, only 3, sorry. The 4th was rolling from another court. Each court has its own separate colours, which causes a lot less confusion.
Yeah. And we've got the nice green balls for you on this court, just so you can see them.
Dan Brown keeping Carlton alive just in the fake in that neutral zone. Otherwise, Florian Leitinger is coming straight at him, I can tell you that. Single ball comes in.
Yeah, a 2-for-1 there. Tom Carlton getting the standing Carlton on Leitinger, and Dan Brown doing exactly the same. There's that split dodge by Grill just at the end of the set. That's what I was talking about.
He's heard you.
He has. They're all wearing headphones, listening to us. Mike Howell on now for Davis, it seems, or Briggs. This will be the last set of the game, unless it ends in between 30 seconds and now.
Dan Brown close to sliding over there.
Clean block by Leitinger. Howell hit out by the reply from Hackle.
But I think the Welsh off in annoyance because I think they feel like they make hits. The Austrians normally known for their honesty.
You have to trust. Here's this. It's gone again. Here's the table keeps swapping up and about. But you've got to trust the rest to do their job and just play what's in front of you.
There it is again briefly. I'm sure after the game we'll get to the groups. We can show the table, or as much as it is updated.
4 balls in on the side of Austria.
Double.
Rob Clark not managing to get far enough across court to get out of the way. Dodge there from Decker on Carr.
Yeah, Rich Carr just with a single ball. Wales starting to slow this game down now. Oh, Rich Carr comes up, but Decker catches.
And Florian out as well because...
Close. Could have been called in either direction, I guess. I think it's hard because when you're in that throw motion and you're releasing, when the hands go up quickly, it's always a tough one.
Yeah, Florian is going over to Tom and just apologising for that.
Yeah.
1 set left. Yeah, the ref's just clarifying the call there.
Yeah.
Saying he was already in motion.
Yeah. Always a tough one, I think, in that instance of play.
I think in those situations, the benefit of the doubt is given to the releaser.
Yep, I'd say that.
I'm of the fan that if you don't feel like you can pull out of your release, just invalid. And it's a lot easier to defend an invalid in that situation and say, well, the player was already out. I didn't want to hit him. Lots of balls coming in. Howell and Carlton leaving the court.
Now, there's something from Austria. Now, if you're sort of sleeping, it happened pretty quickly. They throw the ball back into that ball return line to become live. Then they throw it back forward to Leher, who's waiting there.
So this was a... we saw it a couple of times at the Licorne Open in Paris.
Okay.
Where Orléans, I think, were doing it. And it's one of those things that you probably have to train quite a lot. Because it seems like it could go quite badly.
One from the training ground.
Yeah. Out the book.
Out of the book, that's it. And Wales actually 1 player up in this. Tough one there, because Flo probably should have exited via his left, but instead decides to run all the way across court, and Leher nearly gets to the sort of over-the-top hit on him.
Yeah, but Wales up in this set. Clark, Brown and Mans. Good dodge there by Brown to get out of the way from that.
Normally he'd like to go for a catch on that, but probably decides against it. Rather take the last 2 set points. 5 seconds left on the clock.
Standing counter there. Matt Mans doing well to take out. And that's the set.
Yeah.
Wales taking 2 last set points.
And a good last set for Wales. Like we said, out of the second half, that's what you wanted. The set points show a bit of display of what you can actually do, because sort of being quite a fair few points down in that first half doesn't always look great sort of on the scorecard.
Yeah, and I think regardless of what the Austrians did with their lineup, Wales did kind of slow down. They weren't losing sets as quickly. They were doing a lot better at just kind of staying alive and playing to their positives, taking some really nice catches at the back of court. I think those positives are what they'll need to take through into their next games. As we saw by the table, they are second seed, so it should be fine for them. But upsets can happen, and who knows?
Well, that's it. So 15 minutes to our next game. There's the group. Obviously hasn't been updated because the game sort of will go out, but Wales have some tough group games, you know, probably, if you looked at it on paper, could be considered the group of death.
Yeah.
Austria, very good, and you know, sort of that big high seed, that top 3 seed. But Wales, Switzerland, Netherlands, any one of those teams could go through. Next up on this court, a mixed game.
Oh, even cutlery, what have I got?
And that game will be France versus Czech Republic.
Yeah. So that should be quite a good game. They're both very strong mixed teams.
Yep.
Kind of the more emergent teams in this this Euros.
Yep. But for now, it's a bye from me.
I'll be here for the next game, but I'm going to take a small break. Hopefully see you later. Hello and welcome to our second round of Mixed of the Day. I'm joining you from the commentary booth, joined by a new partner in Emily Bushby.
Busby.
Busby, oh my god.
I mean, we'll just go with the theme that we're always getting names wrong, so...
Well, we're doing our best.
We're doing our best. So we've got France against Czechia now. So the French team looks like a pretty fresh squad, apparently using mixed as a development opportunity. So interesting to see what the youth of the French can do.
Yeah.
But I think a more established team for Czechia, a lot of faces that I recognise from previous Euros. So
yeah, and going into kind of the results from last year, France came 6th in 2022, and Czechia came 13th. However, when it comes to the exclusive events of the men's and the women's, Czechia are a lot better than 13th.
yes.
So it'll be interesting to see how this, as Emily said, the new look French side puts up against a mixed side that are going to want to be putting a bigger kind of stake on a higher ranking opportunity.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're just getting ready, just sorting out the timing, checking everything's ready and everyone's ready to go. This game should be starting soon.
Yeah, so this is the first group game for both of these teams, so they've not actually played yet so far today. So I think by the next round of games, we'll have some results from previous games for each of the teams.
Yes, yeah. And we are off. France win that middle ball. France coming forward with 3. A big single there in the middle, hitting out the player. The ball goes up.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
The catch made by the covering player.
yeah, bringing number 19 back in.
Rabalova makes the catch. Number 69. What an amazing dodge there.
Yeah, this was the thing with the French women last year is they're really good at lateral dodging. They're very difficult to hit. A lot of teams struggled with that.
I think, as we mentioned in the earlier game, survivability with your women is such a crucial point.
Yeah, but then great tracking there from number 55 from Czechia.
Yeah, just slowing it down a bit and delaying that second ball.
Yeah. Oh!
Doesn't manage to make the catch, but the covering shot does come in from Hedden, number 83, on this left wing.
Yeah.
Doing well to put the pressure off his teammates and apply the pressure onto himself.
So yeah,
But comfortably blocked.
a lot of work here now left. Oh! Yeah.
And 2 hits, and that's the end of the set.
Yeah, so that's a very quick first set, minute and a half. So very strong there for Czechia to start with. So
A lot of support coming in for the French team. I think their approach this year is they are trying to keep the 3 disciplines as individual as possible.
yeah,
So you will see a lot of teams have some overlap. However, I'm not sure that the French are doing the same. I think they're keeping key players, their key women's players and their key men's players to focus on that. And as Emily said earlier, focusing more of a development opportunity here with the mixed.
yeah, and it's a great way to do it because it keeps it fresh. Because you can have issues with other teams that if you always have like the same players doing it, as soon as they come out of the game, retire, stuff like that, it's then difficult to bring a new set of players in. So you can then end up dropping down the rankings.
A thundering high shot comes in from Hedden to hit out the French winger through the block. A lot of these players, on the French side at least, are very young and they play for Licorne and Beauvais, I believe. 4 balls now on the French side. Release to a nice wings call,
Yeah,
but doesn't manage to make the hit.
yeah, just a little bit too wide really to bother Hedden. Oh, but great triple hit there. Triple throw, all of them right on target.
Yeah, Auger dropping his ball just to make the catch, but with the 3-ball attack, it's very tough to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, and a great catch on that wing. Bringing back in. Annoyingly, the players don't have numbers on the front of the shirt.
Yeah, it's one of those things because we are looking obviously from the Czechia side, so we can see their numbers on the back of the shirts, but unless the players have got numbers on the front of their shirts, it's very difficult for us to identify them. Oh!
The catch was there.
Yeah, it was. He was set for it. Maybe a little bit off balance on his back foot, but it was a good attempt. So yeah, 2 French women left in again. Oh.
They're setting themselves really early there.
Yes. Yeah, which means that, you know, Valak at that side, he knows where she's dropped. He can just hit her nice and sideways in the knee.
Yeah, real pinpoint accuracy there to make sure that hit wasn't catchable. And again, setting themselves low.
Yeah. So yeah, it does feel like there's a bit of inexperience here in that French team, whereas like Czechia are very, very strict with their movements and their play style. They're, you know, very refined in comparison. But, you know, if they are using it as a development opportunity, it's definitely a good one.
Yeah, and we saw last year that France bought a really young French women's team at least, where a lot of their players were kind of 16, 17 years old. And it looks like they're doing a very similar thing with a couple of older players, but a majority of them do look quite young.
Yeah.
And giving them this experience now
Yes.
just gives them the opportunity later on when they do get more experience,
Yes.
grow up in the literal sense of them aging, and in future Euros they will be quite a force to reckon with.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Oh, so yeah, great dodge there from Valak on the right wing. So yeah, France staying in a little bit more this time.
Aggressive block there.
But yeah, but
Ooh,
a nice throw from the left winger from France. Didn't make the hit, but it was a really good decision.
Yeah. And this was the hit there on the right side. Great dodge there in the middle. The standing counter not connecting. Lovely dodging there by Belabas.
So yeah, great timing there from the French women throwers. But, you know, number 19 from Czechia just easily sidestepping them.
Cheeky cross-court sidearm there. Not managing to connect, but keeps the wingers on their toes.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see the French women again looking for some catches to try and get themselves back into the game. But, you know, Czechia, they're not rushing it. They're playing nice and calm, going up, throwing a few fakes, and keeping themselves high.
Seems to be that the Czech game plan is very slow, methodical. They're really grinding out the hits, the single hits, throwing multiple balls when they need to, and they're just not making really... They're not doing anything silly or rash.
No.
They're just doing the right thing to do.
Oh, yeah, so yeah, cross-court there, just that one of the French players just not quite paying attention. Oh.
He almost makes that catch.
Yeah. It's one of those things that, again, as we said earlier, like as soon as people start sticking those catches they've dropped, it makes a difference. And, you know, if France can start taking those catches later on in this game, it will really help them out.
Yeah, and you can see the control here from... Talk about the men for a second, because if you didn't know in the audience, the men, the D-Storm Dodgeball Club from the Czech Republic, or Czechia, won the Austrian Domestic League.
Yeah.
So they've been playing there, I think, for a couple of years, and they've certainly, it shows on court. We can see that a lot of the men on court, at least, at the moment, all do play for D Storm.
Yeah.
So you can see that they, by playing against the Austrian internationals that litter that Austrian league, they're certainly gaining some experience and definitely skills-wise that maybe this French team wasn't expecting. There's been a substitution. And a lovely hit to begin with. Fairly certain it's Ryu on that wing with the blonde hair. He wants to turn around for me. Yep, he did.
Nice.
He won the mixed MVP at UDO. UDO 2 this year. Beating out a very good performance by Aaron Murphy, who showed up wearing pink that year, which was quite interesting.
Nice.
You play a French team at an international tournament, you don't expect a Northern Irish international to be playing for them, but he did. But let's see if he can inject some much needed kind of pace and control here.
You can see he's making calls, getting them to hold, like get for the 4 balls. So, and great 2-ball attack.
Yeah, lovely.
It already feels like there's a bit of injection of pace and calm into that French team now.
And they're only 6-0 down.
Yes.
With more than half an hour left on the game.
Yeah, and another great hit there from Rue.
Another standing counter. They go to collect the 4th ball there.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, complete turnaround. Yeah,
great.
Another multi-ball attack. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, they've completely switched now. You know, they're looking a lot more controlled, a lot more methodical than they were in those first 3 sets.
Just trying to scope out how much experience they do have.
Oh,
they do have on the bench. Lovely play there by everyone involved. The head in there from Czechia, managing to make that hit on Real, but the backing up, which really cemented it by Anu. Lovely, lovely job there. A substitute coming from the side of Czechia. Sakura coming on. And I think Shamek coming on as well. So yeah, that difference now being made.
So yeah, obviously, 6-2 now, so interesting to see how this next set plays out. Yeah, immediately, great hit there.
Yeah, you do see within mixed, the lineup of man, woman, man, woman, man, woman, woman, man.
Yes, quite often, yeah.
Because that 2 and that 5 position, that inside wing, is so tough to defend.
Yeah.
And you want your bigger arms to kind of be spaced out so that they're not as targeted as much.
Yeah.
Once again, it all just depends on...
What a catch! I love that, yes.
As the delayed ball, as she comes down, sticks in between her legs, and she gets 2 hands on it to make it a catch. And from that, they get 4 balls, and they make a lovely split call to hit out the winger.
I don't think she can quite believe herself that she's made that.
Absolutely amazing there. Bounce called there on the single. Yeah, standing counter there on Ryu.
Yeah, so you can see, I think that Czechia are obviously seeing him as a threat now.
Yeah.
He's obviously come in, 1 set and made a big difference, and obviously now if they can just take him out, hopefully it reverts back to how it was in the first few sets.
It puts him personally as a cooler and as kind of a player that's injected some much needed kind of accuracy. He wants to throw, but if he releases, he's then in a danger position. So does he stop releasing? Because then that minimizes his effectiveness.
Yeah, it's at that point that basically he needs the backing of his team to know that if he does release, that somebody's going to cover him.
Do we have French player left in on her own. Ainu left in on her own. From Dodgeball Club, 95. 3 balls now.
Yeah. 3 balls and
40 seconds left.
Yeah.
And he makes the catch off court just to kill the set.
Yeah. Yeah, great decision there for him to take it. Obviously, not having to land on the court to make the catch count. Just gets it. Good to continue. So, looks like France have called a timeout at this point. I think that's a good choice. They obviously got the momentum back for one set, but Czechia have really shot that down the next set. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to change. What do you think that France could benefit most for trying to change now to come back?
So looking at their team sheet, I can see a couple of names that personally I think are not a lot more experienced, but have some experience behind them. See, there's Bryce playing for them, who's always been a bit of a coach player. And you want somebody really to kind of steady the ship here, because we've seen they've got a couple of younger players playing for them, and we keep saying this. Ryu there brought in some control. They methodically kind of dismantled Czechia in the set that they won. And they need to carry on applying the same kind of pressure to stop Czechia to play their game. Czechia have imprinted themselves on the game first.
Yeah.
So it's France now that need to kind of dismantle that and switch it so that they're the ones in control. So at the moment, it doesn't really look like they are. With sets ending with maybe 6 Czech players and 1 French player, it's a bit tough. We have seen some substitutions on the French side. We will give you those when we find out what their numbers are.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, like you look at this group, they've got England and Belgium in the group. You would expect that both teams would potentially struggle against England, but not against Belgium. So really, this is the fight for second in the group here.
Yeah. And we had a conversation earlier about kind of the group of death in the men's of that Austria-Wales group.
Yeah.
It's not because it's loads of really good teams. It's because the teams in it, you can't decide who's going to win.
Yeah.
So between Czechia, France, Belgium, it's a bit of a kind of, we're unsure, we're not completely certain who's going to win what.
Oh, and that's a great catch there.
Good catch.
Yeah, so that, after, and a flurry of throws from both teams, so we ended up with 5-4 to France in this set. Yeah. Solid 2-ball attack.
Really taking that opportunity when they have possession to hammer home those hits.
Oh. Absolutely lovely shin shot there.
Very good accuracy.
Yeah. It's very difficult to catch those at that height on the back track.
France coming forward with 3 balls.
Oh. That was a great wings call.
Lovely dodge there as well. Surprising there wasn't a hit there. He made up the ground so quickly, especially as the Czech players didn't look like they were in a position to throw at him.
It did seem like he was going to try a no-throw at headed.
Yes.
But then he changed his mind and decided to go for two of the female players.
I think that's something that is incredibly underrated, is just the ability to cover ground whilst being a threat.
Yes.
I think players, UK-based players, will know that Tamas Ward does this really well. I do say that because he's playing on the court over, so he's kind of half in the eye line.
Yeah.
But he does that really well by kind of ghosting up court whilst faking.
Yes.
And it's such a good skill because you get to control the game on your terms. You're the one that's dictating what your opponents are doing, as opposed to in a blocking position or in a defensive position. And being able to do that, like the French player did just then, gives you a lot more kind of leniency to then take the shot.
Yeah.
He took the shot and didn't manage to make it. Lovely shooting there. Oh, well done there for not maybe messing up that catch.
Yeah.
No catch called.
But yeah, so that's 3 against 2.
But a lovely shot there to put them in the lead of this set.
Yeah.
just as the time runs out.
Yeah, so they were aware they didn't need to throw with the time that they had remaining, so just held on to the games and take that set. So, yeah, I think that timeout's worked quite well for France there.
Very comfortably done there from France.
So, yeah, I think they're probably going to stick with this lineup for a little bit, just to settle them into it. But, yeah. It was one of those things I don't think Czechia really did anything wrong there. They did quite well. It's just that France pulled off a few more things. It's one of those things that sometimes it's just one thing goes one way, one team's way and the other.
Yeah, it comes into those situations where if teams are quite evenly matched, it's just who can pull off those split-second decisions better and with more accuracy and with a bit more kind of confidence.
Oh, French player at the front ducks, goes over his head and then just hits the person behind. It's so unfortunate. You can't see that coming.
Kind of no-look single there down the middle.
Yeah.
Good dodging there in the middle from the French players.
Oh.
And the Sramek giving away the fourth ball, which has been devastating as France have been using it so well.
Yeah,
takes a 1-for-1, but the delayed throw comes in, evening up the set. 4 balls now on the side of Czechia. Manages to get that block away.
Wow, that's quite impressive. So yeah, but they've used all 4 of them, so they've given France 5 balls now.
It's always very interesting to see what. Yeah, good delayed shot.
Yeah.
Oh, it was called a block.
Ah, okay, cool.
That's a hit.
Oh.
I think Ryu caught in a bit of confusion, thinking he made the hit.
Yeah. Yeah, and then another hit there.
Unfortunately, didn't come across.
Yeah, it's one of those things we couldn't really see what happened from behind, but one of those things about dodgeball, it's all about angles, and things look slightly different from slightly different angles, and sometimes you think you've made a hit, but actually the referee that stood right next to it's like, nope, that definitely bounced.
Yes, and that's why we try and have 6 refs on court, as many refs as possible, because you don't know what's happened from different angles.
Yeah.
Shot there, she goes low. Hit in the head, but the Czech player does go over just to apologise.
Yeah, so again, French player setting themselves low for a catch, but it does mean that once you're on the ground kneeling, you can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of staying upright, is that you can still drop afterwards and you can drop sideways into a ball, but if you've already set yourself, there's no way you can go.
So this is the last set of the half. 10 seconds left on the clock. It will be a minute 30 set. Or 90-second set.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Great
so
start from Sramek.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
And you need to make sure you're not turning your back like that in these games. Czechia coming forward with 3 balls now.
Oh, yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, it goes for the catch. Auger, but doesn't make it. So, yeah, so there's only a minute left. 2 players to make up for France. Oh,
the catch given away. 2 catches given away. I think that'll be the set.
Yeah.
50 seconds left. 2 French ladies remaining. 4 balls on the Czech side. She drops the ball to go to the catch. Doesn't manage to make it.
Yeah.
Block there.
Yeah.
Goes for the aggressive low hit and ends the set, ending the half.
Yeah.
Czech 12-4 up in the half. I think a fairly deserved score.
Yeah, no, definitely that Czechia have been the more clinical. Like, France have been good on the sets that they've won, but they've just not looked as good on the sets that they've lost. So they're a bit more inconsistent, but Czechia are pretty consistent. So they'll be really looking to build on this for the second half.
I think Czechia just need to continue the same game plan that they're doing. Grind out the hits, do what they're doing, because it's being really effective against this French team.
Yeah.
And France just need to adjust how they're playing, maybe bring on a bit more experience, kind of adapt to what's going on, because they are giving away kind of silly catches here and there, a couple of possession, but it's just kind of survivability, and you need to stay alive and stay with 6 players on court for as long as possible.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you can see like France, obviously, their team talk pretty intense. The coach is really giving them some key pointers to work on. Czechia, pretty calm and collected. They're happy with their performances. They clearly don't feel that there's anything to discuss at the half time, so they're just kind of having a bit of a chat, getting a drink, and now they're kind of coming into a circle now. So you can see the different mentalities. That Czechia are pretty happy, but France, a lot of like heads low a little bit at the moment.
It is, and it's a 4-set difference here, so it's completely doable, especially with these new. So just having to figure out what to do, and personally, I think you need to win the next set. First set of each half is really important.
Yes.
I think the first and last sets of both halves are super important, just to kind of figure out and see where you're at in the game, because it not only gives you the opportunity to adjust how you're playing based on what your strengths are, but also see what the opponents are doing and kind of adapt in that way. So it will be interesting. It will be interesting to see how the lineup changes with the France side.
Yeah.
If it does. And what Czechia do. Do they stay with the same players? Do they potentially get a bit tired?
Yeah.
I'm not personally. I don't know what the depth is like on the Czech side.
Yeah, so that's the thing. If they've got to change their players because of fitness levels and stuff, that could completely change the game. I mean, France do have youth on their side, so it might be that those players can just keep going for the full 40 minutes kind of thing. So, but yeah, it depends. I guess it depends really what France are looking to get out of this. Are they looking to actually try and win this game, or are they just looking to develop players? In which case, they might not change the lineup that much.
Just looking across the courts, I think England is fairly handily dismantling Belgium. I think it's sort of 16-0.
Yeah.
I can't quite see the score from the other court, but I'm fairly certain it's quite close between the Netherlands and Spain. Some of the sets have had both teams cheering, which is always very nice to see.
Yeah, I think the TV from that court has been taken for this one after we lost the one this morning.
Yeah.
So.
Which we'll see how long the rest of the TVs last as well.
Yes.
I think this centre court is the most dangerous one, considering it's freestanding as opposed to the other two courts, which are hidden behind, or were hidden behind the
nets.
The nets.
Yeah. Very impassioned speech being given from the French coach at the moment. I think he's trying to get his team to believe in themselves.
Yeah, and it's always really hard when you don't have that experience when you're a young player. Oh yeah, for anyone watching the stream, we are currently experiencing some technical difficulties in the commentary box. You did just see an injury to one of the French players. She has been carried off to receive medical assistance. Whilst we figure out what's going on our end of things, we will just be playing the game audio whilst we fix our issues. Thank you. And we are back. Sorry for that issue. We had a bit of a feedback where we could hear the audio on court 4, but it all seemed to work. There was a lovely catch, a mid-air catch there. Another mid-air catch earlier on in the set, which sadly the player is now receiving medical attention. But there are medics here from the local, I assume hospital, but medical centres would be the right way to put it.
Oh, I mean, a great fake, but also a great dodge after that fake there.
Yeah, and this is the first set of the half, going very well to France. Some lovely catches, but
Ooh,
a great
block, but quite close to number 35 there, Philippot.
This is Monica Hedden left in on her own. So the French seem to be just killing the time here, just making sure that they confirm the win with the clock on their side.
It's one of those things, if they fit as many sets as they did in the first half, there'll be no issue with them winning overall, so they don't need to rush it yet.
So they just want to win this set. There's been a few hits and catches attempted.
Nice dodge in there from Philippot.
Yeah, with only a few seconds left. The French camp calling for them not to go as the clock goes.
Nice, yeah.
Time is on their side.
Yeah, so France did exactly what we said they needed to do. They've got that first set win.
Yeah. I'm fairly certain it was the first.
Oh,
it's counted as a draw. I think there was a hit at the end or a line fault at the end.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But that player was now out, and
yeah, a draw's not bad. I mean, it keeps you on the board, keeps everything pretty much the same. So again, if France can take this next one, they're really in good stead for this half to get the win. But yeah, but obviously Czechia looking to just hold in the second set.
Unfortunate there as the Czech player rolls over that middle line. We were going for a really aggressive shot.
Yeah, he misses it. It was a good thing to go for because the Czech player wasn't paying attention, but unfortunately misses and then gets a 2-ball return at him.
Yeah, a very well-worked 2-ball attack as well.
Yeah.
Knowing that they had 4 balls, they can pop those 2 balls and make a strong hit. And dodging there by Philippot. 3 French players come forward.
Oh, and a lovely hit there.
Great hit there by Givet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, not quite getting a block there from Olga.
4 balls now on the French side.
Yeah. So yeah, with it drawn both sides, really looking to capitalise on this 4-ball attack. Oh, but no hits and a hit in return, so 4-ball attack, actually lose a player, so not ideal.
Ooh. I think he blocked that first ball into himself.
Yeah.
And in the kind of moment when he was going to call himself out, 3 more balls came quite high. So it's just a bit unfortunate there.
Yeah.
Good dodging there from both players across courts.
Yeah. So yeah, checking out with the 4 balls. Yeah, 4-ball attack. You know, risking losing all those balls, knowing that if they get the hit, that the French only have one player left. So we've got Gavel is left in with 4 balls, 1 minute to make up 3 players.
Great control there by the Czech winger.
Yeah, we're now in the same situation we were in the first half, where we cannot see the numbers for the Czechia players, so it's difficult for us to...
Sramek.
Yes, there we go.
Once again, the French player has set herself low. A timeout called by quite an early timeout called by the French.
I think it's one of those things that if they don't change it now, the set's going to get away from them.
Yeah. I think they've obviously had a plan at the half, and I think either it's not worked or they're not following it properly, and they just need to double check and clarify what's going on.
Yeah.
And really hammer it home.
Yeah, and it's one of those things they've had to make a sudden substitution that they weren't expecting to do, and that might have changed their gameplay in terms of like the skills of the players they had on court. So it might mean now that they need to change it based on who they've got available.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, Czechia looking fairly calm and collected during this timeout as they were at half time. So they just need to keep going.
Yeah, I think that first set was very well worked by the French until the last minute or 40 seconds or so. And it's that clinical nature that you need to be winning these sets. I think without them, you will struggle, as we can see from the French side, struggle to really win sets and push the best teams, especially in mixed.
So yeah, the French team really need to come out and win this set if they want to stay in the game. If they lose the next set, it's still potentially doable, but I think it's too difficult at that point for them to be able to come back. Oh, yeah, but Rio being hit out, goes to the block, missed it. You can see he's really annoyed with himself
really
there.
frustrated there. Which is upsetting to see because he's made such a difference to that French team.
Yeah.
Givet as well. Doesn't manage to hit the standing counter.
And then Organ not paying attention, gets hit by the Czechia player. Yeah.
It might be that the French kind of, not inexperienced, but the age of the French team comes in where it's hard to keep your head, especially when you're quite young.
Yes.
You see younger players can be quite rash and quite hot-headed. You just want them to be kind of as comfortable as possible. But it's not quite coming across. A player called out there from the Czech side. The court's gone a bit quiet here. I think the French players aren't sure if they were hits or not, if they're bouncing.
Yeah, I think there was the issue with Gavel was that the ball she got hit by, because one of the players line faulted, is whether she'd line faulted before or after the release, which would depend whether that hit actually counted. So I think she was just questioning that, but then not really getting an answer. So I think it's been decided that the hit did count. So yeah, I think it's one of these points now that it is difficult for France to come back, but they just need to think about the points now, because the points can still make all the difference in the groups. And to try and lift their heads up as well. If anything, to take it as a sort of mental resilience exercise to see if they can build themselves back from this, because that'll be really important on their future development, is being able to come back from a loss.
Yeah, the game is, we were speaking earlier, the game is such a confidence-based thing, and losing sets shows that you're not really doing as well as maybe you'd hope. Sometimes it's not as clear-cut as that. Sometimes you play the perfect game and the other team is just better than you.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot you can do there. But it's all about growing and learning and taking kind of the opportunities in their stride and not taking it too personally. And especially for a lot of these young players, it'll be on the kind of coach's side and the support staff to be able to give them the opportunity to really not worry about it.
Yeah, so it looks like there's been a couple of changes for the French team, bringing on a couple couple two different male players. So we've just had Damas, who unfortunately did get out of the wing. And then also Belabas has come on. So
Yeah, sub back on from the first half.
yeah.
Lots of aggressive. I think the Czech style of they're really hammering the aggressive singles at the beginning of sets and getting a decent player advantage.
The thing is, it's fairly similar to the Austrian way, which you can tell that they've been playing the Austrian leagues, is that that's a style of play that they like to play. So yeah, just Gavel left in now for France. She does have quite a lot of time on her side, over a minute and a half, so it is doable, but oh yeah.
Goes low, doesn't manage to set.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate. She was in the right position, but she was there, ready for the second ball, not the first ball. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, 10 minutes left in the half. 19-5 to Czech Republic. So yeah, number 48, Madou, has been brought on for the French team. Yeah, unlucky there. Damas again. He goes for the aggressive hit, just misses, and then unfortunately they just get him back on the post throw.
Yeah, Belabas, sorry, his ball spinning out high, expecting somebody to go high.
Oh,
good hit there
yeah.
by Auger.
Yeah, unfortunately, set himself for the catch there, not getting it. It was a good hit from Czechia. So 5-4 to Czechia.
Good dodge there.
Yeah.
Just to get out of the way and then draw that block across. Releasing 3 balls, releasing all 5, managing to get one back.
Yeah, it was very odd because they all target different players there.
3 different targets,
Yeah.
and then the Czech replies were also a different target.
Yeah.
Here's a 1-for-1 there by Bernabas.
Yeah.
Belabas. Just thinking about the Bernabas Stadium. Very aggressive running counter on the left wing. Not managing to make the hit though.
So we've got Madou and Philippot left in. Going together. Oh, nice dodge there.
There was a bounce called there on that shot. French women with 2 balls now.
Yeah. Got a minute left. They've still got time to turn this around.
Good blocking there.
Oh,
and a
nice
lovely hit there.
Yeah. Yeah. That was number 39, Belabas. Yeah, really, he was fishing there. He didn't need to go for that catch. He stuck his hands really low to the ground. Player puts their hand up to question. I think
a hit has been called there
okay.
by the refs on the sideline.
Yeah, I think she was putting her hand up to ask if it was a bounce or not, but referees have called a hit. So yeah, so obviously France now up 2-1, so this would be really good for France if they can get this set.
Yeah, it's only 30 seconds left in the set as well.
2-ball
attack.
Oh, lovely dodge
there.
from Philippot. Again, lovely dodge.
Trying not to slide off that that sideline.
So they've got 3 balls. There's not enough time left, I think.
Hold call from the French players. And that is time. So France take a set.
That's really good. Yeah, that's really positive for them, and it shows that, you know, they can put behind them what's happened in the previous sets and still get a win out.
Yeah.
So yeah, 7 minutes left on the clock. We've got time for 2, maybe 3 sets. And it would be really positive for France if they could take them. But obviously, in terms of Czechia, they just want to solidify it.
Yeah, they've basically confirmed the win now, so it's all about what they want out of the game.
Yeah.
If they don't want to lose any more sets, that's their goal, and it's basically what they require from the rest of the game.
Yeah, and then or whether they want to put on some different players to get them some experience. Lovely hit there for Olga. Yeah, France are releasing a lot of singles from the middle now. I think just trying to shut down the Czechia wings. Oh,
big exchange there with a player from each side.
Oh, I think Belabas was actually apologising for
I see.
one of the hits. I think potentially a hit in the head or close to it. It's quite difficult when people put their hands up, both to say they're out and to apologise to people.
Yes, a lovely two-step there from Damas, making a great shot, kind of a chest height, but with a lot of power.
Yeah, so... Oh.
Now they are going a bit,
yes,
a bit rogue here now, giving away all 5 balls.
Yeah, and obviously with 3 players left, that's still not a good idea to give away all the balls. Yeah, and obviously Damas punished for giving away that 5th ball there.
Yeah, targeted on that wing. So just applying enough pressure to slow the French game down.
Yeah.
Easy block. Doesn't manage to hit the reply.
Yeah. So Philippot does really good job there of getting that throw at her rather than the player without the ball.
A lovely no-look shot there onto Auger.
Yeah, and then Philippot tries to make a cross court on the checker on the left, but misses and then gets herself hit off afterwards.
Belabas goes low.
Yeah.
Hit called. Not managing to escape that with a bounce. About 40 seconds left on this set. France down by 1 player. Czechia doing really well to capitalise on a couple of the mistakes that France have been making. Yeah, there we go. That's what we mean. Kind of releasing that single at the front of court.
Yeah,
Putting yourself in a position where the aggressive counter is there, and Czechia are executing it really, really well.
Yeah, and you could see from the way she stood to make that throw, she was throwing to save herself rather than to make the hit. She wasn't committing to the hit, and potentially if she committed, she would have made it. And that's the thing, is that sometimes people just release that ball to try and put off the player, but it doesn't work.
Yeah. And that's the set over.
So just over 3 minutes potentially with the restart, so we should get
a couple
nice,
more sets.
90-second set at the end. So yeah, another change for the French team, bringing on Bézin.
And Rio is back on.
Yes.
They're just getting their rotation in now.
Yeah. And Chagnon as well. Oh.
Rio hit by that 2-step. They've really kind of, after those first couple of sets where he had quite a good showing, of kind of got his number, I guess, is the phrase that we use.
He did get a good first hit, but then back off the end, and then I think that the right winger managed to get another hit. So they did do a 2-for-1 there, so it did work out for them. But obviously, I think that he probably could have used for his own headspace to be able to stay on court.
And I always say that the longer you're on court, the more you can do.
Yes.
As long as you stay on, you have the opportunity, by not getting yourself out early, by being hit out early, you kind of take away the opportunity to then
and then,
do the good things.
It's a long time to sit in the outbox, getting cold and stuff like that. It's just, it doesn't improve your performance. Yeah, player being called out there for an invalid attempt. I think the ball slipped out of her hand as she went to throw it, and it just kind of
play's
rolled
been kept
over.
on.
No,
Somebody else.
yes,
My bad,
yeah.
my bad.
Yeah, I think there was also some confusion because the ref pointed at one of the players, and he was pointing at the player behind her.
Yeah, situation there.
Yeah, putting herself in danger, trying to get that hit, but again, not really committing to it, and then just getting hit out herself.
That could also be a fitness thing. Players are a bit worried about backtracking and trying to get back on court as possible, so they take kind of the easy hit. So that's been called a catch. So that he made the catch before he rolled off the back of the court. It gives France a one-player deficit.
Yeah. Oh,
and the catch from Ryu.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it must have bounced.
Oh, and then does he fail on the hits? Or
Yeah, I think
he thinks he did make the catch.
I think he... Yes, he thinks he made... Yeah, so watching him now in the outbox, he thinks he made a catch and then would have successfully been a suicide. Sorry, not a suicide.
Yeah,
a leap of faith. Apologies.
Yeah.
Apologies for the language there.
Yeah.
A leap of faith, which he's unsure if he hit.
Yes.
Because I believe the player that he targeted was the player he may have caught.
Yes.
So we'll see what the refs say.
Yeah.
Chagnon is in there as the French coach. It sounds like the Spanish might have won their mixed game.
Potentially.
If you can hear that noise.
Yeah, which was against the Netherlands. So
Which was. We only have 40 seconds left on the half.
So it will be a 90-second set.
Yes.
But, well, I guess it depends upon the outcome about whether anybody is still in from the French side. Because if it's deemed a catch, they will have a player back in. But quite a lot for the refs to sort out here.
Yeah, a couple of decisions to be made.
So yeah, the Netherlands team also celebrating, so unclear as to who's won that game. Well, they did. I would say that their celebrations were a bit more muted than the Spanish.
Yeah, maybe. In a couple of minutes, you can check the Tournify app. All of the games will be updated. You can find results, who's reffing who, table updates, and everything on there. If you're listening to us from twitch.tv, hello. We're currently in a bit of a timeout as the refs just decide the outcome of a play. The player believes he made a catch and then potentially a successful leap of faith.
Yes.
We thought we'd zoom in a bit as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it would be quite nice as they have in rugby if we could mic up the refs and have a little bit of an insight about what's happening. But I think we're a little bit away from that at this stage.
And that doesn't always work as needed.
But yeah,
see, we've got the line refs in here and the main refs.
And French players, French coach, and one of the Czechia players.
Yeah, sometimes we do have random players in there for translation issues.
Yes, yeah. It's one of those things like English is probably the most common language between everyone, but obviously not everyone speaks English or speaks the language of the country, so it is quite useful generally to get people in to explain it. It's easy enough with the easy decisions as for catches, hits, blocks, etc. We do have non-verbal communications for those, which are consistent across European dodgeball, so that makes that easier. But when it's a bit more complicated, so it would appear that the call was that there was a catch and the leap of faith was successful. So
we're just trying to zoom out quick enough.
So we're now on to 2-1 for France. I'm not sure how long's left of the set, but there's 45 seconds left of the half.
Potentially about 15 seconds.
Yes.
We're just poking fun at our operators who are doing an absolutely stellar job running the stream.
Yes.
It's the production value on our end is absolutely amazing.
Yes.
And so good. A great dodge there. I think they're really wanting this final set.
Yeah. Oh,
another lovely dodge. They may just leave it until the time runs out.
Yes.
Which we believe will be the end of the game. The timer hasn't reset. I think they're using an independent kind of timer. Ryu gets himself hit out there, thinking he makes the trade. They're calling a hit.
Yep, there
so
we
they
go.
do get another set.
Nice. Yeah, that was really good, aggressive play from Ryu there. He really, I mean, he made a catch, he made a leap of faith, and he's made a trade. He's done a lot in that set.
He might have been a bit rushed with it. I think he could have taken maybe a bit of the pace off and still managed to get a successful hit using his partner on court with that. But the end result is the end result, and they seem to have made it.
Yes. So we're going to have a final 90-second set. Obviously, the game result is pretty much established, but I think France want it more.
Yeah, I think getting the extra 2 set points would do them a lot for confidence going into their next game.
Yes.
And just confidence in general, because this, as you said, is a young team, a mixture of kind of the older experienced players and then new, very talented players. So just having that bit of a I'm stuttering because I do like that play. But if you didn't notice, Ryu grabbed the ball, he passed it back to Gavel, who then passes it back to him.
Yes. It's something that we don't see
releases.
a lot. We don't see ever in the UK.
No.
Yeah.
No. We're too too safe and sound for that.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been a very good catch. If
would have been a lovely sliding catch. I saw it a lot at the UDO too.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was ever successful.
Yeah.
It does involve having a player at the front of court turning their back.
Yes.
So that's always an issue.
Yeah.
But I believe if you maybe had a team where you were getting the middle ball quite consistently. So France are up 5-4 in this set. Let's see them close this out to get
the final 2 points.
Set point. Yeah. Oh, a single there. Very well done. And another hit.
Yeah, 2 more hits there. Both players going for aggressive singles. I don't think there was any communication. I think it was, we just want to hit some people at this point. So
underarm there. I think there was a bit of communication for the running counter.
Okay.
It was just the Czech player then threw at number 8.
Okay, yeah.
A couple of hits there.
But then
that's the set. France take the final set.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously it's been pretty clinical for Czechia there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's one of those things, they probably made a number of substitutions in that second half and changed up the team a bit, but I think they can be pretty happy going into the next games. For France, they did a really good job of actually trying to come back. And that's quite difficult, particularly for a very young team. So I think they can hold their heads up high of how they've done there and just try and keep that going for the rest of their games.
Indeed, I think, as you've said, looking at the rankings from last year, Czech didn't play like they were a 13th place team last year.
Yeah.
They played way above that. So obviously maybe the French approach to the mix is a bit different. You can see their ladies lining up now. Maybe some of their superstar women's players and their superstar men's players aren't on the mixed team.
Yeah.
But they still had a very good mixed team.
Yeah, they did.
And it was just keeping calm, keeping their heads, and the Czech approach seemed to work really well. On that note, I'm going to love you all and leave you. Take my break. And I will be watching the next game because it looks like an absolute stormer of France versus England.
Yep. So I will see everyone back here at 2:40 for France. No, for England. Yeah, England versus France.
England versus France in the women's. Anyway, have a lovely 10 or so minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the European Dodgeball Championships 2023 here in Osijek, Croatia. The game up against us on court one is the French women versus England women. My name is Greg Whitehouse and I'm joined by
Emily Busby. So I'm quite excited for this game because the England-France game last year was quite good. And England, whilst did win, did struggle a little bit against the French women. So it'll be interesting to see, with a year on top of them, how the French women do this year.
a couple of younger faces that we've seen develop over the years in the French team, sort of now growing with age. They're sort of a lot more developed tactically, a lot smarter with dodgeball styles. We know the French have a very good junior program. The same with the Italians, the English, and the Austrians. These nations have always sort of pushed the boundaries on bringing those younger players in. Now it's obviously France's turn to sort of those younger players that we saw come in now start to lead on the team a lot more. One thing we've said, and I think you was just briefly speaking, that France women, mixed and men's, there are no crossovers with the squad.
No.
Which is normally what we've seen stereotypically, and I think this might be the first European team. Actually, we were talking a couple of months ago about it. We've never had a European team of solely mixed players.
Yes. Yeah, and it's one of those things that I think that means that they're kind of focusing their efforts on the women's and men's so that they're not having to put their best players across two squads, and that they can use that mixed team as a development opportunity. Because otherwise, usually, those players that are not necessarily in the starting 6 or starting 8 for the women's and men's might not get a lot of gameplay, but if you use that mixed team as a development opportunity, you really bring them up to speed a lot quicker than you would getting them to play an odd half every so often on the main gender squad.
There is big premise within this England women's squad. You were there last year.
Yes.
It's always been tough away from the France-England game. We're only on day one for just a moment. That when they face Austria, they're now and have lost every final since 2014.
Yes, except for was that the one World?
No, okay.
Yeah.
In the European side,
yes.
The World Cup, which England took home in 2018
Yeah.
in New York. But apart from that, and all these games will only be a test in what is to come.
Yes.
For these England women. The French women have a game of their own to play now. Can they take sets off England? Can they win the game? It's such an undercard game, an underdog game, that we are yet to find out sort of who will be taking this. Like we said, a couple of younger faces. That Natalie, the MVP from last year in the women's division, and a couple of faces also returning. 40 minutes of gameplay, 2 20-minute halves, every set comprised of 3 minutes. The game gets underway.
So yeah, opening rush won by England there, but opting not for a quick start.
They'll look for that high press. A lot of the starts of the game, a lot of starting sets often are one ball played. Sort of they play the one ball out. They like to see sort of how the other team play.
Yeah, sort of just testing each other. Oh, and then, a great fake from Bonsignori, and then taking the hit when the French player is already dropped.
Yep, she knows what she has done there. Bonsignori there has played perfectly. She's made her sort of fall to the floor, dodge early, and it's then an easy hit from there.
Yeah. Yeah, but the French managed to make a hit on Jones, so it is 5-5 again now. A little bit cagey, I would say, for the start. Oh, but a beautiful hit there.
Yeah, Meg White goes to dodge out the way, but that ball comes in a little too quick, I think, for her liking. Doesn't quite get out of the way of it. Normally, Meg White, you'd favour her to take a lot of the catches. Maybe she's gone for the dodging early on.
Yeah.
probably if she'd set herself for the catch, it might have been a different result.
Oh, yeah. Free throw there from Josiah. Takes out the middle French player. Yeah, and then a great running counter.
Yep, and a 1-for-1. So
Yeah, number 49 managing to take out one of those players with her.
toe shot pops up, but Bonsignori on the track rack takes the catch up high. So what, a 3v3?
3v2.
Yeah, 3v2. Bree Darcy obviously gets hit on the toe on her track back.
Oh, but a lovely delay ball there, just hitting Jones on the back. So
one thing you'll see in the far background up the top is Austria, the whole of Austria are looking on this game. Oh, and Bonsignori takes the catch.
Very happy about that. Yeah, I think it's those catches in that game really made the difference there for England.
Yeah. 2 catches, the first fake in that first part of the set. She's done everything right.
Yeah.
And that is what they'll need later on in terms of not just relying on player by player, but to rely on the team and making sure when Bonsignori is taking those catches, the player that returns is also giving everything towards the team.
Yeah.
France done everything right to the end. The throw, not a bad one, but Bonsignori picks it up in the air. Quick start from the French.
Yeah, Dubois there holding the ball nicely, keeping the second ball there, not giving away the 4. So yeah, lovely free throw there.
Yeah, good free throw, and that's what they're looking for.
Oh.
Perfect delayed. It's that 2-ball attack from the 4. Jones on the delay, comes low.
Yeah.
Make sure she's getting the hit on Godwin.
Yeah. Another hit there on Dupuis. Jumps, but can't get over that ball.
Yeah, Dupuis, I think she actually nearly makes the catch on that.
Yeah.
Behind the ball. But
yeah, I think because she had the other ball in her hand, it was difficult. If she dropped it, might have been able to make it. Yeah, good sideways movement, but committed early to the sideways movement, so fairly easy to track there.
Single ball.
Oh, yeah. And then finished off by Darcy there. Darcy.
England have taken the first 2 sets in this game, but have certainly been in it the whole way.
Yeah.
France have certainly been in it the whole way. Obviously, a couple of good catches from the side of the England Lions. And like we said, no matter sort of when the set ends, it has to be those 30 seconds.
Yes. So yeah, France taking that quick start, but Dupuis just fails to make a hit there.
I think it's hard because they're on this quick start, but all the England women are already at the back of the court. You know, and from what we've seen so far, they've certainly taken the catches. So maybe I'd slow the game down just a little.
Yeah, just reset with the 3 and then just go for that hit off the start.
Josiah releases the 1, so it's a... Yeah, she releases that 1. It gives France the 4. They throw 3 at 1 target, take Meg White.
And then there's a trade. Well, not even a trade.
Yeah.
Natalie on the left taking out Jones and managing to dodge out the way of Jones' ball.
And she is not afraid to get high up that court.
Yeah, just apologising to her team there. Didn't really want to give England the 4 balls there.
Yeah. Great if the hit pays off.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh. Yeah, so managed to get 2 players out there, England.
Yeah. Dupuy there, just on that running counter. It's only Brie Darcy who's sort of left up court. Catch not made on that one from Dalcondite. Two ball comes in low, but no target found.
Oh,
On
yeah.
a back line and a hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unlucky there from the French ladies. It's that micromanagement,
Yeah.
court awareness, everything that will hinder you from winning that game.
So, yeah, so Josiah and Bonsignori left in. Oh,
Catch and a
catching
hit.
out, yeah. Well taken.
Yeah, very good catch.
So, yeah, 2 against 1. Oh, but yeah. Free throw here and then catch off the other one.
Josiah will do that every day of the week, and she is not afraid to take that.
Yeah.
She gets to standing on the first, takes in the catch, great position. She set herself well. She's done everything right.
Yeah.
Before that, France looked like they were taking the set home.
Yeah, they did really well. And then, yeah, just, you know, ideally with those pre-throws, you want to be looking to block, reset, because if the player that released the ball afterwards was aware, potentially looking to then throw either side rather than straight at the gut. So yeah, France again going for that quick start, but it's just not paying off. They're basically just giving England the ball.
Yeah. Could have taken Darcy maybe. She was probably the highest up the court.
Yeah.
But I think she's got that cover from Jones and Josiah on the wing.
Yeah.
Fake comes in from Meg White down the middle. Gazelle leap over that single ball. It'd be great if France could take this set. They'd certainly give themselves a bit of momentum, or at least stop the momentum of England.
Yes. Oh, lovely catch there from Jones. So yeah, suddenly it's a 3-5 to England. Oh, a 3-ball attack. Takes out Dupuy. There was a pre-throw after from Natali. Took out Meg White.
Oh, she hits the loop.
Oh.
She hits the looper.
Oh.
That first ball that she's thrown in the air, no one really thinks he's going to make the hit. But does in the end, as sort of Dalcondite is left sort of in that dodge position on the ground.
Not expecting it because it just comes down from the air. So yeah, Natali committing to that trade there with Diarcy.
And she always will. She'll always push extra high into that.
But one of those things that trade's not necessarily going to pull off at that point, because then you're down to a 1v3.
Yeah, Jones thinks they make the hit previous, maybe looks around for a referee decision. Just referee has also called it no hit. Jones then takes the catch.
Yeah.
She holds that ball and she'll take her time. Good mentality sort of goes with your mentality when you're making stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, doesn't get concerned about the fact that a ref has potentially called against the hit. Just lets it go, takes the catch.
Yeah,
sorted.
Oh, Jones, she's looking for the ball from ball retriever Tom Bell there.
Or the new, taking that hit on Jones while she's not watching. Yeah, good hold there from Pickering.
Yeah, really good. Smart decision. You set with the 4. You never want to be throwing, because if she takes the catch, then the French will take single balls like that. If the balls are not drilled and the balls are not on time, the French will do just that every single set.
So 6-4 to the French at the moment. It'd be good to see them take the set. Well left there.
Yeah. Now they've come forward with a 3 this time. Single ball.
Oh, and a catch there. Beautiful.
She has baited her in the whole way.
Yeah, from Merlot. Yeah, amazing. And then goes up, makes a lovely, lovely throw as well. It feels like France are warming up into this game now.
Can they make the hits? Can they make those hits count? The catches, you can take them all day long, but if you're not going to protect yourself...
Beautiful dodge there, getting underneath that counter.
And it's weird, that sort of left ball, which you'd normally hold all the way at far court, is being picked up by middle. It's almost like their 3 is coming from a separate area every time. Pickering looks to push back, but decides against it. Bonsignori is with her, but they decide they'll set with the 3 and look at their throws. Their throws.
Lovely. Yeah, great dodging there.
And now they've baited the 4.
Yeah.
Can the French be aggressive? Can the French make the hits and make them count?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Hit there and Pickering. D'Arcy comes up to make the... She does make the hit and manages, I think the other one bounces just in front of her. Potential disagreement from the French.
The French always bring a big crowd with them. That's always the problem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fortunate for Bertha Moore.
I think the refs have called bounce, so that's...
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those, particularly from the stands, you're not going to be able to tell from that angle what's happened. But then... a trade, but I believe France take that set.
I think the sort of coach's box is pushing the England girls to go forward, because I don't think they realise how long is left on the clock. It was only about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
The England girls then decide to rush, and no catches made, a couple of late throws.
Yes.
Nothing too over the top. France take the 2 set points, and a well-deserved 2 set points. They've made the catches in that set and they've made it count. Like I said, you can make a catch all you like, but if you're bringing those players on and you're not delivering in the throws, then you won't win the set.
Yeah. So France this time deciding to set and go with the 3. I mean, still didn't make it hit, but you're less in danger from that. It'd be good to see France build on that last set, take another set. It really heats up that game then. And they do look a bit more confident now after that.
And it is that momentum that they wanted.
Oh, yeah, lovely hit there.
Yeah, really nice. Yeah, captain from the French ladies there, Bertha Mew.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. French player goes up, retrieves the ball, but then decides to throw it from standing straight at D'Arcy, who takes it easily as a catch.
Pickering comes back in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things that she just needed that ball. She didn't need to throw it.
Yeah. It's always a tough one. It's like one of those things that when you make a catch, it's always sort of like they say you shouldn't then throw, because it's like you're at the adrenaline of the catch. You throw, you want to make another hit. Sometimes they're the ones that get plucked up.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Lovely catch from Bonsignori there.
Yeah. But 3 players down now.
Oh, but
makes the catch and a hit as well.
And another hit. Oh, then
Ball
this hit.
pops up. Plenty of volleys left, right and centre.
So it's now 4-3.
The French yet again with the voices.
Yep.
Not really sure what they're doing. And the chest throw comes in.
Yeah. Lovely there from Aubigny. Gets the hit and the dodge.
And now only a single ball. They don't need to rush into this now. They've got a minute to play out. If they can take this set, it's great for their momentum.
Yes. Yeah, good hold there.
Yeah.
Good communication from them. It's a bit too risky for them to take that.
Yeah, ball retriever actually calls that, making sure they hold, because they've given that 3rd one away and it's already gone over the middle line.
Yeah.
So dying 30 seconds.
Yeah. Nice single. On target, difficult to catch.
That Meg White ball is coming in every time.
Yeah.
Not sure. I thought that might have been a trade. Maybe it looks like she blocked first.
Yeah. So yeah, 3-2, 4 seconds left on the clock, and England have no balls. There we go. It's just come in.
Yeah, and there you go. They've reset. France don't need to push anything because all it takes is one catch, and that changes the game.
So yeah, so 4-8 going into the last set. So if France can take this, going 6-8 to half-time, that puts them in a really good position for that second half.
Yeah. I think the France coach is just making sure that the crowds aren't giving boos.
Yes.
You might get that in football games, but we try to keep it a lot more civil within dodgeball.
Yeah.
If you are just joining us in this game, we're nearly at the end of the first half. Good catch from DRC. Pickering goes for the single ball, but it's dodged. Jones with the block. And there's been some great dodgeball in this game so far. Can England capitalise and win this game out?
Yeah.
Or do France carry that momentum into the second half? If they win this set, it's going to be great for them.
Yeah.
Going into the half, 8-6.
So yeah, nice dodge from Pickering. So yeah, trade there between Pickering and Natalie. But whilst it's good, the trade doesn't work in France's favour because they were already one down. Oh, and a lovely catch from Meg White. And yeah. And all of a sudden, it's 6-2.
And that's it. And England seem to have reset themselves, I guess, during the set.
Yeah.
Or in that break in the set.
Yeah, player going up by herself. Luckily, just about getting some cover, but
they're trying to force England to just be a bit erratic. That's where France seem to have taken the sets.
Yes.
When they're taking those catches off aggressive single balls that England didn't need to throw. Bounce.
Yeah.
Just before Darcy.
So yeah, France had 2 balls, trying to force it. Oh, but yeah, fortunately, can't take that catch. Leaves it all down to Albanyu. She's got 2 balls. She's in against 6 players with 25 seconds. It's a lot to ask.
And now even if the set ended here, there wouldn't be a 90-second set because you have that 30.
Oh!
You have that 30-second break, and there, as we say it, that is the end of the first half. 10-4. Oh, now I was told there wouldn't be a 1 minute 30 set if it was under 30 seconds, but here we are, 1 minute 30 second set.
Cool.
So France can still take a set before the half, and they'd only then be 10-6 behind. Rather, if England take the set 12-4, doesn't sound great on the side of France, although they've been in every set, every second of the way.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's really been. It's one thing that England are very good at, which is keeping control through the whole game. Oh, but lovely catch.
Yeah. And the French ladies, it's what they do ever so well. When they get that momentum going and the ball rolling, it's a completely different story.
Yeah. Oh, ball just gets under the block there. So drawn now.
Yeah, Jones wants to push high, but I don't think she has enough cover to sort of trade herself out. 2 balls come in. But England reset. They've got the 4, and with 50 seconds, you take a hit here.
Yeah. Catch Oh, wow.
No catch.
No catch.
No catch is
Hit
called.
first?
Yeah, I think as she's making the secure, I don't think it's.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would have been a very good catch.
Yep.
Yeah, and another catch from Meg White, and then a counter from Dekunti.
When England start to show dominance in a set, it's really hard for any nation to sort of return it. I guess sort of that.
Oh, yeah.
Natalie, she goes for that.
Kind of go for anything there, but not really set for one of those balls.
Yeah, I think when you're trying to look for a catch, especially when you're 2v6, 2v5, it's so hard in that point.
Yeah.
You literally go for anything.
Yeah.
Set ends, or the first half ends 12-4. Now, obviously 3 minutes ago, we were at a point where if France had taken the set, it would have looked a lot closer in the game and the score difference itself. But 12-4 doesn't quite look great on the side of France, but they've been in it every step of the way. They've, the sets they have lost, they haven't lost by, 5-6 players.
Yeah,
or not every set.
Or they've lost them in the last 30 seconds. And that's the thing, is them being able to maintain the momentum through an entire set. So it's one of those things, it's France really need to. I don't know if they need more control or they just need sort of better decision making on what they are doing, because they've got the talent there to do what's required. But potentially just need to think a bit more about what they're doing. Whereas England, they've been pretty clinical. There's been a few times where it's gone a bit ropey, but you can kind of expect that in the early stage of the group games. But obviously, I think because of the standard that they set for their teams, they'll really be looking to shut that down now to make sure that they're clinical through a whole set.
I also think that when you think about it like that, in terms of when England have been erratic, I only think that's only ever been forced by the French side also being erratic, so England try to match it. I think great, matching it in some areas, but you also need to know how to control against erratic.
Yes.
I think, we shouldn't always talk about it probably this earlier on, and it looks like it will be the final, but you never know, because there's always an upset across the way, here, there, everywhere. But you have to look at England-Austria, especially in the women's. It has been that for so long that I think if it was any different, you'd be asking questions why.
Yes.
But you have to know how to control against every tactic.
Yes.
The French, obviously, like we've said in other games, it's not about, if you might lose against England Lions, but it's how many set points you can gather from that game.
Yes.
What can you really take from it? And in the groups themselves, every set point counts.
Yes.
Because it could be a matter of sets or a couple of sets along the way that you've lost. You come to it and you're out of the group by one set.
Yeah, all it takes is a draw on one of your other group games, and then it turns out that, you got more points against this team than the other team, you're through, the other team's out. So it's one of those things that if you get to the point where you can't win the game, that doesn't mean you take the effort out, because you still need to look at those points.
Yeah, the women's group with England and France in also has Wales and Hungary.
Yes, and obviously with Hungary beating Wales this morning, that makes it a very interesting group for who's going to come second, really.
So second half soon to get underway. 20 minutes separates one of these teams from taking home 2 points in your group.
Yeah, so France really need to hit it hard now. They need to win this first set to build some momentum in this second half. Whereas England looking to just play calm, relaxed. So we've got some changes. So we've got Town and Sharp on for England. Unfortunately, we are going to run into the same issue that we had during the mixed game, that the French players don't have numbers on the front of their shorts, so it's sometimes difficult to tell
identify who is
who.
Now, later on in the tournament, that'll be a lot easier because we'll be able to switch cameras.
Yes.
On day one, we have the standard dodgeball camera view, I guess.
Yes.
But a good one at that.
Yes.
And it does the job. Later on in the tournament, as we progress, there'll be replay cameras, different camera angles that we'll be able to pick apart and sort of review games a lot more in depth. What do France do here? Do they sort of try to be abruptive? Do they try and test England in terms of making them push? You've brought on Town now, who is by far one of the most experienced players that the England Lions has.
Yeah.
The women's have. Imi Sharp, obviously a younger player.
Yeah.
In the setup of England Lions.
So yeah, I think it's one of those things that when France have done well so far, it's being disruptive. So I think they've got to play that to their advantage rather than trying to find new tactics. They've got to try and exploit that and make England play their game rather than them trying to play England's game.
Couldn't agree more.
So yeah. Here we go, ready for the second half.
Game gets underway. Pickering close to tumbling over that centre line. I think it's been a sort of grab and tug every time.
Oh, but a lovely catch, yeah.
Great catch, sets herself perfectly. When she's in that mind frame of taking catches like that, nothing will really stop her.
Yeah. Yeah, nice block there.
Yeah. Stands her ground, doesn't need to track back, because sometimes that's where you get caught a little off guard on that low throw.
Yeah. Yeah, a lovely hit there from Pickering as well in the middle, and the catch from White.
And England are doing what France hope to do,
yes, and
take every catch that comes their way.
Yeah, a great track there from Town.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is exactly how England wanted to start. They've done really well. They're being very clinical. They're doing everything right. So yeah, France throwing the single, keeping the two.
Sharp and Town, former teammates at Bedford Mighty Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
But a good one from one. Town, I think, does get the hit. Not sure on if she makes the actual trade. Might have bounced before. Ref calls, I think, just bounced before. Like I said, every move you make and every step sort of along the group stages, every team will always be watching.
Yeah.
Right now, Austria watching everything that England do and really assessing it and how they play.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, England just throwing a lot of nice, safe singles. They're going to be very difficult to catch, or France are really going to have to force it, and probably it'll be quite difficult for them. And then, relying on those running counters, those double running counters, you know, that's one of their biggest strengths is that running counter.
You've just seen it there, and although the first one was close to being caught up, Jones does take the second one, and it's the delayed one that just hits her leg anyway. There again, the running counter from Pickering.
Yeah, absolutely, both on time.
Jones is a good one. Yeah.
So obviously, not the start that France wanted for this set. They're really going to have to show resilience now of France to get some more points on the board, which they need to do. It's sometimes difficult with it being a young team to show that resilience to be able to bring back. But if they can do, it really sets them up for further years in the competition.
I think they have always been, and I can imagine always will be, a team that wears their heart on their sleeves. They are so emotionally attached to the dodgeball team that they have that when there is a loss that they know they could have taken so much more from.
Yeah.
Jones does get the hit, just on the come down. She gets the foot of number 2 there. Bartholomew.
Oh, looky there, Jones.
Yeah, I think, like I said, they're so emotionally attached, and you know they fall, but not every hurdle. But when they lose and they know they could have taken more, I think it's hard for them to take.
Yeah. So yeah, France trying to come up high and force something, but England just taking it in their strides. They've got great cover. Oh, but lovely shot from Natalie there on Meg White.
White's gone to hit that low block, doesn't quite get the ball down in time, is then hit on it. Darcy looks for the counter but decides against it. Oh, nice. What a catch.
Yeah.
Dodges low, picks it up, nice and central.
Yeah. Ooh. That was a good double. That was good timing on the double throw there.
Town set herself well to dodge out the way of it. But if you're going to rely on any 3 to turn a set round, as I talk, Town is picked up.
Commentator's curse.
But I think they've gone for different targets there, or the throw isn't quite as...
There's a little bit of a delay there.
Yeah, I think Pickering's ball comes in a little later, not quite on target.
Yeah.
Great throws, but I think sort of those extra inches that you've missed out on will get picked up. Ball gets popped up.
Oh, yeah, that's a bit unfortunate for Sharp. She got a really nice hit, but just popped straight up in the air and straight back down. Oh,
and back line as well.
Oh, yeah. So that's a nice set from the French team.
Yeah.
That's what they need to do now for every set. If they can replicate that, they're in a chance. They can maybe still get there if they win all the remaining sets.
14 minutes. Yep, 4 sets. Definitely possible.
Yeah.
But I think Pickering just a bit confused on why she was called out.
Yes.
Just clarifies. Backline ref called her out on the back line.
Yeah.
She's done her job as a referee.
Yeah.
Pickering this time gets the quick one. Jones on the run in. Decides against it. Smart decision.
Yeah, the French are already right at the back of the court. Not going to gain anything at that point.
They're only going to take the catches, if anything.
Yeah.
But a great set from the French. It's what we wanted, a bit more in the first half. Couple of just slight misses on single ball throws.
Oh, yeah. Lovely throw there from Sharp.
Sharp sees that she's sort of, when you've got that sling throw, you're in that release of it's so hard to dodge because your arm is all the way across your body at that point.
It takes you a lot longer to reset and get back.
Yeah. 4 balls now from the side of England Lions.
Oh, but nice dodging there from the French captain.
Double ball.
Yeah, but 2 different targets there. So they went for both ball holders. Blocked it
Interesting.
easily.
Maybe to try and stop that running counter, but England will just push through it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, but yeah, Sharp. That's a good throw, but catches it pretty easily.
Yeah, it's those catches every time. You're often told knees and below, but you're throwing at knees here, and they go into that set of they bend their knees inwards and take that catch.
Yeah.
You almost want to be looking at sort of shoulders.
Yeah.
Because if anything, they're going to dodge low and go for the catch.
Yeah, it's sometimes quite difficult because, particularly in the women's game, you don't throw a lot of high balls, so you're just not used to doing it. So sometimes you can end up, and that's a beautiful catch. Oh,
When the French are on their catching game, it is always a pleasure to watch.
Yes. Sliding the catch backwards. Beautiful.
Yeah. And this time, Town wants to push forward, but...
Yeah, no balls available for anybody else, so she's got no cover. And with
no cover, and Natalie hangs around that neutral zone.
Yeah. Yeah. Forces the throw there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good
does
throw
get
from
hit.
Town.
Yeah. Does get the hit, but 5 balls now to France.
Has to take a single ball target here, and they do.
It is.
They get Meg White.
They threw all 5, so it does give Jones and Town 5 balls now, but only 15 seconds to make 3 hits. They've got 1. They've got 10 seconds.
But they do have 2 balls, so any response can be made. You do nothing, yeah.
Yeah, 2 different targets there. Yeah, time. Yeah.
The French girls are shouted to hold,
Yeah.
because all you want to do is fire 2 single balls at Town and Jones, and they pick up catches.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things, they needed 2 hits there, so they had to go for the 2 different targets.
Yeah.
They could have gone for the same target, got the hit, but then they've got 3 seconds left to make another one, and no balls probably at that point, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
England have to take one of these next 3 or 4 sets that's coming their way to make sure that they just secure the victory.
Yes.
France carry on, and I can imagine a timeout is going to get called.
Yes.
France take this next set, I could imagine a timeout will be called.
Definitely. Yeah, and potentially some changes as well. We've got Gower on now as well for England, and Phillips. So two more players changed for England.
Certainly 2 players that are not afraid of sort of European experience.
Yes. Oh, but and look, Gower does lose control of a ball. Obviously, you just coming on. It's one of those things. Sometimes it takes you a set to warm into the game. Oh, but yeah, lovely. Look at that. Sharp throws the ball, gets stuck in the neutral zone, but just takes the catch.
What a catch. She doesn't even need to throw. She knows she's probably, if she's getting that hit, it'd be a great one at that, because then, you know, you've got all those balls. You've taken another player out and you've reset back to the 4.
Yeah.
Sharp picks up the catch, and it's a good one at that, in that neutral zone. Ball pops up. It's now going to be...
Oh, Phillips just on the foot. So it's 4-4 now.
3 balls now with France. Do they look at taking a...
Yeah, so France holding that really high line, trying to put England off or force them into something. But obviously when it's 4-4, England don't need to go into that.
Is going to be called. England Lions will have to throw multiple. They do throw 3.
And they get the hit.
Good hit, but Sharp also pushes back any sign of running counters.
Yeah. Yeah, so 3 balls, going for White again.
Every time that multiple ball attack comes in, it goes towards Meg White. As much as you can try and catch a 3-ball target on time is perfect. Catch and out.
No, just out, I believe. Oh, no, catch and out, yes. However, I don't think England are aware which ball has been caught. It's sometimes difficult when both balls go in exactly the same time, so the referee will just call a player out. There's nothing else that you can do in that situation. But yeah, going back to the Meg White thing, the only thing I've noticed is she's doing a good lateral dodge, but she's going left every time. And I think France are picking up on that, so they know that they're going to target left.
And France will always throw multiple at Meg White. They know what she can do. She'll always take the catch, but that's a good tracking.
Yeah.
Sharp tracks the slide from the French captain, Berthomeu.
Yeah, you got to think, you know, Sharp and Town, they've played this formation themselves for a number of years.
That is going to be a...
Oh, unfortunately there, Town just blocked it into her thigh, it looks like.
Could have been a ball retriever error there on that.
Oh, but a catch and a dodge from Sharp.
Sharp. That
Beautiful.
is phenomenal.
Yeah. So that brings DRC back on. 2-1. Oh, and a hit. That was beautiful. And a catch! Oh my gosh! Wow! That is amazing. Sharp did everything right there. You know, she absolutely turned it around, but just unfortunate that D'Arcy gets hit and then Sharp gets caught. But that was it. She absolutely backed herself for that catch, and she took it. Amazing.
That is...
And now it's a completely different game. 7.5 minutes left, and it's 10-14. The game is on. Oh, timeout called. Yeah. So as you called it, England taking that timeout now.
Has to be.
They've got to do something. France have got the momentum, and it's now in the situation where everything France are trying is working. So yeah.
What has this game become? A turnaround in both sets.
Yes.
I guess in terms of France look like they take it, England look like they take it, France look like they take it. Imi takes the double catch.
Yeah.
One at the line, one at the back, and the dodge. 1-on-1 picked up.
Yeah, so...
Game of the tournament so far without a shadow of a doubt.
Definitely. Yeah, it was one of those things, I picked it as my match of the day to start the day. I was very excited about it, and it started off very slow, but it's hotting up very quickly.
Yeah. And as you can always imagine, the French are here in the crowd, but they're also here in the YouTube chat. They are always supporting the team, no matter what.
Yeah.
I'd say come rain, come shine, but
Yeah.
we play indoor sports, so... Can France capitalise on the rest of this game? They've got the momentum. Do
Yeah.
they carry on past this timeout and push past England Lions?
Yeah. And can England Lions regain control? Can they? I think it's the accuracy that comes in for me, because the French are taking so many drop catches. They need to change where they're positioning those throws, go for some more high balls, and they'll knock out that catch in from France. And that, I think, would change the game around. But it's also whether they've got the arms and accuracy to do those high balls.
For me, England have to take the reset now. They have to think about what they're doing in every part of the set.
Yeah.
You know, don't run forward, take the catch. Like we said it at the start of this game. You can take catches all you want, but if you're not going to win the set, or you're not going to throw together, they're wasted.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, you know, Gower and Phillips came on at the start of the last set. They'll probably be a bit more warmed into the game now, so they might be able to now make a bit more of a difference.
Bonsignori there with the centre ball. France have been disruptive. They have played aggressive, and it's trying to force England stuff that they don't like doing.
Yes. Yeah, so yeah, there was a hit there on Gower, so then the hit on Nathalie does not count.
Yeah, tough one.
Yeah.
Because I think Bonsignori pulls out of her running counter
because she thinks that Nathalie is going to be out, but
but bounce just before Meg White. Ball pops up. Yeah. Loses control of the ball there.
Yeah.
Evens from both sides, both players with 5, but France do have 4 balls. Can they capitalise?
Yes, so they throw all of them at Imi, over the head or bounces in front.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, she's very good at both jumping and ducking.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to predict where she's going to go. Oh. Yeah, another hit. Yeah, Bonsignori calling for a hold. They've got 5 balls. They're going to want to capitalise on this now and get at least 1 hit.
They just had to remain calm, and they have. They've got the 5 balls. 3 get thrown.
And they make the hit.
Yeah. Good timing, good areas. Done everything right, those centre 3 throwers.
Yeah.
Town, White and Phillips.
Yeah, but a lovely, lovely tracking there on Town, so they get the hit. It's one of those things that France are going to keep fighting now. They've got the momentum and they've got the confidence. They're going to fight all the way to the end, but a hit there. Tries their best to get out of the way, but...
Both teams showing great displays of dodgeball. The catching, throwing together, it really is nice.
Yeah, so you see there, Nathalie concerned about a pre-throw from Bonsignori, but she doesn't... Oh, that catch!
Meg
that
White,
catch!
we said earlier on, you cannot throw single balls at her. She will pick them up. That's why they've been throwing 3 at her all game. She's stayed on And this time around, she's taken both single balls thrown at her.
Yeah. So yeah, you'd say that, if England can get one more set in this half, they're pretty assured of victory. But potentially, maybe France can still do it, but they'd really need to win this next set and win it quicker than 3 minutes.
They get the quick reset. England slow the game down, and that is what they will do. Whether they win it in 5 seconds, whether they win it in 5 seconds or they take their time, that's all they need to do. Town throws the single and it's caught up.
Yeah.
The catch, not a great worth early on because you're only really taking one player on.
Yes.
You don't bring a player back in.
So yeah, the France now singing, try and lift up their players. I think Bonsignore is asking where the England chants are.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 hits there. 3 hits.
3 hits.
Wow. Wow. That has gone well for England.
But the balls hit and do not find their targets of Sharp and Phillips. Oh, she set herself too early.
Oh, and then Phillips drops the catch.
She's set herself perfect.
Yeah.
I think she nearly caught it.
Yeah. Oh, but a catch there. Lovely. So it's 3-3 now. 1.5 minutes left in the set.
A catch, and then I think the block's nearly made. Gower jumps over 1 second, just misses her head. Single ball just bounces short of Natalie.
Bonsignore playing it safe there. They don't need to win. Oh! And she went for the catch and she didn't need it. Oh! But then, then Sharp makes the hit on Natalie.
Yeah, Natalie is focused on Gower the whole time.
Oh. Not sure what the discussion's about, but something. Don't know if it's to do with the hit on the floor.
Maybe a slight discussion on whether it's aggressive throw. I guess if someone's set on the floor and you throw into their head, that's probably what they're debating.
Yeah.
That could be the only thing I see.
Yeah. I couldn't see anything else happening, but. And the England coach having a word with the referee there about something.
Can they do that? Is it coach and captain that can both talk? Is that how?
Usually, well, it's not defined in the European dodgeball rules. In the British dodgeball rules, we have one assigned person, and
Doesn't have to be captain or.
No, so you just have an assigned person that can talk to the referees or can protest things, and they have to be identified at the start of the game. But we don't have that. It's just that the coach and the managers and the captains can ask. They can protest. Basically, that a rule has been used incorrectly, but they can't say that a referee's decision is wrong. That's not a protest that they can make.
I think what they might be debating is they've got more than 2 in the box.
Oh, coaches. Okay. Or the ball. Did the ball retrievers have?
So you can have 2 coaches plus an additional person, either from like media, anything like that. But because they're in white, I think is the debate of it. Is it distracting? Is that a mind game from the side of the England Lions?
Yeah.
That's the tough one.
Yeah. They're clearly identifiable, which is mostly what's required.
So yeah, France to win this set pretty close, and then they need to do it pretty quickly if they're going to draw another 2 from it.
Yes.
Only 2:24 left in the half. Obviously, you can have that 90-second set at the end of things.
Yeah, throw one ball when they had 4.
Yeah, that's all you need to do. You
Yeah.
can throw one and then you reset.
Yeah, because it's one of those things. England don't need to finish it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's
Get
it out.
here and then Sharp with the block.
Now, a catch is needed, I think, from this one to turn it around. But Sharp knows her job. All she has to do is defend.
Yeah, you know, while England have a good running counter, France have taken some catches off those, so they don't need to. They don't need to run in counter. They don't need to win. If anything, it might be good for them to tire her out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'd be doing here. You'd play that last 5 seconds out.
Goes for a leap of faith, doesn't make it.
That leap of faith. Obviously, if you make that hit in the air, you're still one alive player.
Yeah.
But you're still sort of...
A target.
a target. You can't pick up balls from their side.
No. And you can't make catches whilst in their side, but you can be hit.
Yes.
Yeah. A catch is basically nothing because it's neither a catch nor are you out.
Yeah. Timeout called. From the side of France, it would have been because England have
already
called
had
their
theirs.
timeout. Yeah.
Yeah.
So a good timeout. It gives that France girl, the French girl, a bit of a rest. The captain, Berthomeu.
So yeah, it looks like there's not a lot of, it's going to be, what, a 90-second set?
It will be a 90-second set now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that set on there is the 1:30. They needed to end it before that set would come in. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'd actually have to end it before there was 2 minutes left, because if there's less than 2 minutes left, it goes into a 90-second set, right?
Yeah. So yeah, obviously at this point, there's Yep, so it's going to be the final set. You know, England don't need this set. They're probably going to play quite slow, quite calm. For France, they want this. It'd be great for them to finish this game on a high and get that last set in. And obviously, points are worth everything at this point. You know, you don't know what's going to happen in the rest of the group games.
Town goes for the throw. Natalie slides across and looks for the block.
Almost slides off court.
Yep. Not a block nor a hit.
No.
Meg White
dodging
just
nicely.
with a good stretch of
Yeah.
Doing the shaky legs.
Yep. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, a nice fake from Town, then Sharp takes the single throw, hitting out the French captain. Yeah. A cross court there, but bounce before it hits Town. So yeah, we've got 45 seconds left. France are 1 down. But yeah.
Yeah, both balls hit each other, I think, is the sound. We said it's a bit deceptive sometimes because some people hear on the play on the sound rather than the play itself. Both balls actually hit each other rather than...
Bonsignori.
Yeah.
Yeah, well left from all players there.
It's sort of in that not safe catching area.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that fishing
It's
zone.
one of those things when you've taken a few catches, you start to look at every single ball as a catchable ball, and you kind of have, your body starts going for it, and then you're like, oh no, you need to leave that one alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm about to, there we go.
Phillips takes the catch to end the game, and the game ends 20-10. Certainly not a scoreline that fully reflects the game.
No.
There were 2 points, both one in the first and the second half, that France was sniffing around the England sort of scores.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it's a really good showing from France. They really came back from being so far down and showed massive resilience. It'll be really interesting to see the rest of those group games for the French women against Hungary and Wales.
And then they will need to take every win because that group 2, 3 and 4 is so close.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Next game up on this court is the Czech Republic men versus the Italian men. We've seen any of on this court so far.
We have seen the
Czech
Czech
Republic.
men playing the mix.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, a good game nonetheless. Probably game of the tournament so far, as
Yeah.
a lot of people have said. The final score on court 1, England 20, France 10. But for now, it's a bye from me.
And a bye from me.
Hello and welcome to our third round of the men's matches today. We have a men's A pool game for you. Some would say the decisive kind of first place. I'm Jonathan Wilkie, joined by Greg Whitehouse.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'd say this is potentially the first place kind of
it's a big
matchup
game.
in this pool. So this pool, first place seed being the home nation as per the rules. So Croatia is seed 1 and Italy seed 2. And I'm fairly certain Czechia is seed 3. So with Italy...
Now Czechia, is it Czechia or Czech Republic?
People are saying Czechia, so I'm going to say Czechia. I think
Okay.
that's
fine.
the preferred term. Please correct us in the chat if you know more than us. For anyone wondering, the man in the wheelchair is not playing. He's just coaching. But we've got the stereotypically kind of quite strong Italian side. A lot of the Shamrock players and some other players.
Castellasso?
Castellasso, yeah, the Castellasso lot. And
The Ravenna.
Ravenna.
Or is that what you're saying? Is the
Shamrock.
Okay. Mini, I believe, is not in the men's lineup this year. Matteo, Mini? Only in the mixed lineup.
I'm fairly certain he's the mixed captain.
Okay. I
he's
think
captaining the mixed?
he would have been last time as well, but I think he also played in the men's. Maybe not as much, but yet again, we've spoke a little about sort of the next generation and the Italians and the French and the English sort of having that sort of next lineup. The Italians, a couple of these players were the 16-year-olds from last year. Now, obviously, growing into that, they've grown into the international side of things. Gazzelli, the captain of the Italian men.
As always, kind of their talismanic winger who has put many, many teams to shame. I luckily have never played him before. I did watch Shamrock play at the UDO 2, in which they handily beat Dodgeball Ninjas. I think they put 20 points on them in the third, fourth playoff before any replied points. And that's a very strong Ninja side which involved Dave Ranner, Dan Henshaw, so 2 international players, Ben Fav from Switzerland.
Yep.
So not a weak team at all. Not a weak team at all. But anyway, and this Czechia side, who looks like the side we've kind of seen a lot of D-Storm players, as we've said, the D-Storm team that won the Austrian League this year, the Austrian Men's League. And then a few other players from other teams. Yeah, we're looking forward to this.
I think a couple of years ago they were really looking around sort of in 2018, I think it would have been. They would have ended up qualifying for Worlds back then when European champs were a World Cup. So the middle ball heads to the side of Czechia. Single ball to start, and as every set starts that way, just a couple of singles. You're judging, you're appreciating the quality of both sides, no matter sort of who you face. You just want to see how every player moves. Oh, and there it is, the Gazzelli snipe from back, just making sure that catch is not picked up.
Yeah, Gazzelli having just such insane flexibility in that throwing arm.
Yeah,
but we've seen from Czechia in the mixed how controlled and calculating their men's can be. So we'll hopefully see a very similar performance here against this Italian side, who have a lot of strong arms, as shown by Buffo.
Yeah, and those fakes come in from the side of the Italians. It's what they're so good at. Both balls do not find a target. But the Italian on the running counter does not also find Czech Republic Buffo, the single ball there.
And Arasi doing exactly the same. Both Czech Republic players going low. That delayed shot just not finding its target, but the idea was there. Some clean dodging there by Buffo.
Yeah, some good, clean dodging and blocking.
Yes.
Light on his toes, he's making those small adjustments to his position.
An interesting fake there from Ross in the middle. Buffo not managing to jump over that. Arasi coming forward. We have a new referee with us today. Alexander Bembridge of Manchester Bees fame has, I don't know if we've mentioned, but unfortunately one of the referees didn't manage to get their visa confirmed in time. So we've had a gap. A few people have been called up, but just to fill it in, Bembridge, or Alexander Bembridge.
I see what you mean by the interesting fake now.
Yeah, it's a very elbowy fake, I guess is the way to say it.
It comes all the way across.
Yes.
It's almost like he's going to bowl a cricket ball.
Yes, exactly. It looks like a bowl, but lots of communication. You can probably hear that through our court mic, but a lot of communication from the Italians. The ball retrievers, the people in the box, there's just a lot of chatting going on.
But it's weird that there's so much talking, yet the Italians are still one of the only nations that call behind the ball with fingers.
Yeah, which is... and a hit there by Arasi. Well finished by the two Italian men remaining. Very well done.
Yeah, but like, do you find that weird, the call behind the ball, or is...
I do.
Is it because you're so used to the normal call?
I just think if you have to look across court to see what the call is, I'd much rather focus on the opposition with my eyes forwards and then hear. And I don't care, personally, I don't care if the other team hears what the call is. Obviously, in international, everyone has their own language. The English-speaking teams don't quite have that opportunity, but meh. I think we make up for it by the fact that English is so widely spoken when we travel. But within the English leagues, or the English-speaking leagues at least, I would much rather be able to see what's in front of me than having to look aside, looking to one side.
The three fakes come in, really something you really only see during like a foam play style. It's not really a big cloth thing that you fake 3 or 4 times.
It's because some throws need that forward momentum as they step in and that lunge into the throw. Having static fakers doesn't always work.
No, completely agree.
So it's a lot better just to just have a 1 or 2 fake.
There you
Buffo
go.
going high. Gazzelli making the hit with that. His release is so quick.
It's Tamas, yes, and for people
Quicker
that,
than Tamas.
yeah. No. I agree with you. I do agree with you. But Tamas is a lot more open, although like his final throw can be sort of from elbow onwards.
Yes.
Gazzelli's is a whip and a half, and I don't think the camera always does it justice.
It is a rapid throw.
Yeah.
4 balls now on the side of the Italians. Yeah.
3 release, does find the target. Now 2 players up.
So a catch has been called, but a player hasn't left on the Italian side.
So he's saying he caught and then
Was hit.
no catch. I think, although he ends up with a ball in his hand, I don't think he's made it secure before he's hit.
Yeah. We saw that in the Czechia-France mixed game, where a ball just kind of lodged itself in between one of the lady's legs. And that's not a live catch until she has hands on the ball.
At least one hand.
At least one hand on the ball. And that's the kind of... It doesn't look that quick, but you can see from the reaction that it obviously is quite a rapid shot. We could just talk about Gazzelli all day, but there are more people on court.
He gets enough credit. He
does.
knows that.
I think he was the MVP in 2019, Newcastle Euros. The men's MVP at least. And also this camera angle doesn't really do the justice.
Yeah, but a good throw from the 2 Italians. Arassi has been there every time in the middle. He often takes that centre ball, and he's sort of key in terms of, and I think it's probably an underrated thing from a middle player, that you understand how your wingers throw.
Yeah.
In terms of timing-wise.
Arassi also plays for Shamrock, so they kind of have this connection going on that you get with club players that play with each other for such a...
Now that's a weird one. Gazzelli starts full off court, but I think that is allowed. I think we're probably sort of under the influence of where you have to be on the court for BD.
Yeah, for BD. Which personally,
British dodgeball for anyone.
Personally, I prefer. I prefer having to start on court, kind of like a foam start, I believe, is an easier way to clear it up.
Yeah. But I think it has changed slightly in terms of who wins that middle ball a lot more.
Yes. Yeah, great single there on Roz.
So 2 balls. That call made from that right side behind the ball more often.
Clean blocking there.
Arassi comes forward with that left onto the left.
Just a whip of throw. Buffo also making a massive shot. A little high five there between Gazzelli and Buffo. You can see that Buffo looks like one of the younger players. And he certainly
gets under the 2. Apologises there because he does have 4.
And Buffo with another lovely shot.
Yeah.
The Italian single game, their arms are so powerful at this stage in the game. Great, very well predicted shot there by Bekele.
And he does everything right. He's waited for that wing player to throw his ball. That's when you are punishing. With that larger neutral zone, if you are caught high up into that neutral zone, you are...
Oh, and a solid catch by De Laurentiis.
But like I was saying, that you've always got to be looking at punishing that player if they're releasing in front of you.
And he falls off court.
Yeah.
A 6-0 start. That's a very strong start from the Italian men here. A different men's performance from Czechia here than we saw in the mixed. I think in the mixed they were a lot more controlled against France, being able to really implement their game. But Italy really putting the game they want to play on this match.
And I think I was speaking a bit earlier with Emily about it, that this is the first team.
What a shot.
What a shot, by the way. That absolutely quick release, spins out. It's not almost, you can see that on. Ball's not live.
It looked live from our perspective.
Always hard to tell with the camera that we have. Anyway, the Italian mixed team is the first team that doesn't include a player from another category as such. You know, it doesn't include any Italian men from their men's team.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was fairly certain. So I believe the French have done the same thing. I don't think
Maybe
there's any crossover
maybe it
for
was
the
France.
French.
Maybe it was France.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't Italy. It was France. You are right. But we were talking about it. That's why we were talking about it last game. But it gives them the opportunity to develop their mixed, but also their women and their men are kept fresh throughout the tournament. Yeah, Arasti probably a little too overconfident there. Goes for every catch or the ball that comes his way.
Yeah.
But a 2v6. Ross and Ghiselli on the wings.
Lazy block there from Ghiselli, who kind of half ducks and it hits his trailing kind of head. Ross left in on his own against 5 Czech men. Some clean blocking there on the left side. No complaints, no issues. 3 balls now.
Yeah, he's gone through a...
And the leap of faith there, just to confirm. We were chatting about a leap of faith. We weren't chatting about a leap of faith earlier, actually. We were chatting about, at the end of sets, would you go for kind of the really big macho hit? And I think a leap of faith here kind of gives you that similar vibe where if you are in a close game, like a 6-2 scoreline, you really want to imprint yourself on the game.
It's a good mental edge.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%. The leap of faith from Zingor there, one of the players that has been in and around that Czechia side for a while now. Normally actually plays wing. But yeah, it's that imprint of, do you know what, I am better than you, sort of mind frame.
This rotation here of Ghiselli and Buffo seems to be working really well on this wing.
It's almost like he's taking him under his wing, you know. It's sort of like, this is how you do it. I'm more in your ear and telling you what to do.
Yeah, I think that was a hit there or a catch. Some trading of balls. Good shot there.
But 3 balls now in the hands of the Italians. They slow. Ross needs to run now to catch up with Buffo, who's already almost at front court.
But good cover from Ross there to stop any attack onto Buffo.
And there it
Cracking
is.
shot down the middle, a lovely single. So this is the more controlled Czech side that we saw at the mix. There were 6 players on court. They're not making many mistakes. They're not being silly. They're not being drawn into any ridiculous chaos. They're making hits, and they're playing a clinical game.
Yeah, he's hit by the first one as he tries to get over. The ball is there, but it's coming way too late and doesn't get the block on.
You see, they only released 2 balls there when the 4-ball attack wasn't a threat.
Yeah.
There 3 players on court, 3 Italians on court. They released 2, got a great 2-ball attack and managed to make the hit.
Bekele and was Ghiselli left on court, but now only a 1v5. Bekele up against it all.
And another leap of faith. They are really, really trying to kill these sets whilst they have the chance. Timeout called from the Italian side, which I think, good timeout there.
Yeah.
Lost 2 sets quite convincingly as well, with 5 or 6 Czech players left on the other side.
5-on-1, 6-on-1 as well.
Yeah. So you do want to kill that momentum, really slow the game down.
Because you don't call the timeout there. There's only 6.5 left anyway. Czech get the next set anyway with the momentum that they had. What, 3.5 minutes left? All it takes is that's too late. Czech are already in your mind in that first half.
It has been interesting to see the kind of different styles. I think Czech have woken up a bit more to the they've woken up a bit more to the gameplay of Italy. Italy have been throwing a bit of some rogue singles, really hammering home their single game. But Czech have gotten a bit more on the ball, defensively playing really well, making the dodges, blocking successfully. And we have our second substitution of this Italian side. So we just wait for the refs to be ready to start the set.
Interesting to make a sub at that point. Is the sub made because obviously you've lost those 2 sets?
I think they subbed Arasi off.
Yeah.
And now they subbed him back on. So it might have been because a bit of tiredness.
Yeah, just give him that set break.
Yeah, just a bit of... Or we do have Buongiorno in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's a new face.
Yeah, Bekele there with a single ball. Just a nice leap from the Czech Republic side. Oh, I thought he caught it.
Oh, I thought he had it too.
The camera is somewhat deceptive sometimes.
Dropped out the bottom there. Catch has been called against Ghiselli. The line ref is saying no catch, but the line ref has been overruled by our middle refs. That's not the 5th ball, but the 4th ball. And Arasi takes the catch. Clean as you like. 4 on 4.
Yep, set perfectly. Single ball. It's pretty obvious where it was coming from Buongiorno, because he's run all the way up from back court, and it.
Buffo with a nice block into the ground.
Yeah.
The Czech players questioning it, but Bev is our middle ref, being very assertive there. Good, very good dodging there on the wing from... And surprised there wasn't a release there.
Yeah, I think because they had 4 balls in pocket, so I think they held back. If someone is that close, you're almost always firing the arm, you know?
Yeah, personally, I think you fire the arm, your hit percentage goes up, but also ball retention comes back.
Yeah.
If it's not a skimmer, it can be quite successful.
Arasi, honest there, has just clipped the inside of his shorts, I think, as he dodges line.
He set himself for the catch, but it just went through his legs. Great standing counter.
Shot from Buffo.
Pushes for that kind of 1-for-1 there, but not managing to capitalize. Bounce there on Buffo.
Yeah.
That middle ball rolling over. And a hit there to end the set.
Yeah.
A lot closer, but still Czech utilizing their strengths and still cleanly winning that set.
They took the time out, the Italians, but didn't capitalize on the set after that.
Bit of discussion going on there between the coach and Benbridge, our head ref.
I think just telling them to relax a little, because I think in points, and I don't talk Italian, but from sort of what I got there was just calm down a little. You know, you don't need to push forward. Let's relax, because when the Italians start stressing, that's when I feel like things start to sort of unfold and don't hold together very well.
When things go a bit kind of haywire and not quite as planned. Yeah, certainly it goes a bit, it gets a bit messy. They just need to, as you said, slow down and utilize their strengths.
Gazzelli just making sure that the Czech Republic player, number 55, Valek, for taking out Arasi is punished. Bekele, the in-swinging arm from that left side, tries to catch Czech Republic.
Well-placed shot there to take out Gazzelli.
Yeah, but a good trade. So now only one player down. It seems at points, and I don't know where it's coming from, but the Italians don't always look like they're on the same page. They come up, but sort of one is always so much further than the rest. Buffo sets for the catch, but
gets a blocking ball. Just well timed from his ball retriever there, just not to distract him from the player bearing down on him.
That ball pops high and wide, but ball pops high and wide, and he's just caught back by the Italian ball retriever. And a good hit from Buffo.
Oh, and he just manages to get that block across. Apparently he blocked it into his knee.
I think the Italian bench, they're all confused.
They're just checking the time left. But he goes, a bounce called.
Bounce.
Oh, and he makes the catch with the ball in his hand. They're being told to do nothing as the set timer. There's only 3 minutes left on the half. And that's the end of the half. What a catch.
What a great set before the first half, and they needed it.
What a great half of dodgeball that was. 8-6, I think, is a very fair score to Italy, with the Italian dominance in the first two sets. Czech coming back and bringing it into their own for two certain sets. The timeout, then for a very well fought set, and Czechia coming away with it, but then Italy to pull out of the bag right at the end. What a half of dodgeball.
Wow.
What a game.
This is only day one, Jonathan Wilkie.
It is. It is.
Three more days of dodgeball to come. Italy, like you said, were up in the first half. Czech Republic replied, but Italians draw it back. They take the last set before the half. 20 minutes now separates one of these teams. And like you said, this is a big game for who is taking that top seed out of the group.
Yeah, really important. Just once again, Croatia, as the home nation, are given first seed. So beneath them, Italy second seed and Czechia third seed. In the rankings, it doesn't quite come along that way. Rankings-wise, Italy are the highest, and Czech Republic the second highest in that group. So this is why we're saying chances are the winner here takes the top spot.
Yep. Bit of confusion there. I think the Italians thought they had another set this end, but that is the half, so they do have a full 5 minutes. Indeed, Hayden, you are very much correct. We had that beautiful game on court one last, and we're given this one as a response. From what I heard, the other game on court 3 was also a beauty. Obviously, it doesn't have commentary on the court, but you can also watch every other court on stream, so you can go back and watch it. I believe after the tournament is finished, each game is individually uploaded, so you can go watch it back. Anyway, that game was Italy mixed versus
Italy women against Republic of Ireland women,
That's yeah.
in which the Republic of Ireland women, I believe, went up 14-2 or something similar, and Italy, brought it back to draw the match, which is an incredible feat. Definitely go and watch it if you have the time. We do and have had a host of stellar games today. And as Greg has said, this is only the first day. We still have tomorrow and the playoffs.
The commentators do indeed read the chat.
We try to as much as possible.
Yeah, we try to respond as much as possible.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to respond at half-time when there's nothing really going on court.
Yeah.
I believe, great ending. I had it up on my second monitor. I believe a lot of people are watching.
Multiple games.
Yeah, multiple games. I know that Ian Barrett is watching on mute, unless Ian's boss is listening, in which case he's working very well.
You just got Ian
very
Barrett
well and
playing.
hard. Ian Barrett's got a new job.
Okay.
Works somewhere in London. Yeah. Big shot, finance.
There
What a
you
man.
go. You learn everything.
You do. It's part of our job as commentators is to kind of get a bit of knowledge about as much as we can, so that we have something to talk about.
Yep.
Nosy. We're nosy. That's what we
Complete
are.
side note away from this game. Darko Sarafic has PhD papers presented, I believe, on Dodgeball, if you didn't know.
About what?
There is one about hit percentage with how many balls you have. Whether that is on one of his PhDs. I know he has PhDs in Dodgeball.
So to answer your question, the matches will be uploaded, potentially will be uploaded individually after the tournament, but for ease of everyone, it's a lot quicker for us just to re-upload the whole stream, or you can just play back the stream.
Yeah.
So
No, 100% each game will be individually uploaded. As far as I'm aware, that is what I've been told.
yeah, don't worry, we yes.
Yep.
So that's what will happen. Immediately, you can play back the stream, so you can just kind of. It's a bit tougher to kind of click through, but it should be all fine. And then afterwards, the games individually will be uploaded. Like if you were around for Euros last year, they've all been individually uploaded on the Dodgeball Netherlands page from Euros 2022. This half-time is taking a little longer than usual. Unsure why. I think they're just fixing the television.
There
in the middle.
you go. Now, fix.
Not the issue as of last time where it was convincingly smashed by a ball, but just to make sure it's displaying the correct time for the help of the players on court and coaches.
So 30 seconds left on the clock. Second half will get underway. Next game on this court will be a mixed one. And it will be Switzerland versus Ireland. Republic of Ireland at that.
Yeah.
Followed by England-Wales women, in which Wales women, I believe, will need to win to at least qualify, because they've lost to Hungary.
Potentially. Obviously, it's the first day.
Yeah.
And we don't know these kind of the breakdown, but you think Wales will probably be targeting that game, as they did such a good job last year.
I believe bookmarks are also used in both YouTube and Twitch.
Yes.
But thank you very much, Pavi.
Anyway, back to the game.
Yeah, good single ball from Arasi to start, but a good block from Czechia in reply.
Both teams looking like they're keeping very similar lineups. Not a huge amount of substitutions.
Zingor there, taken out by
Ghiselli there. And that's a very good portrayal of what we say when if you jump, you can't really move a lot. So lots of fakes came in from the Italian men, and Ghiselli popped the shot at the player that was already in the air. And it takes a very unique athlete to be able to contort yourself whilst in the air.
Indeed.
The bounce there. Oh! And a lovely catch there in the centre.
Yeah.
By Hibner on Gazzelli. Massive for his confidence. Bit of the commentator's curse there as he gets hit out. Some amazing dodges coming left and right. Stramek just getting out of the way of the reply. 3 Italians who have possession. Buffon throws forward, and Buongiorno does as well.
Yeah, Karasi just, I thought, with a block, but it's been called out. I think it hits his...
We may have an injury sub. I believe we have a finger. I think he just wants to wrap his finger up a bit more. So it's either going to be an injury sub, probably an injury sub.
I think you have to have an injury sub if you've asked the ref to time out.
Pause time, yeah.
He has to get it wrapped up. He has to take the sub. He can't just ask for it. Yeah. Yeah, so I think he's saying is...
Yeah, they're just placing the injury sub in the correct place in the out box.
I think there might be blood on his hand, so I think Alex is just saying, is there any blood on the dodgeballs?
Yeah.
So that's what I think he's more saying.
But they have made the injury sub.
Yeah.
And the player has now gone to...
De Laurentiis?
Yes.
Just made the injury sub, yeah. So he comes into the place of the player that is injured or is called for the time.
Yes, and that was Bekele. Can't believe they're not using more referees.
It is something that a lot of players have mentioned. Some players like it, some people don't. It also then stops. Oh, that is a huge arm that just cannot be caught by Zingor. But anyway, less refs also means less discussion.
These thumping hits are coming in. You can hear them from the commentary box. Unfortunate there, Buffon not managing to... Buffon of Italian football fame. Some cracking hits coming across. Yeah, we try not to mention that. So that's a very solid set there from Czechia to bring it back after some great hits from the Italian side. It just shows how...
What a catch. Ball comes in and the Italians, when they're jumping in the air, and this game seems to become a lot more acrobatic in the last couple of sets.
It's been doing great. And it just shows how evenly matched these two sides are. I think 8-8 is a perfect scoreline for what this is. Gazzelli not managing to take the catch as he goes high, giving away 4 balls as it ricochets off of him. Buffon not managing to make that dodge as well.
The game obviously back at 8 set points each. Zingor releases his middle ball. De Laurentiis fires his left ball, but he's been gifted one back. There we go. He just wanted a bit of pressure there. Arasi wants that pressure, especially when that ball is high in that neutral zone. Sikora catches low. He's that favoured catch that a lot of people are after in this tournament. The knees sort of outward bending.
Oh, and he makes it as he dives off court, and Greg falls off the back of his chair. 2 amazing catches. Yeah. I wish the camera was on us for that bit.
Gazzelli obviously does then get hit on the 2-ball attack. De Laurentiis makes the trade back. Block from Valek.
I think that was an amazing catch from Sakura. He was hadn't set himself. It was kind of a foam dodge as he was, the Czech player, sorry,
Okay.
as he was jumping left and right on his feet,
Yeah.
and then sets himself as the ball comes, which is absolutely stellar.
The catch from Arasi also just was nice.
Great commitment. You love, and the ball comes low to hit him out. You love seeing players diving off court because it shows the trust they have in their team that they will sacrifice themselves to bring another player on.
Yeah.
Another almost convincing set to the Czech Republic here.
And it's always weird to see that we see so many catches. That neutral zone is so much larger. So you'd think the throwing power obviously doesn't decrease as much. But you see just as many catches here in the European tournament than you do anywhere else.
You do. I think it's a bit of a weird one because, personally, I think with the lower throwing distance, players aim less than they should do and aim more centrally.
Because you trust your power behind
you trust your power.
Okay.
Which gives players the opportunity to catch because it's in a more catchable position.
Yeah,
There's a bit of a mistake there from Italy to leave one of their balls up there, in which Czechia get a nice four-ball attack and they take out Gazzelli, the danger man. Good dodge there by Zingor in the middle.
Arasi goes for the catch after he made the one last set. This one doesn't get popped up.
Yeah, a bit handsy there, just leaving his hands on either side. The Italian faking is really good because you can see that they're waiting to draw out the movements from the Czech players.
But Czech Republic do just the same back. They put those fakes in, and a lot of the players are looking right side because that's where the two-ball attack has come from.
Italy coming forward with 3 players and 3 balls against the 6 Czech players. A hit called there on Stramek, and a lovely kind of sidearm coming through from the Italian middle.
Yeah, that delay ball from Czech Republic has been so clinical this game. We said earlier on that they weren't being their relaxed self, but every time they've come up, sort of as the games continues, but a good catch and out at that.
Yeah, bringing on Gazzelli in a 4v2. Bounce there.
Just short, and I think sometimes the release from Gazzelli is sometimes, because it gets whipped down, it sometimes can fall quite short.
Yeah. A bit of a shrug there from Gazzelli as he was obviously out, but he didn't have his hands up, so.
Didn't have his hands up, and that ball goes so high, you don't quite know if that ball is redeemable, you know, in terms of like catchable. So you always like sort of punish someone out.
A bounce there. Something's being called.
Yeah, invalid.
From the line ref, yeah.
Doesn't fall within a metre of
a hit there. We have the Swiss women reffing. Hard to tell between the Swiss and the Austrian kit. We have our own EDF media representative in Zoe Wells doing the timing. So timeout called by Italy. It's been a very commanding kind of second half performance by the Czech Republic. Very strong.
But I'm hoping everyone is enjoying day 1 of Dodgeball. Like you said, 3 more days to come after this. Group game day 2 is tomorrow. Then we head into the knockouts, and that's where things get a lot more serious. Saturday full of knockouts, Sunday full of the last of the knockouts and the finals.
Yes, which will be really exciting. If anyone was around, I was going to say yesterday, but this morning for the opening ceremony, it's been a long day. Been on around this morning for the opening ceremony. You would have seen the silverware that these teams are competing for, and Dodgeball Croatia have not spared a penny. Those trophies and what they're looking to win look very, very nice.
It's not just that, but also there's sort of a new trophy in rotation now. That trophy has all previous winners on it.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the silver?
That's the cup. Yeah.
Got it.
But the half gets back underway. For me now, although Gazzelli is releasing that left ball every time, I think he needs to sort of favour his own life a lot more. Although he's always releasing, he's then left without a ball, in which Czech Republic seem to fire too.
Yeah, I think he's been subject to a 4-ball attack a couple of times because somebody somewhere else on court is releasing that 4th ball, and they want to take. Obviously, if you have a 2-ball attack, you'd probably take it on the most.
Or at least if you're throwing that left ball, that middle is sort of just punishing.
Oh, lovely. Across the body strike there. Just so hard to block and kind of decipher where it's going.
Nice block. Single ball comes over.
Lots of single balls at Gazzelli here, looking like they are trying to pin him down.
Or at least stop his movement.
Yeah.
He is not afraid to hit a no-look.
Yeah.
I will tell you that for sure. Oh, and a double hit. Oh no, a block and a hit, sorry. Not quite great reflexes. The double hit comes in.
Great 2-ball attack. A lot of trades. No line fault called.
But so close to it, and I think the Italians might have been a little upset, but Alex Bembridge is sitting on top.
Right there, yeah. Now 3 Czech men against the solo Italian player. No catch. Hit first. Almost just stuck there. Just under 9 minutes remaining with a 3-set lead. You, the Czech Republic, do you continue this or do you slow it down? I think they're playing quite a controlled game.
I don't think they're playing incredibly slow. I think they're playing at a nice pace that they continue that pace. All they really need to do now, personal opinion, is win 1 set.
Yeah.
You then stop sort of the relaxed Italians and they have to become rushed at you. You know, then they're 3 sets behind. At this point, they're only 2 sets behind. And anything still to play for. All it really takes is, I don't know, the Italians to win 1 set now.
And it's still in it.
Yeah.
Just playing maybe a tad too quickly there. Getting 2 very quick hits. Gazzelli in the out, be substituted, sorry. That 2-ball attack not hitting on Drabek.
Interesting one there, because I think the Czechia team, Hivna, actually thinks he sort of disarms the player in terms of when he's got the ball in his hand, when he loses control of it, he's disarmed him.
Oh, and a successful attempt there at that flying squirrel-esque dodge.
A lot more natural than the Max Metz forced one that we saw earlier. Good at that, but forced.
3 balls there. He goes low, but not low enough as one pings off of his back.
And this is what Czechia have done so well in that second half and at sort of mid-first half.
And the catch and the hit.
Yeah. And they've played so controlled. They've not rushed into anything. They've played their game.
Some nice dodging there.
And they just reset. They come forward with a 3, you see. Then no one's forcing anything.
And he's made the hit there on Roz. This is a very, very clinical Czech performance.
They've played so well, and they are always ever so disciplined. Although they can be erratic, they only ever need to be erratic when they're facing sort of other sets that have been forced upon. You know, like when the Italians are trying to be erratic, Czechia also try to force that. You see now the Czechia team, they're doing everything right.
They really are. It's hard to find faults in the performance here. I think, as kind of, I don't want to say a dark horse, but a lot of people coming into this thought Italy would be the kind of favourites coming out of this group.
Yep.
I think when coming up against the more stereotypical stronger teams that we know about, this Czech team will certainly put their name down. Just over 5 minutes left of the half.
The dodging very acrobatic as such. It's not small movements, it's very big movements, which is great in these single ball instances, but when teams start picking you apart with 2 ball throws and 1 tracks, it's not always the greatest idea for a dodge.
Yeah, and it certainly is kind of indicative of the fact that they are playing in that Austrian league. A very good take there, kind of sucks it in. But it shows that you can see, it looks like they have been they're playing that acrobatic Austrian style that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's almost like you have that region of sort of dodgeball play style. You know, when everyone looks at English dodgeball, it is very, you know what you get with it, and I guess it's always that within certain nations. Great catch there, like you said, but the second ball comes in delayed, it makes the hit. They do everything right, Czechia, and even when you think they've not been hit, they're very smart in their dodgeball play style.
Yeah. Lovely. Definitely backs his power, Stramek there on
Arasi decides he's already taken 1 jumping leap off court. Doesn't need a second one this game.
Yeah.
Sikora gets hit, he goes low, he tries to fold down, but unfortunately gets hit on the back.
Zingle goes low to the reply. A great delayed shot there.
Yep. It's what we were saying in all game in terms of early on. You just said you wanted them to be a little more drilled, and they have been at that.
I think Italy are struggling with their 2-ball attacks here. They've been getting 4 balls a couple of times, but hasn't looked like to manage to make those hits.
Competing in Austria is clearly paying off for Czechia. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it is.
It's changed their play style. It's changed who they are, I guess, as dodgeballers.
So, from what I understand, it's only the 1 Czech team that plays in.
They only play 1. Yeah.
They only play the 1, so it's.
I think it's an amalgamation of. So even though they have 1 club, I think they sometimes guest from.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's D Storm who were the winners of the Austrian men's league.
Yep.
The top Austrian men's league. Smart play there from the Italian to.
Part of him really wanted to absolutely throw that ball as hard as possible. But I think everyone else was shouting in his ear, you do not need to throw.
Doesn't want to do anything silly there. Very well done by the Italians to bring that set back within the last 30 seconds or so that Czechia couldn't bring it back. But just their style of play is very Austria-esque, so to speak. Not to take away from the individuality of the Czech team, but you can see just their little instances where I look at that and I go, oh, looks a bit Austrian. But anyway.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. They probably say the same about us.
Probably. A massive single ball there in the middle by Ghiselli to hit out Valek.
I feel like when he's in the middle, his throws are a lot more clinical than when it is on the wing. Or his in-swinging throw is a lot more clinical than his overarm.
I certainly agree. I think when he's in the middle, he has more opportunities to hit out players that don't have a blocking ball.
Yeah.
And his hit percentage is probably very high. So giving him easier targets is, I would say, a smart idea. Italian's going for a couple of catches that aren't quite working off. Hibner going for the high catch, but deciding probably not worth it.
Ghiselli thinks he's been hitting these singles, but refs have called otherwise. I think it's just bouncing before. That's why it's always the tricky one.
And the ball had popped up, but I'm not sure the other Italians on court noticed it because they did have all 5, and that would have been a clean catch. A lovely dodge there by Sakura.
Yeah. And as you say that, I think that is very Austrian.
Yes.
In terms of the play style. Single ball gets released, Arasi drops low, but the ball from Sakura does not find its target.
A lovely cross-court there.
Yeah, and good honesty.
Here heading. There's 30 seconds left in this half. And he takes the catch. Doesn't manage to get the second hit across. And 2 misses. And another catch, and that's the set.
I think they, at some point, think he's hit Arasi, but Arasi, I think, dodges just underneath it.
There will be a 90-second set.
This is where I think the confusion is coming with the
30 seconds.
When it's under 30, no 90-second set. That's what I was aware of.
Yeah. Yep, as called by Benbridge. That's the game. The Italians questioning it. However, the scoreline does go to the Czech Republic. What a brilliant game.
Very good game at that. Italy took the early lead, Czech Republic replied.
Yeah, Czech Republic replied and stamped their foot down and really represented themselves. I think this style of Czech dodgeball is very attractive and looks great.
Looks very nice, and it's a different opinion on a different view, I guess, of where Czech dodgeball is going.
Yeah. Very good game.
But for now, that is the end of the game. Czechia take that game 16-12. The next game up on this court
is a mixed game.
It is a mixed game. It is Switzerland versus Ireland, but for now it's a bye from me.
And a bye from me for a few minutes.
For a few minutes, and you'll be back with Emily Busby. But stay tuned and keep your eyes peeled.
Thank you. See you later.
Chiama a parlare per la maschile. Io e Denna stiamo facendo gli close or not close?
That was for them feels like 6-0, something like that.
Okay, good evening now, and welcome to the next game, which is Switzerland versus Ireland mixed. I'm Emily Busby. At the moment, we are missing Jonathan Wilkie whilst he sorts out some food. So this is the second group game of the day for these two teams. So Switzerland have already played Croatia, a game which they lost 6-24. And Ireland have already played Serbia, a game which they won 36-2. So obviously Switzerland ideally looking to try and get a win here to stay in with a chance of getting through to the knockout stages. Whereas Ireland, if they get the win here, they're more secure in their position. So here we go. So a little bit of fumbling in the middle there for the opening rush, but Switzerland take the ball. Yeah, so lovely hit from the centre player on Shine. So yeah, 1-for-1 there. It kind of works out better for Switzerland, obviously already being a player up, so yeah, lovely pre-throw from Murphy there on Conrad. Yeah, and a fake there really forces the dodge on the Switzerland team, but just so that they can retrieve the balls. Yeah, 3-ball attack, but 2 different targets there from Ireland. They could have done with capitalising on the fact that they had the 4 balls there. Yeah, lovely pre-throw, but no catch there from McAvoy. So yeah, it's pretty neck and neck at this moment in this game. We've got 3v3. Obviously the scores from this morning, you know, we don't really know how Serbia are as a mixed team to know how good that win was for Ireland. And again, how Croatia really compared to everybody else. So what that loss was for Switzerland. So this game here really will settle where the groups will lie, and also give an indication of how each team will perform against the remaining teams in their group. So also in this group is Italy. So yeah, Hinnery doing a single there, but no hits.
Apologies for being late. Trying to sort out my dinner situation. Turns out that Mate confused me with somebody else.
Good.
So I will be getting pizza from the local pizzeria tonight.
So yeah, so Switzerland just making a hit off on Murphy, so it's now 3-2 to Switzerland in this opening set.
Yeah, we've just seen a very strong Irish women's performance against Italy. Sadly for the Irish, but very good for a neutral. They didn't manage to win, but they put a good 14 kind of unanswered points against the Italians. So we'll see how their women's performance can reflect in this mixed game.
Yeah, and then on the opposite end of that scale, the men have just had a loss against Sweden, I think 24-4, maybe even higher at the end of that. So obviously the men just coming from a loss, the women just coming from a close loss. But yeah, so Switzerland do take that first set. It was fairly even, I would say, between the two teams. I was just saying at the start that we've already had the 2 group games in here, so Switzerland currently on a loss, and Ireland currently on a win in the groups.
A loss against...
Croatia for Switzerland, and Ireland won against Serbia.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah, and then also in this group we've got Italy. So
The Italian mixed team playing at the moment against Serbia, I believe.
Right, guys, you're set. Go!
Yeah, just resetting and going through into this next set. McElroy getting that middle ball. Quick release there.
But a nice release back, so ends up being a 1-for-1 there.
Yeah, a very good trade there in favour of the Swiss, you'd think.
Yeah, so Shine getting a nice hit there. Oh, but unfortunately, double hit there, so ricochets off Shine into McCree. So yeah, Switzerland 1 player up.
Good blocks and some good reply. Very quick up court, but a massive low dodge from the Swiss player. From Conrad there.
Oh, I think we've had an issue with ball retriever fault potentially, or
I think a ball was meant to be on the other side.
okay, yes. So 6 balls on court.
Yeah,
Yes,
so they've
there
just
we go.
reset that. The refs just making sure that
Yeah.
goes all the right way.
So yeah, 3 balls to Northern Ireland. No, not to Ireland.
A lovely single in the middle there
Yeah.
from O'Leary.
Yeah. So yeah, all even. Yeah, a couple of blocks there off the single throws. So again, yeah, a little bit cagey. Both teams feeling out the other team.
Almost a catch off that delayed ball.
Oh, lovely trade there. So McEvoy left in against 2 Switzerland players, 79 and 82.
A confident one-handed block. McEvoy takes the catch.
Oh,
And it pings up, not catching that as it comes onto the other side of the net.
So yeah, we've got Carduso left in. He's been a feature of Irish dodgeball as long as I have been aware of Irish dodgeball.
And his experience to work here.
So yeah, against the captain for the Swiss team, Angelos. So 25 seconds left. Neither Ireland or Switzerland necessarily need the win here because it's so early on in the game. So they're both sides probably just going to be looking for a really clear shot. Oh, beautiful
Cardoso
there.
goes low.
Yeah,
Angelos gets hit out there.
yeah. Experience in winning in this case.
Probably quite disappointed with that. Angelos looks quite confident.
Yes.
Confident with his blocking at least.
Yeah. I think it's because, he had 2 balls in his hand and it's just a bit more difficult when you're trying to hold 2 at once. So
Yeah.
So 2-2. I think it's quite a good reflection of the game so far. It's fairly even.
Looks great. The players have all lined up again.
Yeah, but obviously we're waiting the full 30 seconds each time, so I think the team's lining up early and then waiting.
I believe these new rules were trialled at the Austria versus Czech Republic invitational little tournament they did, or little matches. And Max, head of president of EDF, did say that it took the players a day or 2 just to get used to everything.
Yes.
And then they will get used to it.
Yeah.
Some clean defensive blocking there in the middle.
Yeah, so
On the wing, sorry. 5 balls now for the Swiss.
yeah, so really looking to make a hit here.
And a hit. No hits there.
No.
The refs with better angles than us.
Yeah.
Can't see if they bounce or if they miss from those front shots.
Yeah.
4 balls now to Republic of Ireland.
So yeah, nice hit there from Carduso and Shine together. Yeah. Oh, Carduso goes right past the player, right in the neutral zone to hit somebody at the back of court, which he did do.
Very interesting. The ball did also pop up, so
Yeah.
that may have been quite damaging.
Yeah,
An interesting turn of events
Yeah.
there, but
it did work out for him, so I'll give him that.
interesting Cotton. We'll see if it'll pay off. Angela's not managing to make the block successfully, though.
Oh, yeah.
Great high shot there
Yeah.
by McAvoy.
So yeah, so we've just got. Oh,
And a take.
love! Oh,
Oh,
not
it's
a
a hit.
catch, not a catch. Look from our angle from it, but yeah, we've got Hinnery left in for Switzerland. He's taken out 1 player, and he's got 3 left to get out with 3 balls and 50 seconds left. So yeah, good dodging there from Shine, and she's putting pressure up high up court. So bounce there, good. So 3 balls now to Ireland.
The French player is calling a hit, and the ref on the other side of court is also calling a hit.
Yeah. Right, they're going to have to pause time because, yeah, there's a disagreement between the refs. It's one of those things that it comes down to a debate of angles. I know that in the UK we've tried to make it a bit more clear in the rules about who gets the decision, etc. But obviously not the case here, so it's kind of comes down to a majority in terms of the referees. So, yeah, so hit actually called on Shine there.
And nothing wrong with what Meg did there.
Yeah.
She was told it was a bounce.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's one of those situations where she isn't looking at her feet.
No.
She's not staring down, so how can she tell? That's why we
Exactly.
have refs to tell us what happens in those 50-50 decisions.
Oh!
And he always makes the catch. When he
was-
dropped his blocking ball, I think, may have messed with it, but
Yeah, but that was lucky for McAvoy that he didn't take that catch.
yes.
Yeah.
We are having issues at the moment. We cannot currently see the scoreboard. You can see to the left of your screen, they're just sorting out the ref's scoreboard just to figure out. And as if you've been around all day, you'll know that our feed is directly connected to the scoreboard. So when that is remedied on the ref side, it'll be remedied for you at home. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do from the outbox. Not the outbox, we're in the commentary box. Can't do anything from the outbox either, but from the commentary box, we can't help you. So we believe it is 4-2 to the Republic of Ireland.
Yes.
And we don't know how much time is left.
No.
But we will try and keep it a good single there in the middle by Lebdiri, who's just been brought on.
Yes.
Another good post throw and a catch
Yeah.
from Cardasso.
Yeah. Great play there. So after a close first couple of sets, it does feel like the momentum's building now for Ireland. So yeah, single there from Hinnery.
Yeah, Cardasso caught quite far up court.
Oh, yeah.
The cover there from Shine helping out.
Yeah.
And the scoreboard and the timer is back.
Hey.
There we go. As you can see, also for the refs.
Yes.
Lots of balls being thrown. Lots of jumping. No hits, though.
Yes.
4 balls thrown. Or 3 balls, sorry. Now, only 4 balls on the side. Sorry, another ball from another court rolled across.
Oh, yeah.
Great idea to go for that
Yeah.
catch, but
Cardoso,
so
yeah.
far to the left.
It was one of those things, you know, they made the pre-throw and you commit to that catch because Cardoso is blocked instead of throwing, but just too wide.
Yeah. Controlling the end of the set, so they confirm the win.
Oh,
And the hits there, no catch coming in. Ireland win the set.
yeah.
Very well played.
So yeah, that's the thing is that Obviously, first 2 sets going either way. Ireland are now the first team to win 2 in a row, so looking to capitalise on that and keep that momentum going now for the rest of the half. Obviously, Switzerland now need to try and get back into this game.
Yeah.
It's not. They've got plenty of time, but really, they don't really want Ireland to get more than 1 or 2 more sets before they can start the momentum change.
Yeah, exactly. And we say there's not a lot of time, but mentally you need to be in the right space to be able to continue going on.
Yes.
A few substitutions on the side of Switzerland. Their men's players have been substituted out.
So we've got Collop on, number 11.
And number 92.
Which is Bozard.
Lots of exchanges there,
Yeah.
but no hits confirmed. Oh.
Nice throw in. Yeah, and a good dodge there from O'Leary. So yeah, we've also got O'Leary and McCartney on for the women for Ireland. Oh!
Nadiri with the hit there.
Yeah, but then, gets post thrown, goes for the catch. He didn't really have time to move out of the way of it, but fails to make it.
2 for 1 there on the side of Ireland with another single coming through.
Yeah.
Hitting out 92. And 3 balls released there at different targets.
Yeah, and then a double counter from McAvoy and Cardusa.
Stauffer goes low, but doesn't manage to survive the 2-ball attack. Good dodging there. He's on his own.
Yeah, no cover. Yeah. While they do have 3 balls, unfortunately, all of them off court, so no cover could be provided. So yeah, Rappo throws a safe ball over the top of Shine.
Clean block there by Cardasso.
Yeah.
He loves just being up court,
Yeah.
drawing the block out so the players feel inclined to throw at him.
Ooh, McCartney there looked like she was thinking about the catch at the back of court, but thought better of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, 40 seconds left this set, so Switzerland really need to start looking a bit aggressive and really going for the hits and catches. It's not enough for them to just trade balls now.
I'm not sure if it's been mentioned. We were talking about the France mixed team earlier, but we have a note here from the Swiss saying that the Swiss have opted for a mixed ability mixed team. So all of their more experienced players are playing in the men's and women's respectively. So it's a bit of an opportunity for players that wouldn't normally be able to play, which I think is really good. I think a lot of teams do value the mixed very highly, and that's why you'll see your Englands, your Northern Irelands, and your Austrias will be placing, and your Scotlands and your Waleses and whoever else, all put their strongest teams forward. But then a couple of teams, France, Switzerland, maybe others that we will experience, haven't opted to put all of their strongest players.
Yeah. It's one of those things that gives the new players experience, and then ultimately you can switch them over to the men's and women's once they've gained that experience and they're more confident. So it is a good opportunity if you're. Thing is, if you are a smaller nation and you're really trying to focus on like 2 out of the 3 disciplines, it's a good strategy. So yeah, timeout now. Obviously, Switzerland being 8-2 down, they really need to be able to turn the tide now against the Irish team.
So a timeout has been called here from the Swiss.
I believe so.
I think a good timeout has been called. Currently having a conversation. Greg, who's on his lunch break, is having a conversation with one of the refs. Just having a conversation with Greg, who was having a conversation with the ref about the illegality of some of certain hand things.
Yeah, so the rules state that you can wear sort of like hand guards, finger guards, provided it doesn't give you an advantage in throwing or catching. So basically, can't cover your hands in Velcro.
Yes. As you will probably know, if you do play dodgeball, finger injuries are quite common. So a lot of players tape their fingers, buddy tape their fingers for a preventative measure. So I believe they were asking about one of the Swiss players, number, I think it's 9, who has both fingers taped up.
Yeah, it looks like he's taped all of the joints of his fingers,
which looks like a very preventative measure.
Yes.
And I think that's completely fine.
Yeah.
Knowing people that have broken fingers quite often. Very strong shot there by Cardasso.
Yeah.
It's a bit. Yeah, I'm finding that happening quite a lot. That you have players covering, but then being hit out as they're covering because.
Yes. Yeah.
Like just like that, just because they're having to move sideways as opposed to backwards, and they're not covering enough ground quick enough. And
it tends to be, in particular, if they've had to been past a ball. Oh, beautiful catch there. Wow. Oh.
So.
2 catches there. So both a catch from McAvoy and from 19 Glarden. So there's a whole thing that if those catches are simultaneous, both catches count.
Yes.
But if the referees are aware that one of them has happened slightly beforehand, that only one of those catches counts.
So I believe they're being called simultaneous because they were quite simultaneous.
Yes. Yeah. So Glarden is out, but she's brought back in Collep. But yeah, Collep's now got 2 minutes, and he's 5-1 down.
Good dodge there. So holding his ground.
Yeah.
Releases and shine, doesn't manage to make the hit.
Yeah. Blocks it back. Again, Ireland are going to be looking to just play this out now, not risking anything. You can see they're not going for any counters. They're just holding him back, stopping him from releasing another ball.
Yeah. They might have to end this set relatively quickly just because there's so much time left.
Yeah.
A minute and a half left in this set. Standing counter, almost dodges into it.
Yeah.
Block there.
Yeah.
Gives away 4 balls.
Yeah, so are they going to go for the multi-ball attack just to finish the set?
Yeah. Lots of balls. He goes for the catch but doesn't manage to make it. Very well constructed lead from Ireland.
Yeah. After looking like a fairly even game at the start, it's looking pretty dominating now from Ireland.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that it's not necessarily the Swiss are doing anything in particular wrong. I think that Ireland just have the better aggression at the moment.
Yes. A 90-second set called. I believe Ireland just being a bit more clinical. They're making the hits. Their hits are stronger. Their catching's being more clinical.
Yeah.
I think their women are playing a lot better than. I think their women are being allowed to play a lot better than the Swiss women because there seems to be a lot more rotation here on the side of the Irish.
Yeah.
As opposed to the Swiss side, which is fairly one-sided.
Yeah. It is one of those things that when you get the women involved more in a mixed game, it makes the game better. Because if your women are just sitting back and all they're doing is catching or dodging for the entire game, when the male players do get out, it's quite difficult then for them to throw because they haven't been throwing for so long. Arms have got cold, so you've really got to try and involve all the players to get the best head team. Yeah.
Very good cross-court there. And then a post throw onto Libdiri where he gets hit out. Only 20 seconds left in this set. 30 seconds on the 90-second set.
Yeah.
Good survivability from the Swiss there. Taking this winning this set would be good for the Swiss. It only gives them a 3-set disadvantage. Oh! Shine almost takes it.
Yeah, she had it, but it just slipped in between her elbows. And then Carduso almost taking out McCartney on the backtrack.
A bit of a collision there. With only 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
They've got to make 2 hits or a catch. They do release at 2 separate targets, not managing to make the hit. Needs to play aggressive now. The Swiss should do nothing.
Oh! Yeah. Well, there we go, and half-time. So with that final win at the end, it's going to be 10-4.
Oh, here we are.
Ooh.
Hello. Oh,
Been on screen for a bit.
yeah.
So yeah, so I think that finish for the Swiss is definitely good because 10-4 better than 10-2.
Yes. Yeah.
And then if they can get a win the first set of the second half, then that's only 2 sets behind. But I think it's one of those things, it's most...
wonder.
So yeah, we've got a few new players as part of the Welsh squad this year. So interesting to see how they perform against this England team. So yeah, so the two captains, Hannah Ward and Charlotte Josiah, leading handshakes prior to the game. Well, high fives in this case. So yeah, looks like very similar starting six for England as they started against France. So looks like we've got, although we do have Hems this time, who didn't actually play against France, I believe. So
It's always a tough one that when someone doesn't come, you don't really know the injuries and if there's problems within the camp itself. As far as we're aware, there is no injuries and no problems. So sometimes it's just about resting players and making sure everyone else gets their eye in. Lauren Hems is definitely sort of, she's been in and around the England setup for a long time. And sort of. So game gets underway. 2 20-minute halves. Wales need this win, I believe, to look at progressing through the group stages. England just happy to cement themselves.
I needed to ref on my court.
England happy to cement themselves. Just, they could happily take a draw in this, I believe.
Yeah. They won't want to.
No, absolutely not. They'll want to blow Wales out of the park and prove themselves as sort of prove themselves, I guess, in the group stages. Then that heads on to sort of further games in the knockout stages and the final.
Exactly. If you can be undefeated in the group stages, that puts you in a really good mentality come the knockout round. So yeah, so 2-ball attack there from Wales, but throwing at different targets, both cross court. So maybe a miscommunication there. So 4 balls to England.
Single ball does get released from that right side from Lancaster, but does not find the target. Single ball from the centre and single ball from that left side as well.
So yeah, a little bit of standing out from both teams. Oh yeah, and then lovely hit there in the middle on Pickering. And then a trade there between Lumley and Josiah. So yeah, so 1 player ahead for Wales now. Yeah, pre-throw there from Storch, but fails to kind of make any hits.
Looks at taking the catch. I think it's hit by that first one anyway.
Yeah.
Lancaster decides on the reset because coming forward with a 3 and having that 4th ball in your arsenal is going to prove a lot more deadly than just a running counter.
Oh, yeah, it does the delay, but not effective. Gower's already ducked under the other 2 and very clear to just get out of the way of the 3rd one very easily. So 4 balls now to England. Oh, yeah. So Lancaster jumps up in the air, but does get hit in the shoulder. Yeah, 2-ball attack, but both blocked by Gower.
Yeah, when she's gone low, she's got that ball behind herself.
Yeah.
She's tracked the balls and she's blocked them both very well. But Ellie Manns jumps high.
Oh, yeah, again, different targets on that running counter. Don't know if it was the intention or a bit of miscommunication.
England will have to play 1 ball at least from this.
Oh, yeah. Man's trying to take the catch, and there's Storch asking for the ball, wants to go and make a hit. Not,
But a good starting set from England. Not the worst from Wales, but maybe a couple of catches or clinical hits that may have proved the set to be different.
Yeah, so we've already got a change, or did Jones already start?
Yeah, Jones did start.
Potentially.
but she might have gone out early.
Yeah.
I think that was what it was.
Yeah.
Storch just wants a drink before that 30-second timer finishes.
Yeah.
Gower wins that middle ball.
Yep. So, yeah, again, England they're just not opting for that quick start. It's one of those things I don't think it's not always that effective. It seems to be more and more so in the women's game that a lot of the time players are just resetting and going for that stop. But a lovely jump from Bonsignori there over the double balls.
Especially a couple of those players on that Wales lineup that like to go for a couple of catches. You know they're those momentum catch players that when they take one, they start building on that.
Yeah.
Single ball from Jones, but it swings just on the right side of Josiah.
Yeah. So yeah, Mans has switched over to the left wing after playing right wing in the first set.
Single ball.
And another. So yeah, Lancaster manages to get that hit on Gower, but then is hit with a post throw herself.
Yeah. Sharp just making sure that those Wales girls are punished, those ladies are punished in that neutral zone there. If you're high up, that they'll make sure that they'll pull the trigger on that throw.
Yeah.
Single ball from Hems. Just short of the centre two players, Jones and Mans.
Oh, yeah. High ball there from Jones, but Lauren Hems takes it. So yeah, Mans with Jones going out has now switched over to the right wing.
Yeah, just setting themselves, they'll wait for the third rather than a running counter. They know the England Lions like to get back quick. You know, their fitness is not the worst, but there's a good catch from Hems, followed by a hit.
Yeah, catching out. Oh.
Yeah, catching out, yep. Brings back in Pickering.
Yes. No, Josiah.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. Oh, lovely dodge in there from Bonsignori. Double counter. Oh, yeah, got out Mans. Storch then taking out Gower. Now, Bonsignori choosing not to throw. She doesn't need to. Storch is left in by herself, and she is a very good catcher.
Yeah. Throwing a single ball straight on against Storch.
Yeah.
You never want to be doing that because you know she's going to look at taking the catch up. Bonsignori yet again does it.
Yeah.
England Lions do not... Go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Storch really backs herself. She backtracks so slowly when they're coming at her because she knows they're not going to throw.
Yeah, and Bonsignori is trained in that the England girls are saying, we don't need to go anything. There's 6 seconds left. We throw there, Storch makes the catch. It turns the whole set around. You make sure you come back with 3, you last the 6 seconds out, and Storch knows that set is over, and she puts the ball in the middle before she needs to make any play.
Yeah. So yeah, Storch again taking the opportunity in that 30 seconds to take a drink of water, having not actually been out yet.
And probably coming straight from the mixed game.
Yes.
Fitness is so key here at these European Championships. It's 4 days of dodgeball, 40-minute games as opposed to the 30-minute that we had at last year.
Yes.
Ellie Mans caught by Bonsignori on that left side. She's been picking up catches all day, and it'll only boost her confidence later on. That's great timing, but...
Yeah, straight at the ball, easily blocked, yeah. Yeah, pre-throw there from Wales. Jones goes for a catch, does not make it. Oh, lovely shot there.
Lauren Hems, what a shot.
Yeah.
No time to move that foot. It sort of, as it comes up anyway, it's hit on the toes.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for as that wing player, that cross-court sniper. Pickering to track back quick, but Gower's got her
covered.
Yeah, it's that ball at the ready. looking at those trades, that if they're willing to hit on the run and counter.
Yeah, lovely communication there from Bonsignori. Make sure we're both going for the same target and hitting Jones in the air.
Single ball from Josiah, just on that right side, try to disrupt the play.
Yeah, single ball again from Josiah. They're playing out the time. Don't need to give Wales anything. Yeah, 2-ball attack from Wales, a little bit disjointed, not going together, don't make the hit, and give England 4. Oh, yeah, so...
England are doing everything right. They've definitely learned from last year. They've seen sort of maybe the weaknesses they had. Storch now left back in. They know they will try to tire her out.
Yeah, and that's the thing, she's been left in at the end of every set so far.
They know the damage she can do.
Yeah, looking for that catch there. Goes up, throws. Again, thrown away from ball. She's looking for a hit. She's looking to try and change something on the set. I mean, she's got 5 seconds left. She's not going to be able to manage too much before the end.
I can imagine a fake comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Wales, rightly calling a timeout at this point.
Yeah, good timeout. Just need a mental reset. I don't know what it is from the side of the Welsh Dragons. I don't know if they're not quite on the same sort of playbook in terms of some of the plays.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're, England certainly this year have learnt that they need to play different play styles. I think last year where Wales played abrupt and aggressive, England tried to counter that by playing super aggressive as well, which didn't work in their favour.
Yeah.
This time, Wales tried to play aggressive. They try to sort of push up higher.
Yeah, it's one of those things they almost look, I don't know, not engaged isn't necessarily the word I'm looking, but, I'm used to the Welsh really pushing themselves forward, being quite dominating and aggressive on court, and they're just not giving me that today. So I don't know if they're trying out something different, but it's not really the gameplay I'd usually expect from the team. But it might just be that England are really shutting them down and really stopping them from doing that.
I'd probably say you're right in that. In terms of when they're trying to shut them down, even if England decide to fire one ball from wing, you know that cover from the other 2 balls is always going to be there. That higher neutral zone, they're happy to play back. They don't need to play super aggressive. They're happy to sit behind the ball, dodge simple 1 balls. Not going for catches, which they have in places. They've only taken the catches that have come to them.
Yeah.
They've not tried to reach out of areas.
Yeah. So change now for Wales, bringing on Ward. England remain unchanged. So it's one of those things. It's also like Wales appear to be getting hit quite a lot at the back of court. So maybe just like improving the dodging and just trying to stay alive a little bit longer.
This time Wales do win that middle ball, but nothing comes of it. They know England get back quick, so you don't need a rush off the start.
So Bonsignori goes for the throw, bounces in front of Mans, and then Lottie does make the hit back at Bonsignori. So ooh.
So,
what
a shot from that right side. Lancaster takes off the toe as sharp as she tries to block. They have got 5 balls, England now, but I think Lancaster isn't too fast because they can only throw 4.
Oh,
they come at different targets.
Dodging. Yeah. Oh no, one casualty for Wales.
Yeah.
But pretty good. Lot of good dodging.
One casualty from a 4-ball attack isn't the worst.
Yeah. Oh, and a lovely double there.
Yeah. Good timing.
Yeah.
Nice areas. Gower tries to get behind that one, but the sort of in-swinging middle ball comes well. Lancaster dodges under.
Yeah. It's looking a lot more positive from the Welsh team. This is what they needed after the timeout. Yeah, good cover from Jones there. Make sure Lancaster can get back. They're not in any danger from Josiah there. Yeah.
Just making sure they pick up that second ball. Otherwise, it would have gifted England Lions 4 balls there.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't use all the 4 in the play, but it gives you that backup of being able to release 3 and having 1 still in the arsenal.
Yeah, so both teams throwing from the middle quite a lot here to make sure that they've got both wingers holding down those counters. So yeah, again, Pickering, but Ward goes for the catch. Doesn't quite commit to it.
I think her problem there is it's hard because you've gone for the catch. They're the ones she likes to take.
Oh, and Lancaster stays alive during that.
Ward, that's the one she likes to take. I don't think, like you said, she's committed low enough, quick enough.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones she likes to
yeah, it's one of those things. It was, she was almost there, and it's probably just because she's literally just come on, and you've got to warm into those plays a little bit. So yeah, it's 3-3. So yeah, again, England just getting Pickering to throw every time, making sure that they can shut down the wingers. Ooh, yeah, and then 2 singles from Wales, but yeah, it was the end of time, so they did need to try and make a hit. So
now, interesting, I don't know if Mads has gone for the 2 ball there, and Jones in the middle has only then thought it's 1, and then she's obviously then delayed her ball because she's sort of clinical of...
Well, I don't know if she looked over, saw the clock and saw the time that remained and realised that they needed a hit immediately and just threw one in hope, but... But yeah, they've got a point on the board, so it is a start. So we got 6 minutes left of this half and then another 20-minute half. If they build on this now, they can still get closer to England.
Yeah, and we do wait those 30 seconds. Teams were ready with 15 seconds to go, but like we said, they wait for those 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, so this time, England using the quick start.
And they do, and they actually released 2, which is... bit of a weird one. Obviously, 1 does bounce back, so that's probably what they're after in terms of that. Yeah,
well, it's like Ward went for the catch low, but it bounced, and then the other one just hits her as she's bent, looking for that catch. But yeah, lovely hit from Storch on Gower there.
One thing I would have been worried there is if they come aggressive at Storch, that her cover isn't quick enough.
Yeah. So yeah, 2 blocks from Pickering there. And then, it gives England 4 balls. Storch asking for the ball.
But good dodging from Lancaster, from Ronda Dragons.
Oh!
I think Josiah thinks that's...
Yeah, I think catch wasn't fully secure, I believe is what's been called, because she did drop it, so...
That's a tough one, because what is always going to be classed as secure, at one point, she has her hand on it.
Yeah.
I think it's always in terms of, like, what you do after that.
Yeah.
If she looked like she bounced it on the ground, fair, then, you know.
It's one of those things, because we got the backwards angle. If it was still moving in her hands before it then dropped out, then you can classify that as not under control. Oh, yeah, and then fortunately Storch throwing it straight. Yeah.
You have to play aggressive there. You're a 1v5, 1v6 at that point. 1 minute 15 on the clock.
You know, if you throw at any of these England players straight in the gut, they're going to take it. So yeah, 2 sets left in this first half. 9-1. Wales really need to get a win on the board.
Like you said, there is 2 sets, or sort of maximum, I guess. Will be 2 sets left in this clock. If time is full played out, you'll have a 3-minute set and a 90-second set.
So yeah, we've got Town and Sharp on now. Nope, Sharp was already on. Town's on now for England.
She replaces Abby Gower.
Yep. No change for Wales. Yeah, good counter from Jones there, looking for the feet of Josiah, but just a little bit off. Oh, yeah.
They take out Ward. Now, for me, this is personally the most relaxed I've ever seen England, I guess, against an opponent.
Yeah.
They're happy to take every set as it comes, rather than stressing too much about it.
It's one of those things that it's very different from some of like the team we saw in the second half against France this morning, which is good because they need that composure and they need to keep it for the rest of the tournament, really.
I'd say they need that composure, but they've also got a different style of tactics to play upon. It's something we've not really seen from England ladies a lot in the past. Personally, personal opinion, that is. That their tactics sort of, Austria have always developed very quickly, and it's always hard to sort of face that. It seems this year England have brought certainly a lot more into the basket.
Yeah, oh, lovely hit there. From
Lottie Gudgeon.
Yep. Yeah, nice two-ball attack, really nice timing, but one just sails past and then Hems manages to block the other one. So they're only one player down now, Wales.
Yep. 1:05 left on the clock.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, lovely high-low call there on Gudgeon.
There have been every two-ball attack from England Lions has been clinical, and it's been so on point. Even their singles there, Lauren Hems on that right side, she takes the standing. Bonsignori taking that third, just giving it back to the team.
So
like I said.
Man's left in now for Wales. A lot to do with 30 seconds left.
One catch and a standing is all that is probably needed. Whether England will give that is a different story. Single ball goes high.
Yeah, Bonsignori just putting that fake in. She's not going to risk it. She
Doesn't
knows
need
Man
to,
can take. Yeah. Which is, you know, that's such good discipline. Again, England just faking. Yeah, they don't need it.
Yeah, Pickering has played that ever so well, because I'm not sure if Town's going to release, but she definitely makes sure she isn't.
Yeah.
She sees the shot clock, I guess the end of the set clock, better than anyone.
Yeah.
But now we'll have a minute-and-a-half set.
Yep. So yeah, we've got another change for three changes now for this final minute and a half. So we've got Dixon, Howard, and she's just bent over, so I can't.
Alice Lumley.
There we go. Yeah, Wales winning that centre ball this time.
Yeah. Doesn't decide to go with the aggressive, because like we said, England get back quick.
Oh.
Dixon hit on the standing.
Yeah, great throw from Bonsignori. You know, it's difficult. You're brought on with a minute and a half left. It's difficult to put that momentum into that game.
Exactly, and you feel like you have everything to do. They're down 11-1 at this point. It is a big game to fight back.
Yeah.
So when you're when you come on for a sub, no matter when, at what point, you always feel like you're going to have a lot of work to do, especially when you're playing the catching game, in terms of catching the score.
Yeah. So yeah, Lancaster with a pre-throw there. England throw two balls at Howard, but dodges underneath both of them.
Single ball from Hems in the centre. Like you said, those centre balls coming in a lot more often, because you know you then have that wing cover.
Yeah. Yeah, nice timing there from Wales, but no hit on Town. And they've got 7 seconds left to do something. So, yeah, Lancaster really trying to go up court and make a play, because there's just no time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Lumley, just the end getting caught. But, you know, it was nice to see that input of pace at the end, because, you know, obviously we've had a few players come on there for that last set, but it did feel like there was a bit of intention there from Lancaster and Lumley that was kind of missing a little bit at the start of that set.
Yeah, that's what you always try to work on. It's what we were saying earlier on in the game. It's what has proved disruptive for England before, that when Wales come out all guns blazing,
Yeah.
England in some ways don't always know how to respond to that. Just then, perfect response.
Yeah.
I mean, you've let the one come, you've dodged the single ball, she's left high into neutral zone,
Yeah.
and you play aggressive, you take and you fire every ball at her, because if she takes the catch at that point, you don't look like fools as such, but in terms of you're a bit disappointed because you've had that 4-on-1 attack.
Yeah. So, yeah, 13-1, England are going to be very happy with that scoreline there. Obviously, a little bit of disappointment for Wales. They're really looking to get closer with that loss from Hungary. Points may be really important now for the knockout stages. So, yeah.
So with Hungary beating Wales,
Yeah, so...
yeah, I'm not sure on the if you go to standings, women, and then you scroll down.
Knockout phase. So, yeah, it is only
Top two.
top two, so...
The other ones are sort of placements. So if you go to group.
Yeah.
So yeah,
The thing is, Wales really needing to get a win here to stay in. Unless,
Wales beat France,
yep. And Hungary,
lose to France.
yes, and England, so, yeah.
Still possible.
It's still possible, but
Set
yeah.
points are always big at
Yes.
the end of the day, and we always said it, and we've said it since early doors. No matter the result, in terms of win or lose, those set points may seem like a small part of the game, but they come in so clinical.
Yeah.
We've seen so many teams go out by a couple of sets, and
Yeah.
you're always so disappointed because at one point you let your foot off the pedal. And
Yeah. Austrians are singing on court number 3, where they're currently playing Belgium. And then Ireland playing Norway, which they are currently winning 11-3, and I believe Austria are winning 15-1 against Belgium. So all 3 games at the moment fairly clear-cut.
Yeah. Question for you, Emily Walker. Coming from the... Oh, Emily Busby.
Yep.
Sorry. Coming from the England setup and how you've seen it develop and grow and been there for a while, is this maybe the strongest you've seen the ladies, without being biased, obviously, when you was in the team? Is this sort of the most dominant you've seen them, and how clear-cut they've been?
Yeah, definitely compared to last year's. I think what's really interesting, and I'm quite interested to see it play out, is that you've got a lot of Derby Phantoms players in the squad this year, and they tend to play a very aggressive game, which is different really from what England generally tend to play. They tend to be
Sit back.
But it does mean that you can almost have 2 different types of play style depending on the players you've got on court. So you've got a potential to bring on more Derby players who'll play a more aggressive game to then counteract it and make sure you can mix it up a little bit. So I think it'd be interesting if they use it to that effect.
Do you think some of the other players that don't come from that Derby Phantom setup can play that play style to the standard that we expect from an
Yeah, it's one
international?
of those things. I think there's some of the players that can play it both, but they will go with the flow of the team. So if the rest of the team's generally sitting back, they'll go with that energy. But if you put the energy in that you've got some more aggressive players on, they'll probably go with that. So I think that'll be interesting to see. Or it might be that, the Derby Phantom players just kind of settle into that England sort of way of
Play
playing.
style.
Yeah. So it was one of the things I thought that this group was definitely going to be interesting compared to last year. It's the harder of the groups really compared to Austria's path forwards. So they've had the harder group, but so far they've not struggled at all really.
It's the question you ask yourself. Do you prefer the easier group but the harder path, or do you prefer the harder group and the easier path?
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's good. You don't want. I don't think you necessarily want to be able to win all of your group games very convincingly because you don't have a challenge then.
You're not tested.
Yes, and then you get to the knockout stages and you've been comfortably sailing, and then suddenly it's all going to change and you've got to put a lot more effort in. That sometimes people can get kind of stuck in that mindset they've got from the group games. But if it's a little bit harder, a little bit more challenging, it feels like you're more ready for the knockout stages.
Yeah, completely agree with you there.
So yeah, to talk about Wales a little bit, as we are neglecting them slightly.
Yep.
Yeah, so obviously this second half, I feel like Wales need to be a bit more aggressive. That's been something that's worked for them in the past. If they can bring out more aggression, what they really need to do, I mean, the thing is, England have dealt very well with Storch in that they've basically ignored her. And the thing is that she plays best when she's involved in the game, taking catches, getting hits. But if they shut her down, she can't play. So it's one of those things that potentially I think Wales have taken Storch off because she's not able to make an impact because England just aren't giving her the time of day.
They're not giving her the chance to either move because they're shutting her down with singles, stops her running.
Yeah.
Or they leave her till last.
Yeah.
And she then has to face 4, 5, 6 players.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that if that's happening to a player and they just can't impact the game because they're being shut out by the other team, sometimes even if they're a really good player, you've just got to switch it to try and get somebody else in so that maybe England look at targeting people in a different way and therefore it changes the game. So be interested to see. Wales really need to, as we've said numerous times today, they need to come out and they need to win this first set. They need to set that, that level that they can carry on through the rest of the game. If they come out and they lose another set and they lose it, quite convincingly to England, that's going to really struggle with their mindset's going to really struggle to bring any more points out of this game, I think. So England bringing on Dakin Tita.
Dalkin Dite.
Dalkin. Oh, yeah.
It's one I learnt back at Worlds last year.
Yeah. And then Wales looks like they're sticking with the 6 that they finished the 1.5 minute set for. So it might have been for that 1.5 minute set that they wanted to bring on the players to get some game time ready for the second half, and they were targeting the second half for more points rather than trying to win that last set but potentially bring on cold players for that second half. So we'll see how that goes if that was what they were going for. So referees just setting up the screen. So the timer has started, but obviously not playing currently, and the score is
4-0.
Yes, which it was not.
Yeah. The score is 11-1.
Well, yes, I believe it's 11-1.
Or 13-1. 13-1.
Yeah. So it looks like the TV's not working, and currently our score and time is not correct. So, yeah. So I think they're explaining to both coaches that they're going to be using stop clocks.
Yep.
Because the TV is having issues. So I think that might mean that we don't have a correct score and time on our live stream.
But the score is still 13-1, and you have that down. So
Yes.
we can still
Keep track.
update,
Yes.
and I will time
Yes.
20 minutes.
Look at that.
So I have a timer. So we can at least try to update people at home with the score. The score currently, like we said, is 13-1. 20 minutes left on the clock in the second half.
Yeah, so both teams losing a player in the opening strokes, and then, yeah, a multi-ball attack there from Wales. So 1 player up so far for Wales in this set.
Like you said, you wanted them to be more disruptive. You wanted them to play nonchalant.
Yeah.
And not by, I guess, the traditional playbook.
Oh, yeah, so Jones goes for a hit on Desire. It bounces, and then Sharp just takes her out. So, yeah, it does still feel like Wales are sitting back a bit, and then while making the call, Town just comes up and takes out Howard. It's one of those things that, you know, that Bedford Mighty Eagles, who Town plays for, that's something they're really good at, is disrupting players when they come into call. It's something that they use against a number of the teams in the Super League. So she's always looking for any team to be looking sideways to take them out.
Yeah, they will always capitalise on people taking their time, hanging around the back of the court in groups.
Yeah.
You'll always look at that. You'll always look at the single, the aggressive single.
Yeah, so we've got 1 minute left of this set and 1 player up to England.
Got a shot from that right side. Lottie Gudgeon there takes the stand-in on Lauren Hems. Single ball fake and a 2-ball.
Don't know if it was a hit or a bounce. The refs aren't caught. There we go. Refs have called a hit there.
Yeah,
So,
I think she just blocked into her.
Yeah. So 30 seconds left. Oh, but yeah, shot on Gudgeon. And then, yeah, Lancaster takes the hit on Josiah. She could jump off court for it, but I think it's one of those things, they've got so many sets in hand, she doesn't necessarily need to potentially injure herself to take that catch.
Yeah, she's got to track back. There's 7 seconds left, but a good dodge.
Yeah. Yeah, Lumley's really good at those lateral dodges and staying in, and then Lancaster takes the dot and then hits Sharp. Well, bounce anyway, but yeah, time is out. So Wales do win a set, so first win on the board for Wales.
And it's weird that Lancaster throws that because
she doesn't need to.
You've seen Sharp take balls like that before and take the catches from that close.
Yeah.
Personally, I think that's more of a, I want to prove that I'm hitting you.
Yes. Yeah, I want to finish the game. I don't want the game to just end. Because there's a different mentality waiting for that game to end as opposed to finishing a set.
Yeah. So 13-3 now.
Yep.
16:15 left on the clock. Like you said, after every 3-minute set, there will be that 30-minute hold duration in terms of which teams set up the court and prepare.
Yeah.
No matter if the balls are set up early, that 30 seconds will still play out.
Yes. It's one of those things. I think it's quite a good thing to have that set 30 seconds. You know, you have sometimes, lovely hit there from England on...
Delayed ball comes in.
On Thomas. Yeah, hit on Josiah from Lancaster. Beautiful hit.
Lancaster, full power in every throw.
Yeah. Yeah, it really feels like Lancaster's trying to build the momentum for the team. Yeah.
Second ball does pop up. Dalcom Dite.
Yeah.
Looks at taking that, but I think she's just a step back and Lancaster's there. Lancaster then looks at the catch. She does secure it, but is hit in the process.
Yeah, she's hit first by the first one, catches the second one, but does put her hand up to let Sharp know that she did not catch that ball. She is already out.
like you said, Wales trying to play disruptive, playing nonchalant. They've tried to push England to release multiple balls here. Well, they throw 2, and Wales now have 3.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're staying at the back of court now to make that call, so they're less vulnerable. Oh, yeah, and then Dixon gets a great hit on Gower on the way up. I'm not sure if she was hitting the process from Hems, but she does unfortunately fall off court in the process.
As she dodges on the spin, yeah, she falls off.
So yeah, 3-3. So there's 50 seconds left of this set.
Single ball, but delayed in the 2-ball throw.
Yeah, and then Hems goes up, throws, and doesn't collect a 3rd ball, leaves it lying there in the neutral zone, which obviously then forces Wales to throw 1 to retrieve that one. So obviously, yeah, wasting a bit more time. Again, England can take a draw. They don't need a win, so they're less pressured at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and then a catch and an out from Hems.
So what was a 3v3 is now a 2v3 because obviously England bring back in Josiah. Single ball a little high.
Yeah, it's one of those things that
from Lumley.
A lot of the Welsh balls going quite high. Yeah, time. And, you know, as we said in the first half, you can't be throwing, you know, mid-range balls at England because they're just going to take them.
Yep. 15-3. Like we said, the scoreboard is not currently working, but we can update you with times as we go by it. There's 13 minutes left on the clock. 15-3 currently to England.
So yeah, we've got White now on for England.
Yep, she was just ball retrieving in that previous set, in terms of which quite a few players do. They like to warm into the game, and when you're ball retrieving and not standing on the subs bench, you can do that.
Yeah, it's also you're a bit more involved in the game as well, so you start like getting into the what's happening with the gameplay and the other players better than you do just on the side.
It's something you would always say to players: if you're not ball retrieving or you're in that subs box, you are always ready and aware of what is going on in the game.
Yeah, great post throw there from Dixon on Town. Kind of half tries to catch, half tries to jump, and obviously that indecision doesn't really manage to pull off either. Oh, yeah, block there from Lancaster. Loses control, but regains it before it hits the floor, so that's absolutely fine.
Yep.
So yeah, 4 balls now to England. So yeah, pre-throw from Dixon, doesn't hit Hems, and Sharp and Hems still managed to make a double throw, but fails to find Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas
Oh.
just with a little leap. Single ball from Dixon. Does not find target. Yet again, gifts England Lions 4, Wales after the catch.
Yeah, so yeah, White there being hit by the pre-throw from Thomas.
Yep, still proceeds to throw, so if that ball is caught, then
the catch still counts, but the hit wouldn't.
Yep.
Yeah. It's one of those things also, as a player, if you're doing that too many times, you potentially could be yellow carded for it if you're consistently throwing through when you know you've been hit.
Yep. So play 2 is called. And 2 do hit. Good timing, 1 slight delay on Katie Howard.
Yeah. So yeah, 1 player down, Wales, 1 minute left in this set. Yeah, lovely aggressive throw there from Lancaster. Gower does manage to get out of the way though.
It's what you want from any sort of middle ball thrower or wing thrower, that aggressive. If you're looking at hitting someone, you hit them hard and you hit them in those catching areas, but with power.
Yeah, exactly. You know, is that you don't, at this point, you can't afford to just bounce it in front of him or throw it to the side. You've got to be, oh yeah. Thomas looking for that catch, but can't quite get it. But, you know, it's the right thing to do. You know, they've got it. Oh, lovely hit there.
Yeah, Dalcandite dodges one way, with plenty of energy, but when you're almost stuck in that position, it's so hard to sort of make a second movement.
Yeah, 5 seconds left, so England throw 2 really safe balls.
Sharp releases the one
Oh,
on
there
the
was
left.
a catch there.
Yeah, she catches on the line, on that left side.
Yeah. So Wales take another set.
Yeah, Alice Lumley picking up that single ball catch. I don't think Sharp is ever meant to release, but she releases the single ball and is picked up. And if she is meant to release, it's meant to be an aggressive one, but it's a great catch at that.
Yeah. So we've got Jones now on for England.
Not just a change in players, but a change in sort of lineup. Town now makes that left side with Gower, Sharp in centre.
Yeah, and then for Wales, Storch is back on, and we also have Charlotte Jones in the middle.
Yeah, and Tara Jones on the England side, but playing on that right side.
Yeah.
I think the reason they've made that movement onto the left is because I think when they want Tara playing, she plays on the right, and they want Town on the left.
It's good to have players that can play either wing, because it just gives you a better, it gives you a better range. You don't have to be like, well, we can't play that player because they both play on this particular wing. If you can switch, that's ideal.
So 15-5 score, 8.5 minutes roughly left. 2 minutes 20 left on that clock.
Yep.
And the set timer.
So yeah, Storch coming up, being aggressive, sends the ball straight over the head.
Good dodge from Thomas there. Just that lateral movement, but slightly to the side. It's what you're after. Sharp's ball heads high and Town goes for the low. It's the aces call that a lot of the British clubs use.
So 3-ball attack from Wales. That's Sharp, but manages to get out of the way of all 3 of them a little bit. It might have been a delay throw that they were going for, but not pulled off. Yeah, and then England throw at 2 different targets, 3 different targets potentially.
And all make hits.
And all make hits, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so not sure if that was what they wanted there, but...
Has paid off.
Yeah. And then, Lumley throwing straight at Tara Jones, and she makes that catch. Then double run in from England, takes out Dixon. So the score is now 17-5 to England, and we've got almost about 6.5 minutes left of this half. Timeout called for Wales, I would imagine. So do you feel that there's what do you think Wales can really do with this last 6.5 minutes now?
They need those sets. There's 2 sets, maybe 3 sets in it.
Yeah.
You take those 3 sets, and 17-11 doesn't quite look as bad as it has been in this game. And as we've said, those set points will be so clinical later on.
Yeah.
It's what they'll need to progress past these group stages. They'll need a couple of wins under their belt as well, but
and then England, obviously, they're just going to be looking to keep it exactly the same. Not to rise to, the aggression that Wales are trying to bring, and just to play their game pretty much. England doing some degree of deciding with hands up.
I'm not sure if they're deciding where they want to play.
Yeah. Or
who's enjoying the dodgeball game?
Yeah. Hands up, who's having a good time? I mean, hopefully not, because only about half of the players put their hands up at that point.
The insider information we'll never know. If only we had a previous ex-England player. Oh, we do.
Unfortunately, I've never been.
You never played that game?
Well, I've never been asked to take a vote during any of my previous England games, so that is a new thing, potentially brought in by Simon. So, so we've got D'Arcy on for England now, and no changes. No, we've got Jones on, Amy Jones now for Wales as well.
Tara Jones called out there. She thinks it's a block down and then bounces, but refs call otherwise.
So Wales 1 player in hand.
Single ball from centre. Number 15, Charlotte Jones.
Yeah. Lots of back and forth there, but no hits from either side. So yeah, play 2 for England. Throw 2 balls at Lumley, who dodges and then makes a hit on D'Arcy.
Yeah. Good dodgeball there. Meg White just decided not to go for the catches. Maybe a little bit out of reach.
Yes.
Meg White, we saw earlier on, take those single ball catches.
Yeah.
So clinical, and Dalcandite just that.
Yeah, and then a double running counter from Gower and Town takes out another Welsh player. So 3-5 to England in this set. Oh, Lumley, I thought she got away with that one,
No,
but
I
just
think
clipped.
one has just grazed her knee.
Yeah. So there's just over a minute left in the set.
Yep, and 4:30 left on the game clock.
Oh.
Jones looks at taking the catch, but doesn't quite get hands quick enough around it.
Yeah.
Jones and Town, arms not to be messed with.
So, yeah. Thomas looking to make a catch, manages to get out of the way there. She does now have 4 balls and 40 seconds left with a 5-1 deficit.
Yeah,
so,
definitely a block that time around.
Yeah. So yeah, England going to look for the running counter coming in. Does make the catch and then out. So that's Jones out, Dixon in. Dixon looking for an aggressive hit, but just goes past.
A 1v4.
Yeah, 10 seconds left.
Hits on the no-look, does not find it. Town doesn't need to play aggressive, neither does Gower. She knows.
Dixon throws 2 balls in the hope of making a hit. The time is over. So yeah, so potentially with the reset, just 1 set left, but it's going to depend on how quickly the next set finishes. So obviously it is now 19-5 to England.
April Phillips now being subbed on.
Yep. No changes for the Welsh side. Yeah, so slight pause.
Slight pause in time. There's 2:51 left on the clock.
Yep. So yeah. Well, if it goes to does the full time, there's going to be no time for a second set. So Wales really they need this last 2 points.
Yeah. Oh, and Dalpindite picks it up.
Oh,
Dixon goes low, and it almost looks like she dodges out of the way, but I think just...
she line faulted, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, got out of the way, but was already halfway off court by the time she looked down. Yeah. Yeah, and then another hit on Howard. So 2 players left in for Wales. 2 minutes left. 6-2 down. Yeah. Yeah, Wales looking to be aggressive. What they're really looking for there is they want England to come back at them so they can try and take those catches on the backtrack, but England too wise for that. They know that's what Wales want, and they don't give it to them. Yeah, and then 3-ball attack straight at Jones. Tries to catch one, but doesn't pull it off. So we've got Lumley left in against an entire England team.
And no matter if the game finishes now or in 20 seconds times, there will be a 90-second set.
Yeah, unless she can last out another minute and 20.
I would be surprised if you faced a 1 minute 20.
Yeah, there we go. So it will be a 90-second set with the score currently standing at 21-5. So yeah, final 90-second set.
And what we said about the 17-11, if Wales had picked up the last couple of sets, would have been great. England have taken everyone past that. They've been clinical, they've looked calm, they've done everything right.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that quite often, if you look at the team we started with, the team we've got now, the amount of substitutions they've made, but they've still managed to keep the gameplay exactly the same, which, you know, is one of those things that's quite impressive, because quite often when you do those changes, it's quite difficult sometimes for those players to get on and get going, but they've really managed to do that.
And although it's early on in this tournament, we're only at day 1.
Yeah. So yeah, Jones taking out Jones there.
Jones taking out Jones. 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, DRC getting low underneath those balls. Double counter, Phillips making the hit.
Yeah, the one on the shoulder high is perfect.
So 3 balls from Wales. 2-ball attack at Phillips, doesn't hit. And then double counter at Mans, made by Phillips and Gower. So we've got left in Jones and Thomas for Wales.
Single ball gets released. It gives England 4, and they'll just reset with that.
Yeah. It gives them 3 because England did actually make a single back. So, yeah. Thomas looking for that catch there, but quite managing to pull it off. So it's pretty much time. There we go. There we go. So the final score by our reckoning is 23-5. Yes. But obviously, please see 25 for the official confirmed final score after this game. So yeah. Yeah, going to say that. Yeah, look at us, got the right score. We can do tallies. Yeah, that was textbook from England there. You know, they brought. It's one of those things that has been said often about England, about the depth. Yeah, so England, they do have a lot of depth, and it's one of those things that's good to see that they've done a lot of rotation in that game, and they've managed to keep exactly the same mindset and tactics throughout, which really sets them up, because it's one of those things that it means they can play a number of players in those knockout rounds. Whether they choose to do so, different matter entirely, but that game shows that they can do that. For Wales, I think that's going to be a big disappointment for them, particularly with how well they played against England at last year's European Championships, and already having that loss against Hungary, which by all accounts, you know, we're very upset about. And, you know, it means that going into day 2, they're at the bottom of the group, and, you know, Yeah, and then it's one of those things that, you know, get that loss last year for Wales, not getting through that group stage, it really then didn't give them the right mindset for the positionals, and they really could have done better on the position than they should have, really. So it's one of those things that hopefully, with them not going through that, I would like to see them do better in that sort of bottom knockout group so that they can really show the ranking they kind of more deserve. Yeah. Yep.
Definitely might have been muted for that.
It's not the camera, it's the microphone. So then you shouting into the mic.
Yes, we were just timing for the live stream, but it turned out the refs had a time. So we were the only ones with the time. Madness. You got your what?
Hello, 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 and welcome to our final match of the day. I think this is one of our bigger matches today, certainly for the UK fans.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. England men versus Scotland men. It's always been a spicy one in the past, and I can tell you now it won't be any different today. A couple of familiar names within both sides. A couple of names returning from both sides, but also a couple of new faces to both sides.
Yes. Both sides, I think, have come into this Euros with obviously not different aims. They've got the same aim. They both want a medal, but with different kind of directions. England trying with obviously such a wealth of talent, trying a bit of a different lineup, and Scotland as well. A lot younger and fresher lineup with a couple of older faces coming through, but looking a lot more competent than they may have done in previous years. It is looking to be quite a spicy game. And it's our last game of the day here on Court 1.
Been a long day, but a great day. Plenty of good dodgeball along the way.
There has been a lot of dodgeball. And we've got even more for you tomorrow.
This is only day one.
And Sunday. Considering some of the games that have come before and looking at some of the games that are going to come tomorrow, you're in for an absolute treat.
The dodgeball curtain is only just starting to open.
We're just peaking. It's just a little peak at the moment. So we'll see what these starting lineups are looking like as the players set up. We'll go for England across the way for us. Nathan Christopherson, Matthew Josiah, Alex Harrison, Nathan David, Ryan Neal and Sam Richards. And the Scots in front of us, Ted, Goshawk, Dumbrell, Michael Thacker, or Farquhar,
Thacker,
Josh Keys, Johnny Day, Cam Relton, and Anthony Aldred. We are all good to go on Court 1. There's a eerie silence across the room.
40 minutes separates us from a winner here.
Scotland coming forward with 3 balls now. Big single from Johnny Day in the middle.
Interesting because he's normally a wing player.
He is. Well, we'll have to apologise early on. We know a lot of these players quite personally, so if we use first names instead of surnames, we will try and correct ourselves as much as possible. But just to preface that, Scotland coming forward with 3 balls as well. David blocks into Richards, or just a straight hit onto Richards from Aldred. So the first blood taken by Scotland.
Josiah
hitting that cross court.
And that is what he will do so well in that top left corner. He will always look at punishing players if they are left stranded in that high neutral zone. Double ball on Fakir. Now only one player down. But a good reply. Keys makes sure Josiah is punished this side. He does take out Relton in the first part of it, but...
Yeah, good dodging there from Goshawk Dumbrell. Dodges one way and blocks the second. David applying the pressure. Scotland coming forward with 4 balls, but only 3 players on court. They go with 2. It's a clean block from David there.
Yeah, one high, one low, but David has made that jump and he's got an easy block in his hands.
Bloody hell. Sorry, pardon my language there. The ball came through the net here and has knocked a speaker off next to us, or a crate off next to us. So, apologies for my language there. Some loose playing there by the Scottish, giving away 4 balls to only the 3 English players left. They release all 3 onto Aldred, making the hit, leaving Keys and Goshawk Dumbrell left in on
If he faces forward there, makes that block, but obviously when you try to make that block, you're then trying to get as low as possible.
Yeah, he just...
Last one, I think, grazes.
Exposes his back a bit. David blocks it in. No hit called by the ref.
Yeah, blocks into ground. David
balls now.
just calling on the hold, making sure they had 4 balls.
Yeah, not
Nil.
wanting to be too reckless, knowing the time left and how close this set is. Block there. He's trying to get the catch. And an even set, a very well-placed shot from Keys there for Neely to block it. Neil, to block it into David. Neely being Ryan's nickname, as his clubmate. It's a tough one. I play with so many of these people. Trying to stay professional. So a very well fought set between the two of them.
Very close in both. You know, it could have gone either way.
Time paused because it looks like a scoreboard issue again. We had some issues in the last game. I believe it's either been fixed or we're going for pen and paper and clock.
TV is back up and running,
Yes.
but I think Mason will still play by his clock.
Yes.
So we'll just have ours for the stream.
I believe Mason, or the ref Mason, Sam Mason, will probably have a few extra seconds. Potentially, it might have paused on the beginning of the set, so it might be fine.
But no changes. David fires high into the face of Aldred.
Yeah, Aldred not being able to get out of the way from that. Well hidden shot from David to hide his intended target. And Josiah hitting Day out again with that
Every time.
post standing in the middle, yeah. Oh, and a good shot by Farquhar.
Yeah, Fakir there does hit out Christofferson. Christofferson close to taking that catch.
Harrison almost getting Michael there with a shot.
Relton with a fake. He's just keeping Josiah at bay on that top left side. David fires wide and Josiah is just making sure that he is trying to capture everyone's eyes. He's making sure that whoever the ball is coming from, they're not quite sure because Josiah is trying to track eyes with every single player.
Yeah, lots of cross courts coming in from the left-handed Sam Richards. Nathan David also targeting that 3 position. Richards doesn't make the catch, but Josiah somehow makes it stick.
Yeah,
Almost should have been a 1-for-1, but somehow an England come forward with 4 balls.
I think
Hit there on
Fakir's,
Keys.
as he's jumped and sort of thrown, you lose quite a lot of power in that motion.
Yeah.
I think Josiah's happily just picked that back up on his track back.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate one there. I do remember Dave Poole once saying, stop throwing at Matthew Josiah. He can only catch with his eyes closed.
Always.
Twinkle toes. Relton there, just avoiding that back line. Gosham Dumbrell and Relton left in. Hit there from Josiah onto Relton.
Yeah, 40 seconds left, a 1v5. Goshawk Dumbrell just bringing that ball back.
And a hit there onto Goshawk Dumbrell. Well closed out by the England men. Quite a convincing win of that set.
I can imagine how I see the England Lions squad lining up is this 6 will be a complete different 6 in the second half.
Yeah. They do have quite a wealth of talent in their outbox.
So you can have 14 in your full squad, but per game you can only put forward 12.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Scotland as well do have different styles of players that I think will make a difference in this game. They have quite a wealthy bench, as not as numerical, I guess, as England do, but Definitely players that can make an impact if they are called upon. I think that's what's great about the British dodgeball scene, having so many players in its player base, that you do get such a wealth of talent. Great shot from Dave, but clipped by Josiah. Richards covering.
I'm not sure if Harrison thinks he's hit someone in that play there, because he's a bit annoyed that he goes out. Richards goes for the catch, but does not find hands around it, and he's disappointed in himself. You can see as he walks off with his hands
He's gone
over his face.
He's gone for 2 catches in these sets and not managed to make one. Some play there. Josiah hits out Farquhar. Aldred goes low and manages to make the dodge. Aldred tries to get the shot onto Neil, not managing to execute. But Scotland are up 4 players to 3. England have 3 balls. The standing comes in. The ball pops up and not in a catchable position.
Yeah. Railton probably could have made a big dash for it, but I think Christopherson holds the centre ball, and if you're doing that, you're asking for trouble.
2 balls released there. Josiah makes the block as he jumps. They release 2 balls. Goshawk Dumbo gets out of the way and dodges the second. Christopherson goes low, doesn't manage to hold. Almost got away with that, getting the ball at the back of court.
He goes for the tombstone, which normally he likes to pick up in that area.
Josiah and Neil left in against Railton, Keys and Goshawk Dumbrell. Goshawk Dumbrell doing a great job on that wing to dodge multiple attacks and block another. A slow counter there from Josiah, but it seemed to work. Bounce called there on Neil. And the 2-ball attack. And the low dodge. Josiah sends it from the back of court. 30 seconds left, but 4 balls on Scotland's side. Low shot there. Bounce called by the refs.
Yeah, I think he's a bit... He wants the call on invalid.
Big hit. Big shot, comes in from Josiah, but not managing to connect. They're just taking the draw here, it seems. You can hear from the calls. The time goes. Josiah.
And for Scotland, you take the draw.
It's been a very slow game here. I think in a position. That's a tough one because they were they were ahead with 4-3. And the hit on Aldred. And then with Ted's acrobatics and then Goshawk Dumbrell's acrobatics to hit out Christopherson as well. You may think that they would have backed themselves for a win there. No substitutions on either side yet.
Sub now been made. Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
Holland on for Goshawk Dumbrell.
Yep.
Keeping players fresh, which I think is good. There's enough depth on both of these teams to be able to chop and change when you go. Cross court there from Josiah, not managing to connect to any target. Holland being part of this new setup.
Railton is going to get punished on that left side. His cover is nowhere near. Aldred is sitting back maybe a little too much. I think Railton, where he normally plays quite a high line.
Yeah, and Holland had taken a... Holland? Boland. Yeah.
Yep.
Christie. That's what I know him by.
A lot of people call him that, yeah.
That's his name. But Christie had... Boland had gone onto the other side of court. Kind of...
Dave finally gets the block in, but the single ball caught by David.
David goes high and kind of sucks it up. England coming forward with 3 balls now. Farquhar goes over the shot of Josiah.
Finally, the jumping throw does pay off.
Day hit out on the other side, though, by a multiple ball attack from England. David with the last ball, a single thrown, but with 4 balls.
Single ball in the way of Harrison, and Harrison does stand on the back line, which could
4v3 now. Good 2-ball block, and the ball comes over to us. So each team is allowed 3 ball retrievers within the confines of the net and the ball retriever outside the net for stuff such as this. David doesn't manage to get the standing counter, but then gets hit for his troubles. Scotland coming forward with 3 balls now. Block there from Christopherson. Richards doesn't make the hit onto...
Yeah, and that step off from, or that line infringement from Harrison has not paid off.
Neil bites in and takes the hit.
Yeah.
Keys and Farquhar left it on their own.
Single ball from Ryan Neal.
See, they're playing the timeout. There's only
you'll play the
15
timeout.
seconds left of this set.
Because they know Scotland will want to play aggressive and try to disrupt.
The standing counter coming in. 2-ball attack comes in onto Keys. Very well timed.
Yeah, great.
Richards
comes in, and I think if maybe there'd been a couple more seconds, probably would have fired that ball straight.
We've seen him do worse.
There we go, back underway. England 6-2 now. After taking that last set, 3 players to 2.
John Duncan on for Michael Thacker. No substitutions on the England side yet. Big 2-step there by Nathan David onto Anthony Aldred.
Yeah. Certainly a lot more dominant on that right side.
And again, Nathan David really gets a whip as he brings his arm round.
Yeah, Nathan David is playing very aggressive on that right side, and it's not exactly like he's going for the toe shots every time. He's putting into chest every time. Yeah, and he's backing his arm.
Player that backs his arm.
Yeah,
and also
100.
these players they back their catching as well. Hit called there.
Yeah, I think just hits him on the
side of his arm. Yeah. This set has been a lot quicker than other sets have gone. Keys out. I believe caught? Yeah, catch there as Josiah dislodges the ball in the hand and loses it. Gabrielson hit out by quite a dominant set from England there.
1:15 on that set.
Yeah.
Timeout called. 1 minute on the timeout clock. What needs to be said here from Scotland, personal opinion, is playing that aggressive game. Playing that aggressive game is going to pay off. England like to sit at the back of the court, and if you're throwing perfect timing and aggressive throws, you'll take out a lot of these England boys. Some of these Scotland lads, they've got arms, but I feel like they're not using them together enough. They're only playing single ball, and they're preferring the single ball.
Yeah, they seem to be... I don't think they're backing their arms enough when these early singles are coming through, because they are playing a bit of an earlier single game. They're aiming down the middle, but that's about it. They're not really going for hits, and I think they're a bit worried about the catching ability of the England players. I think with some of the arms on this Scotland squad, they should really be backing themselves, especially at the beginning of the sets. I've said earlier today, if you get caught when it's 6-on-6, it's just the same as being hit out. So it's not that big of a deal. A catch at 5-3 to bring it 4-4, that's an issue. But a catch at 6-6 isn't that big of a deal. I think these Scotland guys should really back their arms early and back trying to get the hits.
Any subs you'd make across the board? Now,
Keys has just come off.
And Britnell Craven has come on for the side of England Lions for Sam Richards.
Yeah, and they've had a bit of a switch up of the Scotland lineup as well. Johnny Day now on the to favour at his club at Storm.
Yeah.
Cam Relton going into the middle. Early hit there. Big hit. See, this is what I mean. Big hit from Cam Relton going centre.
Back your arm every
centre
time.
of mass.
Oh, and 3 hits off
Three
Duncan.
hits.
Hits Gossault Dumbrell.
Finley Britnell Craven has come on, thrown 1 ball and hit 3 players. What a swing in this set. High ball there from Johnny Day. England
Sometimes stuff like that does just happen.
block there from Johnny Day on the 2-ball attack. England happy with throwing 2 there as Scotland don't have 4 players on court. Nearly running across court to switch position. Looked like Josiah had kind of fished for one of them, but didn't connect. Block there from Britnell Craven in the middle from the standing counter from Day.
Yeah.
A hit there called?
Yeah, the block comes off and hits
his elbow.
David, yeah, in his throw.
2 very composed running counters there.
Yeah, Day looks for the catch low, but Josiah has tracked him all the way down as well.
4 balls now for the England Lion men. And the hits come across. Just an unfortunate set. You can't really do a lot when 1 ball hits out 3 players. That's exceptionally unfortunate from Scotland's side. And if you're on the side of Scotland there, it's really dejecting to look across court and see 3 players walk off at the same time.
I think at this point, you've got that 2.5 minutes left now, or just under. 2:20 will be left on the clock. So looking at the last set, Scotland, if they take this set, it's not within marathon distance.
No. The scoreline is the way it is, but the first few sets were quite close. 3-on-2, 4-on-3, maybe decided in the last 30 seconds. So it's not like these sets are being stormed away from Scotland.
Yeah.
Day there surviving a 2-ball attack as he gave away 4 balls. In swinging ball there from Aldred. Day comes forwards. Great hit there on Josiah as he drops low and gets hit out by the low shot of Day.
Yeah, Day this time around tracking Josiah, making sure that if he's faking and he's pushing him low, then Duncan drops the catch. Yeah.
Britnell Craven caught in the middle there. He blocks the first one, but the second one comes across and just dislodges that ball. Big hit there by Relton on Christopherson for the 2nd set in a row.
Yeah, David with a cross court. He's just covering Harrison on his track back and he's done very well. He doesn't need to put a fake in because he knows.
Hit there on the standing counter from David, and he sets himself low so that Bolland doesn't pop the single.
So for me, 2 balls have to get released here. You have to take a target out, but they're not. They're only taking...
And Johnny Day sinks the catch from Ryan Neal with 40 seconds left in the half.
Yeah, 5-on-2 to take out Harrison and David. You're still far behind, but 2 balls.
Harrison looks to take that catch.
And they've backed their arms this time, and it's in a great target. David will always look for that catch, but this time cannot secure him.
Hit there on Alex Harrison. And the set goes to Scotland, their first win of this match, with 2 draws coming forward to the first set, and I believe there will be a 90-second set. I believe
so also. Yeah, so 10-4 now. Like we said, they take this set, it goes to 10-6, and we're on the doorstep of England Lions.
Yeah, this is a big set for Scotland. If they can manage to secure these 2 points.
And a substitution has been made into this final 90-second set, and for me, it's a great one. Rothney does now come on for Aldred, someone who is
Duncan
acrobatic.
sinks the catch.
Great catch from Duncan. He's turned that on. Day has given inspiration to this team. to make sure they're catching the singles.
On Christopherson doesn't manage to stick the catch. Harrison comes forwards. Britnell Craven making a nuisance of himself in that neutral zone, but they've slowed it down. Yeah, Rothney is a great substitution here. He's so agile and keeps himself alive.
Yeah,
Hit has
just on his back foot as he brings it forward.
It has been called by Sam Mason there. Britnell Craven dodges out the way and comes forwards. And hits Day out with a high shot, not allowing him to be able to take that catch as he sets himself low. 4-on-3 now, with 30 seconds left in the set. Block there. Holland goes low. 20 seconds left. One player difference.
And all it takes is a catch or a big hit in this game to turn around. Fake comes in. Only a single comes from Gossor at Dunborough. 10 seconds left on the clock.
I think they're going to a two-ball attack here.
Rothney with a dodge.
The calls to go is there. And the set goes to Scotland. 10-6 at the half.
And just as we said, if you're going to make any sub in that 90-second set and someone that's going to jump out of the way, Graham Rothney is your man to do it.
He is exceptionally hard to hit. Is what he does so well in these cloth games. He is a brilliant player. So if you're England there, who had a couple of really commanding sets, a minute 15 set, and then kind of those last two sets going really much the way of Scotland. Do you bring on some depth? What would you do? What substitutions would you make? With your intimate knowledge of this England setup, who do you think can make the right difference in this game?
Josiah, although doing things right, the last couple of sets, whether it is him becoming tired or Scotland now figuring him out, I think a substitution there, either you bring Dan Evans on or Ward on, and Dumbe in the middle I'd bring on, because Harrison and Neil have proved themselves in that middle. They've taken a couple catches, they've been aggressive, but I feel now England have to bring on their arms and back their arms.
I think this is one of the great things that's always spoken about with this England squad is their depth, and the fact that they can bring on potentially a new six of exceptional players really makes a difference. On the Scotland side of things, looking at their subs box, I think Rothney staying on for the next few sets, being a frustrating player to play against. If England come on and don't manage to hit him out on their singles, I think that's a really frustrating thing, and they might make a couple of rash decisions. Looking across the board on the other side of the court, Ross Gregg, as arms tire and people kind of slow down,
He'll always take that catch.
he'll always sink those catches. And he's somebody that you trust to be able to make those catches.
Who else is in the mix? Dan Doherty.
Yeah?
What does Dan Doherty bring if you're going to bring him on? Do you feel like he can be aggressive on that wing, or do you think?
I feel like he can be aggressive. Personally, from playing with Dan for 5 years now, he's like glue. He really brings a team together by doing the unseen work that other players might not think about. He's always faking. He's always drawing attention. He's always doing something that support. People say a great support player, but I think that is a bit of a disservice to Dan's abilities. He's one of my best friends, so I could sit here and talk about him for hours. But I think he would benefit this team. I'm not sure his aggression would be what Scotland need. I think if he has the potential to maybe be 2 or 3 steps too far forward, and with the power that England have in the locker, might find that a bit of an issue. It's looking like there's a substitution with Simon Jones warming up. Nathan Christopherson is wearing a training top by us, so that's potentially what's happened. Nathan, I think, had a good beginning half, but in the latter 2 sets was hit
You
out.
look for too many catches.
I think Cam Relton has a great kind of whip of that left arm, so it's quite hard to read. I think Nathan had a bit of a tough time against it. Got hit out in 2 sets by Relton and didn't manage to pick up that catch on Johnny either. So maybe they've just given him a bit of time to recoup, because sometimes being hit out early on the sets is quite tough. But that's the change you've got. Nathan and Simon playing with each other at their club at Lutterworth Meteors. No changes from the side of Scotland, just the one change from the side of England. With Scotland, if it ain't broke,
don't fix it.
Don't fix it. And it's been working for the past 2 sets.
Yep.
So let's see if there are any tactics changes here from the teams. I know that England like trusting their 6 on court, and Scotland are obviously doing the same now that they've kind of produced some results. So we're 10-6 going into the half. Just making sure the timing is correct.
And now my only problem would be is if Scotland make this next set, what do England do in response? Is it an early timeout to sort of adjust the team? Is it then too late? Not to draw from the past, but where we've seen in the past, where they played NI and they went 8 down, that it was so far gone.
Yeah.
You try to change anything, you know.
I think that's a really interesting game to kind of call back to as well. But this England side is so different. Cam Relton with another strong hit. Simon Jones facing the same fate as Nathan Christopherson.
And it's always hard because Christopherson was in on the game.
And a great single there and a lovely release there. With 3 players in quick succession leaving that England court.
And now this game has only just started in the second half, but already...
And it goes up. And as John Duncan looks up at the ball, Britnell Craven pops the shot and hits him out. A very well-constructed play by David and Britnell Craven, sorry.
Good attention to detail, good
big dodge. No line fault. As there is a line ref right in the bottom right corner. No hit called on the 2-ball attack. David and Britnell Craven now with 4 Scotland players coming forwards.
Who releases that ball? It's a good fake. Only one comes from Rothney. David charges up, Britnell Craven charges up, but they decide against it. They would rather the 3-ball attack.
Yeah, they back their 3-ball accuracy. Neil looking like he wants to pop a shot. Big fake coming through from Britnell Craven. Rushes forward. Fakes in the neutral zone, but not wanting to go. England come forward with 3 balls.
Good
dodge there. Boy.
Really nice. Gets low, and you have to be that acrobatic. You have to push your dodges more than you ever have, because these boys, the England Lion lads, will snipe you out at any opportunity.
Yeah. I think that's one of the best things that Scotland have been doing. They've been getting out of the way, but when England started going more centrally, they've been taking the catches. The opposite of the commentator's curse, I guess. I wasn't in particular about somebody, but it's nice to see my Britnell Craven all over the back line there.
Yep.
Called out by
not just line ref, but
his own ball retrievers as well. And the set goes to nope, that was a different whistle. I apologise.
Yep, but only 12 seconds
left in this set. Scotland being safe there, not wanting to go at all. David comes forward.
Relton just dodges out the way. He doesn't need to go aggressive on it. And there it is, the next Scotland set.
10-8 now. 10-8? 10-all. Big set there. Stephen Dumbe being brought on for Ryan Neal.
Now, mentality is a big thing that is going to come into this game. Any substitutions from the side of Scotland? No.
Not that we can see. Once again, if it ain't broke,
don't fix it.
Don't fix it. Not sure how many times we're going to say that with the Scotland side, and this specific Scotland lineup as well.
That's now 3 sets in a row.
4 balls released, or 4 balls given away there.
Yeah. But good honesty from Rothney in the centre.
Oh, Josh Keys has been brought on for John Duncan. 4 balls now for the England side.
So I think there was a 2-ball hit on that side.
Keys goes low there and doesn't manage to get hit.
Yeah, so I believe Johnny Day was hitting that first instance of play, and that rebound has then hit Rothney.
Ndumbe on the wing here. The 3 Scotland players coming forward. Big single there from Keys, hitting out Simon Jones. Ndumbe not managing to find his target.
Single from Cam Relton, but Ndumbe jumps over. Block from Josiah. That's middle ball then being passed out.
Dodge there, and a block into his feet. Goshok Dumbo just not managing to get himself high enough as the quick 2-step counter comes from Alex Harrison.
Oh, and Ndumbe takes the catch.
Shouts of Steve come from behind us, but 2 amazing catches. They just stick in the block.
Yeah, big jumping catch from Ndumbe. Charges forward, then the second ball sticks behind the ball that he's got in hand.
Just so unfortunate for the Scottish players.
Because they've done everything right.
Because they've done nothing wrong, yeah.
No.
There's nothing you can do about it. Aldred is now on for Christy Holland. Jones goes low under the single of Rothney. Another hit there. Greg and I were both there last Sunday when Steve Ndumbe absolutely turned up in a final of London Storm against Bedford Rangers.
Yeah, Harrison hit out on a single.
Just to change the subject. A good standing counter there from David.
Yeah. But
Scotland hold. 3 balls have been called.
Britnell Craven takes that
the
one.
Sticks into Cam Relton. My voice hitting multiple decibels that maybe dogs could hear.
England just being told to relax. Aldred with a high press. Only the 1 ball in hand.
Britnell Craven there takes an amazing catch and rushes forward. And as we said with the Scotland players, he did nothing wrong there. It just stuck. Amazing from Cam Relton. And Ndumbe drops low. Trade there, but no hits. England now with 3.
Single ball from Ndumbe. Josh Keys with a knee slide to the right.
And Josiah hits Keys like he was doing early on in that first half.
Relton now with a cramp in his thumb.
Aldred releases early and gets hit out by multiple from the England Lions.
And although they had that good run of sets, England played, I guess, a slight better in that last set. They take it, and the second ball hits Josiah. That is a great 2-ball attack. The perfect delay. It's what you'd ask for in any 2-ball attack.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant by the Scotland boys. Oh, a line fault called on Ted Goshok Dumbrell, but I'm not sure Cam Relton knew about it as they had lined up for that 2-ball attack. Cam Relton left in on his own with 3 balls. Hold call comes in
Yeah.
to slow down Ndumbe as he goes for the counter. Play 3 called, but once again another delayed 2-ball attack.
Yeah.
Cam goes high, he calls himself to be subbed off. I think Cam has put on an amazing shift in this game.
Very good dodgeball, but I think the only reason he's subbing himself off is because he's got cramp in his thumb. He was holding his thumb mid. Yeah, he was holding his thumb mid-set.
Yeah, it does look like he's nursing something. A timeout called?
Quick timeout called. 14-8. Still just under 11 minutes left in this game. 3 sets separate the teams.
3 hard-fought sets. Very well hard-fought. If you are only just joining us and you didn't manage to catch the first half, I would highly recommend it. I would also highly recommend the Czechia-Italy men's game.
The England-France women's game.
The England-France women's game. Just a lot of the games today. Just watch them all back, if you have the time.
Why don't you have the time? But we're here in the last game of day 1.
Yes. 10 minutes, 11 minutes left on the half.
And after this game, we end the day 1, but there's still 3 more days of dodgeball. So subscribe to EDF YouTube and Dodgeball TTV on Twitch.
Yes.
Because that's where you'll see all games, and both Court 1 and Court 4 on Twitch, they're the commentated courts.
So the same lineups for both sides, other than that substitution with Michael Bakker and Cam Relson. England with a bit higher press. Big single there